Chapter 653. Don't you want to ask something? Eliza looked at Paul. Or do you want to be alone for fear of getting involved in the battle of the Holy Lady faction? Paul did not answer, but he just frowned. Eliza smiled with a worldliness that was not commensurate with her age. From the moment you became a candidate for the Divinity Temple Knight, it was already impossible to be alone. Not everyone can be like your teacher, Paladin Captain Pari. In other words, you don't have this strength at all now. What is even more wrong than standing in the wrong team is not standing in the wrong team. Although the opportunist will sometimes be fought for by all parties at the same time, it is impossible to get true trust. He will always be the object of rejection and contempt. Paul was silent. Eliza took a deep breath and stood up. There is a saying that opportunities are highly contingent, but only those who are prepared can grasp it. Okay, I'm going back to rest. Thank you for your help. Eliza walked a few steps. When she reached the door, she turned around again. There is another saying, opportunity knocks, but not once. Even if you are prepared, opportunities will not always appear. Once you lose them, they may never come back. Seriously consider what I said to you last time. I won't say it a second time. Paul was deep in thought. He didn't even notice Eliza walking out of the room. Chenrue, who was peeping on the side, quietly left the room. When he heard the battle of the Holy Lady faction, he already had a general outline in his heart. The female assassin should also be under the Holy Lady faction, and it was likely to involve disputes such as heirs. The purpose of Eliza's previous assassination should not only be to kill Mana, but it was more to affect the chain reaction of the forces behind Solanton and Mana. The Church of Light was too deep, and he was not interested in exploring it. As long as it did not affect following Paul into the Holy Light Mountain, it was fine. Although the human world was the homeland that Arthur yearned to return to, for Chenrue, the demon world was his true home. He missed his beloved woman very much, missed his friends, and missed the world of purple moonlight. That night, Chenrue had a dream. In the dream, he was an emperor. Athena, Rala, Isabella, all of his lovers were his concubines, including the two empresses. For an otaku, what could give him a greater sense of achievement than realizing his dream in the Crystal Palace? From then on, Student Emperor lived a carefree and happy life every day. He hugged women on his left and right and slept with them all. He was very happy. As for the imperial court, it was too taxing on his mind and body. It was better to save some energy for sex. The more concubines in the harem, the better. However, when it came to fighting for favor, it was a headache. They would often fight with each other, causing the male pig-trotters to be shot while lying down. Blood sacrifices to the Crystal Palace. At the same time, the behavior of henceforth the emperor did not attend court early caused his subjects to complain. Chaos broke out everywhere. In the end, the rebel army fought to the entrance of the capital. He could only take his concubines and flee. In the end, because of the dispute over whether to go by water or by land, the harem once again habitually fought. Sparks flew everywhere. When it was settled, they were already surrounded by the rebel army. At this moment, the male pig-trotter, Student Emperor, finally cried when he woke up the next day. Chenrue was still reminiscing about the dream. Of course, he was reminiscing about the most beautiful first half of the story. As for the ending, it was selectively ignored. As the saying went, there was no need to care too much about the details. People could not live without pursuits in this world. This great dream must be realized, and it will definitely be realized. Sisters, empresses, wait for me. Brother will definitely come back. It seemed to be some kind of connection in the unseen world, or perhaps it was the will, resentment of an otaku. The power of resentment. At the same time, in another world, it should be called the A-class space. In a grand ceremony, two high-profile leaders suddenly shuddered at the same time when they met for the first time. Both of them were women. One was an icy beauty, while the other was a mysterious beauty with a veil covering her face. They were the two most powerful women in the entire demon realm. They were also the rulers of the two great empires, the two Empress Majesties. The Shadow Empire's Queen Catherine the Great came to the fallen Angel Empire for a week-long state visit. This would be a meeting that would attract the attention of the entire demon realm. Although there was no lack of female rulers in the history of the demon realm, it was very rare for two empresses to appear at the same time, especially in the context of only 3 empires. However, when the two empresses met for the first time, they shuddered at the same time, which surprised the surrounding officials. "The wind is a bit strong, Your Majesty Jia." Catherine was the first to recover. There was a charming smile behind the veil. "This time I came to the beautiful fallen angel empire with peace and hope. Since it was the first time I met Your Majesty, I was inevitably a little nervous. Now I'm much more relaxed, because at least we have one thing in common. If a certain dreamer was here, he would definitely snicker smugly. You two sisters still have one most important thing in common." Jia also showed a kind smile. "Your Majesty Catherine, this is indeed an unexpected common ground. This is a good sign. I am very much looking forward to promoting more common interests between the two empires in the next 7 days of meeting." Catherine nodded, and the two empresses walked into the palace side by side. In the past few months, after a series of diplomatic incidents between the fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire, the relationship between the two countries finally warmed up and launched cooperation in many fields. Although the time was not long, many of them were just starting, and some of the results were not obvious. In the long run, there was considerable potential and benefits. The most surprising thing was the Green Shade Estate of the fallen Angel Empire. This was originally a small estate north of the Red Spirit Estate. The soil was barren and the terrain was dangerous. It faced the fallen Angel Empire to the west. In addition to the Red Spirit Estate, it was also bordered by several small and medium-sized estates. It was originally a buffer zone with very little room for development. After Royce, who was appointed by Jia, took office, he spared no expense to build roads and expand towns. He was once regarded as a laughingstock by the lords. However, the Green Shade Estate was soon designated as a special economic zone by Empress Jia, and various pilot projects were launched. Under Royce's active operation, various projects were successfully implemented and carried out with extraordinary results. The previously built roads and expanded towns played a huge role. The disadvantage of being unable to develop due to the restrictions of the various estates became the advantage of communication links. Although many things were only in their embryonic form, they could see extremely attractive prospects. If it continued to develop like this poor and originally inconspicuous small estate would become one of the most important economic hubs of the fallen Angel Empire. This made people admire Her Majesty Jia's means of turning something rotten into something magical. This was also something that the former regent Obsidian couldn't achieve. This was the first official and most important foreign visit since Jia ascended the throne. Compared to the Bloody Empire, which was still in civil strife, Catherine's friendly visit had a very small positive significance. It was likely to affect the future of the entire demon realm. The two empresses sat side by side on the 2 thrones on the steps of the hall. As the host, Jia sat on the left, and the guest, Catherine, sat on the right. Jia said, "Your Majesty Catherine, please allow me to introduce you. This is the Prime Minister of the left, Oliver Lucifer, and the Prime Minister of the right, Stiller Bohr." Every time a name was mentioned, the corresponding person would bow and salute. Kathleen nodded to them one by one. When she introduced a masked, cloaked person, Kathleen took the initiative to say, "I think this is Her Majesty Shia's fiancé, Lord Aguile." A trace of warmth flashed through Jia's eyes when she heard this name. With a touch of longing, she said, "Yes, he is Aguile. Due to a certain life oath, he can't take off the mask on his face. Please forgive him, Your Majesty Catherine." "It's fine. I've always been a little curious. How did this mysterious man capture Her Majesty Jia's heart?" As Catherine spoke, her limpid black eyes glowed with a burning light. Her gaze pierced through the veil and locked onto the cloaked figure. After the cloaked man bowed slightly, he raised his head. The purple eyes behind the mask met Catherine's eyes. In an instant, everyone nearby felt a strange throbbing, as if two incomparably powerful forces had silently collided. Soon, calmness was restored, as if nothing had happened. Many people thought it was an illusion. Catherine's eyes behind the veil narrowed, intertwined with a dignified, surprised, astonished, and puzzled look. She lowered her head to the cloaked man, showing a special respect. This was the respect for the strong. The cloaked man also lowered his head to return the salute, then retreated into the crowd of ministers. Many ministers looked at Aguil with a change in their eyes. This mysterious man, who was only a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, had a powerful strength that made the demon realm's first sage, and also the second strongest, Catherine, respect. As expected of the strong man who once killed He Yao, he is much stronger than the rumors. Congratulations, Your Majesty Jia. You have found a true guardian. Catherine's eyes had returned to clarity. Your Majesty Jia has many admirable aspects. Among them, I admire Your Majesty's eyesight the most. For example, that human Chen Rue, who was a powerless human captive at the beginning, is now the most famous minister in the demon realm. I think the development of the Green Shade Estate's special zone this time should be inseparable from his planning. When Catherine said this, she had been observing Jia's expression. Jia replied calmly, Your Majesty, Catherine is overpraising. As Your Majesty guessed, the special zone does have Chen Rue's planning. Originally, I wanted to appoint him as the finance minister. Unfortunately, he doesn't care about power, and he is unwilling to leave the Dark Moon Estate. To be precise, he is unwilling to leave his lover, who is the acting lord of the Dark Moon and the Empire's new third general, General Athena. Wales. He usually stays in the dark and only does some planning behind the scenes. He even resigned from the position of the finance officer of the estate. There is actually such a human man, Catherine smiled. Your Majesty Jia means that if I have the conditions to borrow this talent this time, I must poach the Dark Moon Lord and the third General Athena? General Athena's father is the Empire's first general, George, who is loyal to Your Majesty. In this way, it seems that I have no hope. Jia smiled slightly. Your Majesty is joking. Our cooperation is not based on sacrificing the interests of either party, but a win-win situation of mutual benefit. By the way, the popularity of Magic TV is quite high now. Can the two countries' Battle Ball League that we have been planning officially start? Of course, I believe this will become a grand event that the people of both countries are looking forward to. Advertising, broadcasting, and peripheral goods will also bring huge economic benefits. Catherine did not ask about Chenrue anymore and talked about it enthusiastically. However, the faint doubt in the corner of her eyes still did not dissipate. Chapter 654. The eye-catching first meeting of the two empresses was quite successful. Both sides ended the first day of talks in a friendly atmosphere. In the Fallen Angel's secret palace, Jia looked at Aguil, who had taken off his cloak and mask, and nodded. Rala, thank you. It turned out that the Aguil in front of Catherine previously was Rala in disguise. Anyway, Aguil was usually disguised as the cloaked man. No one had seen his true face, so as long as Jia approved, it was not difficult to disguise. Oh, Miss Long responded. Jia moved her gaze to Isabella on the side. How are you? I won't die for the time being. Isabella yawned and showed a casual smile. It's just that there's nothing to be responsible for now, so I've become lazy. I feel a little sleepy all day, and I'm also a little afraid of the cold. This is good. I can sleep for a long time one day, and then I can let go of everything. After Jia learned about Isabella's curse, she asked her to temporarily put down the secret intelligence department and recuperate in peace. This time Isabella learned that Catherine was visiting, so she took the initiative to come up with this idea to let Rala replace Chenrue as Aguil. Rala had very few friends. Athena was the best one, followed by her second comrade in bed and the fashion designer, the little seductress. During the period of recuperation in the Rainbow Valley, Isabella fully demonstrated her diplomatic ability and established a fairly harmonious relationship with Rala. When Rala was protecting Jia, she also had a good relationship with the Jia sisters, especially the little Loli. In order to become the magic secret of the big-breasted alien, she deliberately flattered her. She called Miss Long sister and teacher, which made Miss Long really unable to reject her. Therefore, Miss Long specially put down her training and experiments to help this time. Rala, are you sure you can defeat Catherine the Great? Isabella asked Rala to pretend to be a Guile. Firstly, she wanted to intimidate Catherine. Secondly, she wanted to explore the background of the second powerhouse of the demon realm. Thirdly, she wanted to publicize the identity of Chen Rui. In the future, whether it was bestowing or doing things, including the marriage with Jia, it would be much smoother. Recently, there had been many voices of doubt in the imperial capital, and they were all about the Empress's fiancé. If Jia was just the original Lord of the Dark Moon, then she wouldn't be troubled like this. Many people thought that Jia was the ruler of a kingdom. As her husband, although he didn't have any real power, he represented the highest status symbol of the entire empire. People like a Guile with unknown origins couldn't become the husband of the princess. Therefore, Her Majesty Jia should choose a spouse from the royal family. That way, the bloodline of her descendants could be guaranteed to be unique, because it was difficult for high-level masters to give birth to children. Rala didn't pretend to be in a daze this time. She thought for a while, I don't know. Isabella and Jia looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Rala was recognized as a super powerhouse. She had already stood at the peak of the demon overlord level. She once showed her power on the battlefield of the decisive battle with Obsidian. The two dragons of the peak stage of the demon overlord were ravaged by the fairy Miss Long like a piece of cake. The right prime minister, Stiller, Boar, and the empire's top magician were all her registered disciples. Now that she had obtained the source power of Earth given by the Earth Elemental King, she was one step closer to nationalization. Unexpectedly, with this level of strength, she actually didn't have the confidence to win against Catherine. Catherine not only has wisdom and beauty, but also powerful strength. The second powerhouse of the demon realm really lives up to her reputation. Then, what about the top powerhouse, Raisin the Great? To what extent is he? That Catherine is very strong. She is almost the same as me. A light flashed behind Rala's glasses. Not only that, one of the bloodline talents of the Asmodeus royal family is the weakening of elements. It is very difficult for the magician to deal with this kind of talent. If the opponent is Catherine, then she will be more difficult to deal with than the Black Dragon's immune physique. The specific outcome is still uncertain now. We will only know after the actual battle. I am confident that at least I will not lose. Well, our Her Majesty should be preparing for the party tonight. I'm going back to sleep for a while. I'm so sleepy. Isabella nodded, yawned, and didn't salute. She put on her veil and walked straight out. Jia's eyes showed worry. Despite the suppression of the power of fertile Yuan soil, Isabella's recent state seemed to be a little bad. It was probably a precursor to the complete outbreak of Light Annihilation Seal. Don't worry, he will definitely come back in time. Jia's voice made Isabella, who was walking to the gate, stop her footsteps. Although the two were love rivals who competed with each other on the issue of men, there was actually a strange feeling and trust between Her Majesty Empress and Ms. Intelligence. This feeling of confidence started from the Obsidian Dark Moon Crusade. Yes, that guy never lets us down. This time it was the fake, naive fairy Miss Long, who usually cherished her words. The word "we" contained many meanings. Isabella responded casually and continued to walk out. Her body suddenly felt warm, and she felt that the wind outside was not so cold. On the other side of the space, Chen Rui didn't know that the special economic zone he planned had developed to this extent in a short period of time. nor did he know that his two Her Majesty Empresses had officially met for the first time. In fact, when she was at the Dark Moon Estate, Her Majesty Empress, who was alias Ice Eyes, had pretended to be a guard who came to meet Jia. Later, she even captured Chun Rue's father-in-law, Asgalar. At this moment, he was invited by Eliza to go to the ladies' room. There were no Knights of Light guards, such as Wesley outside Eliza's room. Chinrue knocked on the unlocked door, and a sweet voice came from inside. "Please come in." Chinrue walked in and saw Eliza wearing a white dress. She leaned lazily on the sofa in the living room, showing a different kind of charm, but Chinrue didn't have any thoughts. He saluted from a distance. "Miss Eliza, good morning." "Good morning, Richard." Eliza sat up straight, closed the door. Chinrue closed the door as instructed. Eliza gestured for him to sit down on the opposite sofa. "Richard, I called you here to thank you for your reminder yesterday. The situation was really critical at the time. If you didn't speak in time, I would have probably died in the hands of that assassin." "You don't have to be so polite, Miss Eliza. This is what I should do. Besides, your strength. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't know you were so powerful. All I could do was warn you. Even if I didn't say anything, you should have had the ability to avert the danger." Eliza smiled noncommittally, her eyes squinting. "What I'm curious about is, even I did notice that there was something wrong with that guard." "How did you notice?" Chinrue was already prepared for this question. He answered, "It's like this, Mississippi. You should know that I can communicate with magical beasts with my soul speech." At that time, the Thunderbird on my shoulder sensed the guard's killing intent and felt a strong sense of fear. This phenomenon didn't happen when the assassins appeared earlier. When I sensed this abnormal phenomenon, I didn't have time to think too much and shouted desperately. Many magical beasts had innate senses that humans didn't have, and this was a high-level creature like the Thunderbird. This explanation was reasonable. Eliza nodded and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she changed the topic. "No matter what, I should thank you properly. Before that, I want to confess something. Actually, I've always been suspicious of you." "Suspicious?" Chinrue looked surprised. This wasn't completely fake. He had long felt Eliza's suspicions, but he didn't expect her to say it herself. "I've had a strong spiritual talent since I was young, and I can keenly sense other people's emotional fluctuations and even psychological changes. For example, that Lord Wally coveted my body, that Fat City Lord's extreme desire for power, and a certain future Temple Knight actually had some thoughts about me, but due to various considerations, he had been suppressing it. These can't hide from my feelings." Speaking up to this point, Eliza stared into Chinrue's eyes and slowly said, "Only you, according to what you said about your background, should have many desires and pursuits, but you gave me a feeling of nothing or indifference. This is very abnormal. Therefore, I've always been suspicious of you, and even suspected that you were a spy sent by one of my enemies. It wasn't until you reminded me at the critical moment and saved my life that my doubts were dispelled." Chenrue became vigilant. So this was the reason. Back then, Samuel had used the eyes of truth to see through his disguise. Now that Eliza had shown this kind of sensing ability, there were also many people with extraordinary talents and wisdom in the human world. They couldn't be underestimated, and he had to be more cautious in his actions in the future. However, this reminder, out of consideration for the plan, just happened to dispel Eliza's doubts. It could be considered a lucky hit. What Miss sensed may be related to the elves' mind language, and Chinrue smiled bitterly. "Miss said that I've experienced many things and many failures, including feelings, so some emotions. Oh, is it related to that elf?" Chinrue went with the flow and nodded. "From the moment she died in my arms, I felt like everything in me was destroyed. It was only a long time later that I pulled myself together, but I don't know why, but I seem to have lost all feeling towards other women. Perhaps she gave me some sort of mental hint before she died." Chinrue had wanted to say that he had become gay, but in the end he felt that it would be too much, so he could only change to a more subtle way of saying it. This time, it was Eliza's turn to be surprised. She looked at him with a strange expression, especially the look in her eyes. It made Chinrue have the urge to roll his eyes. Fine, weird it is, but it's better than being suspicious. I'll bear with it. Since we've already made things so clear, I won't be unreasonable, Richard. Eliza did not dwell on the issue of being gay, and said with a straight face, I hope you can become my right-hand man. I will definitely put you in an important position, not just to thank you, but also to acknowledge your talent. You can stay in Garden City, or you can go to the capital. I can guarantee that in less than 3 years, you will become a paladin of light, and you might even have a chance to enter Whitecliff. If you don't plan to become a clergyman for life, as a paladin of light with my help, even if you're a prince of some kingdom, I can still fulfill your biggest wish. To Richard, this condition was already very tempting. Chinrue's eyes brightened, showing that he was tempted, but he fell into hesitation. After a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Miss Eliza. Your condition is indeed very tempting, but it's a pity that I've already sworn to be a follower of Lord Paul. I originally signed a contract with Pastor Manna, but now that he's dead, the contract has been dissolved. I will keep this contract until I personally see Lord Paul become an official paladin of the temple. This is my promise to Lord Paul. Eliza frowned. My uncle is a cardinal, and my teacher is the saintess of the Radiant Church. Is becoming my follower not as good as Lord Paul? Miss Eliza's background is far beyond Lord Paul's. Chinrue shook his head, this time much more resolute than before. But even if Miss Eliza can trust a follower who would betray the Lord for his own benefits, I would not have the face to stay by your side. Richard, your dedication and character have surprised me, but at the same time I admire you. Eliza revealed a complicated expression. Should I congratulate you for having such a follower? Or should I be jealous of you, my Lord Paul? As soon as she finished speaking, Paul slowly walked out of the room, looking at Chinrue with undisguised admiration. From this moment on, Chinrue knew that he had gained Paul's complete trust. At the same time, Eliza's vigilance had been dispelled. Eliza probably had the intention of recruiting Chinrue. That kind of persuasion that moved Chinrue's emotions and benefits was not only to rope him in, but also to show Paul. She should have already known that Chinrue had become Paul's follower. If Chinrue was truly moved by those benefits, Paul would definitely lose trust in this follower, and she would have a legitimate reason to poach him. Unfortunately, she failed. In fact, what Paul and Eliza didn't know was that even though Paul had restrained his aura, Chinrue had long since known that he was hiding in the room. The reason why he had said that was because of Paul's intentions, and also because he had cleverly delayed the matter of the contract until they entered Whitecliff. You can go back and rest now, my most loyal assistant. Paul put away his arrogance and smiled at Chinrue for the first time. I still have some matters to discuss with Miss Eliza. Oh, right. Be prepared to leave at any time. Follow me back to the Long Huang Empire to settle some matters. Then I will take you to Whitecliff to participate in the selection of the paladins of the temple. I can guarantee that you will see with your own eyes the moment I receive the sword of a paladin. It will be an important moment that you will never forget for the rest of your life. Chinrue responded with a smile, bowed and left the room. However, he added in his mind, you will never forget what happens when the time comes. Adorable paladin. Chapter 655. After Chinrue left the room, Elisa spoke up. He's a good follower, but didn't you say that a little too early? Do you really think you can become a paladin? Seeing the confidence in Paul's smile, Elisa shook her head lightly. Your saint and your teacher is a paladin. Logically speaking, you should have some hope. But there's an old saying, life is unpredictable. What do you mean? Paul's brows furrowed. Whitecliff is a place where rules are everywhere. Elisa stood up. While absolute power can override everything, you're not strong enough to override certain rules. Even your teacher, Pari, has rules that he can overcome. With your intelligence, I don't think I need to say more. Paul's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Don't misunderstand. I'm just telling you the truth. Elisa stared at Paul without fear. If you want to choose Lord Passari's path, it obviously won't work. You need to think about your own position, or you'll be eliminated by the rules sooner or later. After saying that, Eliza revealed a smile. About the matter I mentioned last time, have you considered it? You might look conceited on the surface, but I know you're a smart person. You might not say it, but you've definitely thought it through. Don't doubt my judgment. I'm not lying to Richard about my innate ability. I know you're hesitating, but there's no third person here. So I'll just make it clear. The Lomans are only a mid-tier family. You've become Lord Passari's disciple for 2 reasons. Firstly, you want to learn from him. And secondly, you want to use the influence of the sacred mountain to expand your family's strength. That's probably the biggest reason you're pursuing Joanna. She's the eldest daughter of the family, and she doesn't have a younger brother. As long as you have the right methods, the entire Philip family will become your puppet in the future. With the help of the sacred mountain, it's not impossible for the Lomans to become the #1 family in the Long Huang Empire. Paul raised his eyebrows, only to hear Eliza's tone change. But have you ever thought that even if your dream is realized, you will still be a pawn in the hands of the emperor? And your involvement with the sacred mountain will also arouse suspicion. Who knows, one day, everything you've painstakingly built up will be destroyed by a single thought from the emperor. You should stop being half-hearted and make the right choice. Paul finally opened his mouth to explain. For me, choosing the Long Huang Empire and the church made no difference. At least there was only one king in the Long Huang Empire, and there were too many powerful figures in the game with the church. I was just a pawn, so I couldn't bet everything on the church. You still don't understand? In the eyes of the church, you have the secret hand of the king behind your back, but in the eyes of Rex the Great, you are a member of the church. When the time comes, you will not be able to please either side. It's fine if you're just an inconspicuous pawn, but you're a man with great ambitions. This dangerous situation will become more and more obvious as you and the Roman family become stronger. You should have received the news that Rex the Great will personally host the second duel between you and Samuel. I believe this is already enough to explain something. Paul's forehead was covered in sweat. He had always been conceited and calculative, but as he was closely involved in the situation, Eliza's words were like a blow to his head. There were indeed some things that he had not carefully considered before. It's not too late to wake up now. Eliza saw through Paul's thoughts. Of course, you can give up on the church and bet on choosing the side of the Long Huang Empire. But I have to remind you that with Rex the Great's scheming mind, this may very well backfire on you. And even if he chooses to trust you, will you still have any value in the eyes of others after you've lost the most important background of the sacred mountain? I boldly predict that even the Philip family's first reaction will be to break off the engagement. Paul took a deep breath. Are you trying to say that now that the Temple Knight selection is imminent, I must make a decision before then? It seems that you have already made up your mind. Eliza smiled. Although there are many branches in the White Cliff Church, the 3 main branches are the dominant ones. His Holiness the Pope, who represents the Archangel, is the head of the 3 branches, followed by the 2 patriarchs, His Holiness Pusmer and my teacher, Her Holiness Eudora. There are many talented people in the Pope's branch. My uncle, Cardinal Roger, and the Chief Inquisitor, Seuss, are the 2 main brains. The internal competition is very fierce. Another cardinal, Birmingham, belongs to Pusmer's branch. Solanton and the deceased Manna both belong to this branch. In recent years, their power has been expanding rapidly. The last cardinal, Glalin, belongs to the Saintis faction. Compared to the other branches, the Saintis faction is much more low-key. Finally, I have to mention your teacher, Pari. Lord Pari is a true holy knight. He abides by the creed of being loyal to the light and protecting justice. He is known for his fairness and strictness. However, because he is too stubborn and doesn't know how to be flexible, he has offended almost every branch. So his situation is not easy. With your wisdom, you should know which branch is the most suitable. Paul thought for a long time and sighed. Although the Saintist faction is the most low-key and the weakest among the three main branches, it is also one of the indispensable main branches. The Roman family doesn't have much background. If I choose the other two branches, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to be valued because of the limited competitiveness. Maybe I will never be able to stand out. So I don't have much choice. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Eliza's expression became serious. Then, let me ask you one last time. Have you really made up your mind? Paul showed a determined expression and nodded slowly. That's great. I believe that the Saintists will be very happy to see such a talent with such potential join. Let me remind you that although the Saintist faction is low-key, the Lord Raphael behind us is not an angel of wisdom who is willing to stay out of the limelight. Paul was not stupid. He would not ask silly questions such as why Eliza, as Roger's niece, wanted to join the Saintist faction. In fact, he also knew that the reason why Eliza valued him so much was related to his identity as the disciple of the Paladin chief. It was very likely that the Saintists had the intention to rope Impari and the Knights of Light. At least it could be a signal to the outside world. It could also be related to a long-term plan of the Angel of Wisdom under the God of Light behind the Saintists. Eliza's previous analysis had hit the key point, allowing him to see further. In any case, the Saintist faction was indeed the most suitable faction for him and the Roman family. Paul finally made up his mind. He bowed to Eliza and said, "Then please take care of me in the future, Mississippi." Eliza was the Saintist direct disciple. Since he had decided to serve the Saintists, he definitely had to build a good relationship with Eliza. "Why are you so polite? We will be very close in the future, so we can't be so distant." Eliza smiled like a flower. "But before that, you have to prove your determination with action." "Action? Since you have chosen the right path, do you need to change your original development plan in the Long Huang Empire? For example, a marriage with the Philip family?" Paul's brows furrowed again. "You mean—" Eliza smiled and leaned close to Paul's ear. She whispered, "What if I want you to kill Joanna and truly prove your determination?" Paul was shocked. He did not expect that Eliza would put forward such a condition. She wanted him to kill his fiancée, who was also his best friend, with his own hands. Looking at the innocent and cute smile on the girl's face, Paul could not help but feel a chill in his heart. If I have to use this to prove myself, then Paul's breathing was a little rapid. His eyes were intertwined with a complicated expression. He seemed to be struggling in his heart. Finally, he clenched his teeth. I will kill Joanna with my own hands. Ha." Eliza laughed delicately. Her laughter was filled with a different meaning. After a while, her laughter gradually became softer. "Actually, this is just a joke, but I'm very satisfied with your performance. You've already passed my test. After returning to Yangshao capital, I'll return to White Cliff as soon as possible and report this matter to Her Holiness the Saintess. With the Saintess' support and your own strength, becoming a divine palace knight is already in the bag. At that time, you can use your identity as a temple knight to gradually expand the family's strength in the Long Huang Empire. Even that Rex the Great will be afraid of you." Paul secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he pursued Joanna was that utilitarianism played a large role, but he had always been quite infatuated with Joanna's beauty. It was actually very difficult to make this decision just now, but for the sake of his future and ambition, not to mention that Joanna liked someone else, even if they really liked each other, he couldn't care so much. "After you return to Yangshao Kingdom this time, don't make too much movement in the family for the time being. After dealing with the necessary affairs, set off to White Cliff as soon as possible. Remember to bring your loyal follower. I'm a little interested in his talent of mind language. As for the duel, don't worry, because if nothing goes wrong, your opponent should not appear." Paul was startled. Why? Because Joanna has already eloped with him, which will severely damage the Kraft family and the Philip family. It will also be of considerable benefit to your future development plan. Seeing the doubt on Paul's face, Eliza sat down again and stretched on the sofa. "It doesn't hurt to tell you. It was actually my idea for Joanna to leave early. However, I asked the Knights of Light to escort her back, not to the Crimson Dragon City of the Long Huang Empire, but to the Island of Storms. The port here is not very far from the Island of Storms. According to the itinerary, we should reach that sea area soon." "What? The Island of Storms?" Paul was taken aback. The Island of Storms was located in the dangerous sea area south of Garden City. It was one of the most dangerous places in the surface world. There were countless dangers hidden in it. The existence of the Titan alone could make a real saint-level powerhouse flinch. Equally surprised was Chen Rue, who was hiding and eavesdropping. He was also present when Joanna left, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. This seemingly naive girl's scheming and viciousness were far beyond his expectations, which made Chinrue's killing intent surge. Chapter 656. Inside the room, Eliza's voice continued. "Originally, I still felt guilty about this matter, whether it was towards you or Joanna. However, since you promised to kill Joanna with your own hands, I only feel guilty towards Joanna. After all, she's my good friend. Because of this, I couldn't bear to kill her directly and let her go to the Island of Storms. Maybe there's still a chance for her to survive." Although Eliza said that she felt guilty, there was no trace of guilt on her face. This made Paul shudder. With how dangerous the Island of Storms was, it would be hard for Paul to survive even if he went there himself, let alone Joanna. This time, Paul's inner struggle was much smaller than before. After all, he was very clear that Eliza did not completely trust him. Killing Joanna was to cut off his escape route and prevent him from being half-hearted. "Oh, by the way, I sent someone to tell Samuel about Joanna being trapped in the Island of Storms yesterday afternoon. According to the information I received, he has already rushed to the Island of Storms to rescue her. Just in time, I can help you get rid of this annoying guy." Eliza's eyes flickered. "You don't have to be too grateful to me. As a close comrade on the same side, this is what I should do." Chen Rue's heart sank, and he didn't listen anymore. Without listening anymore, he left the room silently. It was not easy for him to gain Eliza and Paul's trust. Soon he would be able to sneak into the White Cliff sect. Killing Eliza rashly would only result in a great loss. The most important thing now was to find a way to help Samuel and Joanna get out of danger. Chen Rue immediately left the church and went to look for Lucio. As Chen Rue's follower, Lucio had been mingling in the church during this period of time. However, he spent most of his time wandering around Garden City to inquire about all kinds of information. When Chen Rue found Lucio, there was a familiar person beside him. It was Ina, the leader of the Iron Shield mercenary group. The place where the three of them met was a remote alley. However, Ina still looked around cautiously before taking out something and handing it to Chen Rue. "This is what Samuel asked me to pass to you, although I don't know why he did it." The female mercenary did not hide her doubts. In fact, in the thick earth castle of the hill dwarves, Ina had already sensed that Samuel and Richard had a special relationship. However, the two of them had a quarrel and parted on bad terms, so she dispelled her suspicions. Unexpectedly, before Samuel left Garden City in a hurry yesterday, he had given Ina something and asked her to pass it to the Richard, who had joined the church's church. This raised the suspicion in the mercenary's heart again. Due to the assassination attempt last night in one of the manors related to the church, Lord Kraut had ordered the city guards to search for unknown people overnight. Until now, the whole city was still in a state of martial law. The church's gates were also closed, and no one and no outsiders could enter. Aina had never met with Chinrue before, and Chinrue took the long package and opened it. There was a broken sword inside. It was the one he broke when he was giving pointers to Samuel. Samuel asked Aina to pass this sword to him as a farewell apology. This was because the Silver-Tear Knight knew that he might not be able to return from the Island of Storms this time. He could no longer be loyal to His Royal Highness. Do you know where he's going this time? Chinrue asked. Aina shook her head and bit her lip. He didn't say. He only told me a few strange things, but I can feel that he's going to do something extremely dangerous. I have to say, a woman's intuition is very accurate. Chinrue sighed. This guy is leaving with the determination to die. Samuel did not ask Chinrue for help. For a true saint-level master, the Island of Storms was also a place full of danger. He could no longer fulfill his oath to His Royal Highness for the sake of his beloved woman. How could he involve His Royal Highness in danger? This shocked Aina. Do you know where he's going? As a mercenary, you've already completed your mission. Chinrue shook his head. You don't have to worry about the rest. This is not a mercenary. Aina looked angry. I don't know what the relationship between you two is, but as a friend who cares about him, I have the right to know the truth. What kind of danger is he going to face? Chinrue looked at Ayane's agitated expression and suddenly understood something. He pondered and asked, Do you know why I deliberately fell out with Iron Shield publicly? Because I don't want to drag you guys into this. If you're really not afraid of being dragged into this, you must have a certain level of awareness. At the very least, you must disassociate yourself from the Iron Shield mercenary group. You might even have to hide your identity for the rest of your life. Aina did not expect such serious consequences. She heard Chinrue add, I'll only reveal one thing. This time, he risked his life to save his beloved woman. Are you sure you still want to get involved? Aina was shocked. Her agitated emotions finally calmed down, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Go. Since he trusts you, I won't do anything unnecessary to you. But you must forget what happened today, including this item. Chinrue waved the broken sword in his hand, gave Lucio a look, and walked forward, leaving Aina standing there in a daze. After leaving the alley, Chinrue asked Lucio, How much do you know about the Island of Storms? Master, what do you mean? The place that Samuel is going to is the Island of Storms? Lucio was shocked and immediately replied, From Port Thor, south of Garten City, you can reach the Sea of Storms. If it's fast, it'll take about 2 days. 3 years ago, when I was completing a mercenary mission, I passed by that sea, but I didn't dare to go near it. If you were to go to the Island of Storms now, would you have the guts? Lucio was shocked again. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, If not for Master, I'd still be a half-dead piece of trash. Ever since I started following Master, my life has long been in Master's hands. Not to mention the Island of Storms. Even if it's going to the realm of demons, I won't hesitate. The last sentence stunned Chinrue, and he immediately smiled. The realm of demons. Don't worry. This trip to the Island of Storms won't cost your life. Go and get a small fishing boat immediately. Remember, the more inconspicuous, the better. Don't need a boatman or sailor, and don't bring any supplies. Oh, and also a related sea map. Fishing boat. Lucio thought he heard wrong. Master, I need at least a ship and a few sailors. The Sea of Storms isn't an inland river. Do as I say, the sooner the better. Chinrue thought for a moment. Also, I might leave Garten City soon and head to the Longhuang Empire, then to White Cliff. I don't know what kind of turmoil it will cause, but you have to die once and change your identity. That way, you can avoid being implicated. Ah, Lucio was stunned, but he immediately reacted. He bowed respectfully and did not ask any more questions. His strength was only an insignificant ant to the Saint Richard. But this powerhouse that he had to look up to had even considered the details of his safety, and did not use any means of silencing him. No matter what, this was a master that was truly worth following. About 2 hours later, the fat city, Lord Kraut, received urgent news from the patrols. The church's substitute Knight of Radiance, Richard, had been ambushed by a group of unknown people in the 3rd Street. He was seriously injured, and his follower Lucio had unfortunately died. The fat city lord's heart tightened. In the past, he would not have needed to worry at all if a substitute Knight of Radiance was injured. However, there had been an assassination attempt on the niece of the cardinal and disciple of the saintess, Elisa, in Fragrance Manor yesterday. In the end, Elisa had been seriously injured, and the priest of Gudon Town Manor had been assassinated. This matter could very well affect his position as city lord. It was a sensitive period, and yet there had been a second assassination attempt on someone from the church. The 2 assassinations should be closely related, and it was very likely that they were the work of the same power. Soon after, the fat city lord received new information. This Richard was the person who had warned Elisa at the crucial moment yesterday, and was deeply appreciated by her. He had also become the #1 genius of the Long Huang Empire, a follower of the paladin head's disciple, Paul. God damn it, they're all people with connections that I can't afford to offend. The fat city lord's tears were about to fall, and he hurried to the scene personally to console and treat the seriously injured Richard. At this time, the church had also arrived, led by priest Solanton and Paul. Lord Paul! Chinrue revealed a strenuous expression, and was about to struggle to get up when Paul held him up. Richard, how are your injuries? I'll heal you with light magic right now. The fat city lord watched from the side, secretly apprehensive. It seemed like the relationship between Paul and this follower was not ordinary. Fortunately, he had not neglected him. Chinrue sneered inwardly. Paul was a ruthless character who would even personally dispose of the woman he loved for the sake of benefits. Doing this was just to win people's hearts. But he still cooperated and showed a moved expression. There's no need, Lord Paul. Lord Kraut has already sent people to treat me, and it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of rest. It's just that my follower Lucio was poisoned by an assassin's dagger, even his corpse. What's going on? Paul looked at the wound Chinrue had created with camouflage, and his brows furrowed tightly. I don't know either. When I came out of the Church of Light, I found my follower Lucio and asked him to prepare some matters for departure. Suddenly, I was ambushed by a group of assassins. If not for the Thunderbird's warning, I would have died. I suspect these assassins might be related to the people in the manor last night. There were actually many witnesses to the assassination that Chinrue spoke of, but what those passers-by saw were only fragments created by Shura's magic. The real Lucio had already changed his face and went to Port Thor. Is it revenge for you reminding Eliza last night? Paul clenched his fist and lightly patted Chinrue's shoulder. That follower will not die in vain. I will not let this matter go. Eliza's injuries have not recovered, and I'll be staying here for a few days. Rest well, and when the time comes, come back to the Long Huang Empire with me. Yes, Lord Paul. After returning to the church, Solanton placed Chinrue in a clean room to recuperate, and Eliza came to visit him. To be precise, at this moment, Eliza was not visiting Chinrue but Shura. Chinrue left a star in the church, and left Shura here to recuperate and continue stealing the power of faith while he rushed to Port Thor. Chapter 657. When Chinrue arrived at the port of Thor in a cloak, the disguised Lucio had already obtained a small boat and contacted the port guards, ready to set sail at any time. What surprised Chinrue was that there was another person on the boat. It was an unfamiliar woman. Even though she had changed her appearance, Chinrue could still recognize her at a glance. It was Aina. Chinrue glanced at Lucio, and Lucio lowered his head in shame. It has nothing to do with Lucio, Aina said. Before I met you with Samuel's broken sword, I had already secretly left a secret tracking green fennel on Lucio's body. I heard about the strange assassination and wanted to rush over to take a look, but I met Lucio in disguise on the way. Even though he had changed his appearance, he still could not hide the smell of the green fennel. So I followed him all the way and used this matter to threaten him to tell me his destination. It turns out that Samuel actually went to the Island of Storms. Speaking of the stormy sea, I am much more familiar with it than Lucio. I can shorten the journey by at least a quarter. Don't you need a guide? Chinrue stared into Ayane's eyes. Have you really thought it through? Aina spread her hands. My father was a merchant, but he died of a serious illness. I was forced to become a mercenary due to living conditions. I have always felt regret for not being able to inherit his will. This time, I have already given the position of leader to Silva. Before changing professions, I can help a friend along the way. Merchant? Chinrue stared at her for a moment and suddenly smiled. All right, merchant lady, if you have already decided, I think we can set off. Also, Lord Lucio, if you try your best and still can't get Miss Ayane's favor, I express my regret, because you have missed out on a very good woman. Ayane's face suddenly turned red. Lucio laughed awkwardly and began to push the boat away from the shore. The spearman's skills were very amateurish, and the fishing boat swayed out of the port. Aina had already returned to normal. She looked at Lucio, who was steering the boat with difficulty, and frowned. Although I'm not the most professional guide, you guys seem to be more amateurs. Are we going to steer this small fishing boat to the stormy seas? I'm not sure what method you have to save Samuel, but what I can be sure of is that as long as a wave hits, not only me, but this big ship, this sailor, and you, the captain, will all be buried in the stomach of the fish. Before Aina could finish her sentence, a large ship suddenly appeared in front of the small boat. This was not the mocking words of the female mercenary, but a real large sailboat. It was completely black and magnificent, like a black pearl in the blue sea, giving people a strong visual impact. Not only Aina, but Lucio was also stunned. Where did this ship come from? Did he take it out of his spatial equipment? He had never heard of a space ring or bracelet being able to store such a large ship. What kind of method was this? At this time, Chinrue's voice had already come from the big sailboat. Welcome to my devil's snare ship, Ms. Guide and the amateur sailor. Aina and Lucio climbed onto the big ship by climbing the rope that was put down. They looked at everything in front of them in surprise. The two of them were also well-informed mercenaries, but many of the facilities on this ship were unheard of. Even the deck under their feet seemed to be made of very rare materials. Master, such a big ship, Lucio just wanted to say that this sailor was more amateur than he thought, but he saw Chinrue take out a stone. The stone glowed yellow and scattered into countless blue sand on the deck. The sand began to move quickly and gathered into human figures. After the light dissipated, dozens of blue sandmen made of sand appeared in front of them. The sandmen were once wiped out in the battle with the corpse wizard King Glorios at the bottom of the Dead Sea. But the Earth Elemental King once gave Chinrue a piece of sandstone essence that could resurrect the sandmen 3 times. This was the first time. The sandmen were naturally very familiar with Chinrue. They saluted together. Following Chinrue's order, they began to quickly act separately. They raised the sails, steered the ship, and looked out. They cooperated very well. Lucio and Aina stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Lucio even bit his finger to see if he was dreaming. Aina was keenly aware that these monsters not only had extremely brilliant sailing skills, but they were all experienced old sailors. Moreover, none of them were weaker than her. What is the origin of this Richard? He can actually control such a powerful monster that has never been heard of. It seems that there are still many places that can't be automatically repaired from the previous battle damage, but it should be enough for the time being. Chinrue looked at the facilities of the Devil's Snare ship and turned his gaze to Aina, who was stunned. Okay, Ms. Guide, it's time for you to play your role. What we have to do now is to speed up and strive to reach the Island of Storms as soon as possible. Aina woke up from her dream and quickly took out the sea chart. After a day and a night, the Devil's Snare ship finally sailed into the stormy sea. The stormy sea was just like its name. The entire sky was gray, and there was no sunlight all year round. From time to time, one could see the spectacle of a sea tornado like a waterspout. For the approaching ships, this spectacular scene was tantamount to a nightmare of the Grim Reaper. "Wait a minute, Captain, slow down first," Aina shouted. She sincerely admired Chunrue's ability to command and sail. Although she noticed that Lucio had accidentally revealed the word master, the clever female mercenary pretended not to hear it and directly called Chunrue captain. The Island of Storms is not far from Garden City, but few people can enter it. In addition to the terrifying and powerful creatures on the island, the tornadoes of the stormy sea are also one of the important reasons. The tornadoes here are very terrifying. They can lift large ships hundreds of meters into the sky, and it is impossible to pass through directly. The tornadoes are affected by some mysterious force and will never disappear. Fortunately, they have a certain regularity of strength, but it must be noted that even if you pass through the weakest aftermath, there is still the danger of being overturned at any time. Generally speaking, it is best to have a wind or water mage who can use the corresponding elemental power to appropriately offset the impact and reduce the danger. Only then can it be possible to pass. Chunrue took the sea chart and looked at it carefully for a while, then looked at the few tornadoes in front of him. He gave an order to the Sandmen, and the Devil's Snare ship sailed straight and fast. "Captain!" Aina was shocked. She didn't expect that her painstaking explanation would be in vain. This course might be the fastest route to the Island of Storms, but it was also the area where the storm was the most raging. There were terrifying tornadoes in front of them. The sea was surging violently and the wind was howling in their ears. This was only the periphery. The Devil's Snare ship had already activated its magic thrusters, and it was sailing through the waves. Lucio nervously grabbed the handrail of the ship, and the sweat on his face was blown away by the howling wind. The Sandmen did not hesitate at all, and faithfully carried out Chunrue's orders. Aina was about to stop him loudly, but she saw Chunrue's figure slowly float up. Richard is not just a beast master or a wind mage. However, even a high-level wind mage would not be able to control such violent wind elements, let alone face the strongest tornado head-on. A sonic boom sounded, covering the howling wind for a while. The figure was like a meteor flying straight towards the tornado. Feeling the increasingly chaotic and manic airflow rushing towards him, his black eyes suddenly turned with star-like brilliance, and the power of his whole body evaporated like flames. In the next second, Aina and Lucio saw an unforgettable scene at the same time. A hazy figure faced the terrifying tornado at lightning speed and then punched out. The entire field of vision seemed to tremble violently. The huge tornado that connected the sky and the sea suddenly split into two halves. Affected by this terrifying force, the seawater below was split into two halves and rolled back like a canyon that had been split open. "Go!" Chunrue's voice sounded, completely covering the sound of the howling wind. The Devil's Snare ship immediately turned on the magic thrusters at full speed, and the curvature of the sails swelled to the limit. The ship sailed towards the canyon like a sharp arrow. Aina and Lucio stared dumbfoundedly at the water walls that were tens of meters high on both sides of the ship. Under the effect of that incomparably powerful force field, they could not fall for a while. It was not until the Devil's Snare ship sailed through the stormy sea that the seawater behind it calmed down and returned to its original state. However, the huge hurricane turned into two small tornadoes, and its power was greatly reduced. It slowly moved to both sides under the remaining force of the punch. Chunrue's figure had already returned to the ship, as if he had just done a trivial thing, and continued to look at the sea chart. After a long time, Aina finally reacted, A simple punch tore such a terrifying tornado into two halves? This is a wind mage? Or is this a beast master? The strength displayed by this punch alone far exceeded the strength of Samuel. A real saint level? The mercenary finally understood why Richard's words made the always persistent deputy leader immediately give up the intention to fight when Samuel and Tai Lin clashed at the Black Rock Mountain. It seemed that the previous guess was wrong. The relationship between this Richard and Samuel was probably right. There was also the reason why they passed through the thick earth castle smoothly. Miss Ina, come over and confirm. This direction should be the fastest way to go south. Are there any reef areas or other obstacles on the way? Chen Rui's voice woke the mercenary up from her reverie, and she quickly stepped forward to confirm carefully. In the following voyage, Chen Rui successively defeated several storms. With the powerful power and balance of the Devil's Snare ship, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. It was as if this was not the most dangerous stormy sea, but a lake with a little cool breeze. Ina and Lucio were already a little numb to this. The two of them were in a state of calling the bull demon king out to see Jesus, as they stood at the bow of the ship, leisurely watching the tornado and the spectacular sight of it being dissected, until an island appeared in their sight. Island of Storms. Chapter 658. The area of the Island of Storms was much larger than the hidden misty island in the Sea of Death. Unlike the raging storms in the outer sea, there were no hurricanes around the Island of Storms, which was shrouded in thick fog. It was as if the tornadoes were a barrier around the Island of Storms. Roar! The sound of beasts roaring and slapping the surface of the water came from the fog. The roar soon turned into a whine. Ina knew that at least 2 giant nether snakes were finished. This kind of ferocious sea beast hidden in the fog, which made adventurers tremble with fear, was simply a tragedy when it encountered the even more ferocious Richard. Ina and Lucio were quite immune to this kind of situation. Compared to breaking the tornadoes with their bare hands, this was child's play. There seems to be a ship on the shore in front. Chinrue's voice came from the air. Turn 18 degrees southeast. Quick, get close. The Devil's Snare ship quickly approached. Sure enough, they saw 2 ships moored on the shore. One ship was fragmented, seemingly attacked by a giant nether snake. The other was relatively intact. There were no living people on either ship, only corpses. The 2 ships should have arrived at the same time. The corpses on the ship that arrived first were man-made. Judging from their attire, they were ordinary crew members. They had died more than a day ago. The ship that arrived later, which was suspected to have been attacked by a nether snake, should be Samuel's. The cause of death was obviously caused by sea beasts. Judging from the remaining bloodstains, the time of death was less than 12 hours. That was to say, Samuel had not been ashore for a long time. Chinrue looked at the magic compass that could not be used due to strong interference. Wait for me here. I'll go with you. Items like the magic map can't be used here. Ina glanced at the specially made magic eye compass. I've completed 2 harvesting missions here, so I'm more familiar with the surrounding terrain than you are. It should be of help. Seeing the mercenary's firm eyes, Chinrue pondered for a while and nodded. He ordered Lucio and the Sandmen to stay on the shore. With the firepower and sturdiness of the Devil's Snare ship, even if it encountered a surprise attack from sea beasts, it could still cope. At this moment, somewhere on Storm Island, Samuel, whom Chenrue was looking for, was in a fierce battle. There were corpses lying all over the ground. Some of them were the guards who came with Samuel, and the rest were naturally the enemies. Behind Samuel was Joanna, who was being protected by several guards. Although many of the enemies had died, the remaining ones were all elites. There were about 30 of them, and they formed an encirclement. At the front was an armored swordsman, and at the back was a magician with a wand. In terms of individual strength, none of the enemies were a match for Samuel. However, these enemies were all well trained and had a special combination formation that could disperse Samuel's powerful attacks to everyone in the formation, greatly reducing the damage. In addition, they deliberately targeted Joanna's attacks, causing Samuel to be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. For a moment, he was in a deadlock. The last guard of the Cribbet family fell, and Samuel's figure flashed in front of Joanna. The long sword in his hand twisted out a circle of arc light. Blood splashed everywhere, and two swordsmen who approached were cut in half. A large amount of blood splashed on Joanna's long dress, and the stench went straight into her nostrils. The young lady resisted the fear and didn't make a sound. She was afraid of distracting Samuel, and her nails had already dug deep into her flesh. Dawn extinction! As Samuel shouted, there was another sword in his hand. A huge light mark appeared under his feet. As the two swords were waved, countless crisscrossed sharp rays spread around. Compared with the past, this move had been simplified a lot. It didn't have too many dazzling effects, but its power had increased instead. It was the result of Samuel's improvement after listening to Chinrue's opinion. After the light dissipated, the surrounding swordsmen fell in a circle, and even many of the mages in the rear were killed by this move. Not long ago, Samuel used this move. At that time, the mages used a magic barrier combined with a special formation to offset most of the power, and only 4 enemies were killed. This time, the lethality was several times that of the last time. It was not that Samuel hid his strength before, but he suddenly realized another wonderful use of dawn extinction at the moment of crisis. The 2 long swords in Samuel's hands only had hilt left. It turned out that he deliberately compressed his power just now, crushed the blades, and sprayed them around in the light of dawn extinction. He broke through the surface with a single point, effectively penetrating the barrier of the mages, and achieved decisive results. Although Samuel continuously used up a lot of power, only the 2 leaders of the enemy's swordsmen were left standing, and the mages in the back were almost exhausted of their magic power. They were basically no threat, as if they were wolves who had lost their claws and teeth. As expected of someone who has entered the saint level, the leader of the swordsmen covered the wound on his abdomen that had been pierced by a short blade, and blood kept flowing between his fingers. We used all methods, but we still couldn't win when you had to take care of the hostages. You are the Knights of Light? Tell me who is behind you. This is your only chance to live. Samuel's endurance had greatly improved. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and with a wave of his hand, a long sword on the ground appeared in his hand. Even if it was not a weapon that suited him, it was enough to deal with the remaining soldiers. You don't need to know. The swordsman smiled coldly, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Samuel knew at a glance that they were men of sacrifice. Mr. Herbert, did Eliza ask you to do this? Joanna's trembling voice was heard. The 2 leaders of the swordsmen, Herbert and Lorenz, were the Knights of Light that Eliza had sent to escort her back to Crimson Dragon City. This return to Crimson Dragon City was Eliza's idea, and the purpose was to get rid of Paul. What surprised Joanna was that she didn't go to Vegas Town, which led to Crimson Dragon City. Instead, she was taken to the most dangerous place, Storm Island. If this was ordered by her good friend Eliza, I'm sorry, Miss Joanna. You won't get an answer here, Lorenz said. Lorenz opened his mouth. I admit that we are no match for Samuel, but the real losers are you. You will all die here. Samuel didn't give his enemies time to recover. He snorted coldly and was about to finish them off when his expression suddenly changed. The ground began to tremble, as if something huge was gradually approaching. Ah! In the forest, Iona's surprised voice rang out. This was a completely black, mutated wind leopard. Its strength had already reached C rank, far surpassing the tamed wind leopard beside Mana. With Iona's D rank strength, there was no way she could defend against it, and she was about to be pushed to the ground. However, The winged leopard's movements stopped abruptly. A hand was gripping the winged leopard's neck, and with a casual fling, the ferocious beast was thrown away like a kitten. God knew how many branches were broken, but in the end, it relied on its feline instincts to barely regain its balance in the air. It rolled a few times on the ground, got up again, and limped away into the depths of the forest. "Are you all right?" Chinrue's voice was heard. In fact, the guide, who was familiar with the terrain, had actually gotten lost when she was leading her employer through the forest. Chinrue had no choice but to scout ahead, and when he returned, he happened to save the mercenary who had been ambushed by the winged leopard. "I'm sorry." Aina lowered her head guiltily. She felt that her strength was as weak as a newborn baby in this place. If it wasn't for Richard, she wouldn't have been able to move an inch. She had originally wanted to help, but now she had become a burden. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Chinrue knew that Aina was worried about Samuel, so he couldn't blame her. He extended his hand. "I've already found a way out. Let's go through the air." Aina nodded and grabbed his arm with both hands. Chinrue bounced off his feet, and his whole body rose into the air. At this moment, Chinrue, who had fully released his mental strength, heard a faint sound in the wind. It seemed to be some kind of angry roar. Chinrue's eyes flashed, and he yelled at Aina, "Hold on tight!" In the basin, Samuel panted heavily and looked at the huge figure in front of him vigilantly. It was a person, a man. However, this man was too tall. He was about 10 meters tall, with a head of short golden hair, and a pair of eyes that flashed with a pale golden light. His skin was dark silver like metal, and he wore simple armor. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. When Samuel flew forward and attacked with all his strength, it only left a dent on the dark silver skin, and it quickly returned to its original state. The most powerful creature on the Island of Storms, the Titan. The Titan was a top-notch existence that could directly use its physical strength to fight against the giant dragons. It also possessed powerful elemental energy, could perform long-range attacks, and was immune to all negative psychic magic. Samuel did not want to take the initiative to attack such a dangerous and powerful creature. He originally wanted to escape with Joanna, but Herbert and Lorenz led the magicians to entangle the two of them. Finally, the huge figure of the Titan appeared in Joanna's horrified eyes. The Titan did not distinguish between friend and foe. In their eyes, all other races were invaders that must be killed. As soon as the Titan appeared, a magician was trampled into meat paste. Herbert and a few other magicians were also turned into nothingness by the Titan's lightning. Lorenz was also injured by the aftershock, and both his legs were charred, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. If it were not for Samuel carrying Joanna and dodging quickly, he would have followed in the footsteps of Herbert and the others. This Titan's strength was at least 2 ranks higher than Samuel's. Coupled with the Titan's powerful talent and combat strength, there was no way he could fight it. With Samuel's current physical strength, it would be difficult for him to escape alone, let alone carry Joanna. Therefore, the Silver-Tear Knight chose to fight to the death. Unfortunately, he had used up too much of his strength, and his desperate attack could not even break through the Titan skin. "Haha, do you understand now?" Lorenz, who was lying on the ground, was in so much pain that his face was contorted, and he was sweating profusely. However, he still laughed out loud. "I'll say it one last time. Let's die together." Samuel gritted his teeth and leaped high into the air. He swung his sword and slashed at the Titan again. However, the effect was worse this time. He had to roll a few times to avoid the Titan stomp, and he quickly pulled away from the Titan. The Silver-Tear Knight was panting heavily. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around to look at Joanna. Even though he was far away, he could still clearly see her gaze. In those beautiful deep blue eyes, there was no longer the fear and anxiety from before. There was only a sense of tranquility that surpassed fear, a sense of having no regrets in life or death. Samuel felt the blood in his chest burning again. His entire life force was burning. With a loud roar, his body exploded with a bright light, and a powerful aura surged towards the Titan. At this moment, he had surpassed his own limits. The Titan's pale golden eyes flashed, and a trace of disdain flashed across its eyes as it faced the surging power. It let out a low growl, and a violent aura surged forward to meet the attack head-on. The two auras were locked in a stalemate in the air, and the ground shook violently. Long and narrow cracks appeared on the ground, and the soil and stones nearby were blown up by the air currents like a small hurricane. Even though Samuel had used his life immolation to its fullest potential, the difference in strength between the two was still too great. The Silver-Tear Knight could not hold on for much longer, and his feet were pushed back involuntarily, leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Titan's speed increased, and his aura was suppressed to its lowest point. Finally, he could not hold on any longer, and his entire body was flung away by the huge force. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Samuel, who had lost his balance, was supported by a gentle force. He slowly descended to the ground, and 2 people appeared behind him, a man and a woman. Lorenz looked at the familiar-looking man in surprise and blurted out, "Richard!" Wasn't this Richard the Beastmaster that Miss Eliza had some admiration for? He had even used his special privileges to pass the Radiant Knight's test. Why was he here? The appearance of the 2 people shocked Samuel at first, and he immediately walked up to Chinrue, his eyes filled with excitement and shame. He lowered his head and knelt on one knee. This action represented an absolute difference in status. Not only Joanna and Ina, who knew Samuel's arrogant character, but even Lorenz was shocked. A Saint-Tier powerhouse was actually kneeling to a mediocre Beastmaster. Chinrue understood Samuel's feelings very well and did not say anything. He only patted his shoulder, signaling for him to stand up. At this moment, the Titan, who felt that he was being ignored, was filled with murderous intent and took large strides towards them. The Titan had only taken 2 steps when his movements stopped abruptly. A figure had appeared in front of him. It was Chinrue. Chinrue's height could only be considered small compared to the Titan's huge body, but the Titan's eyes were filled with extreme wariness, as if he was the one who needed to look up to this tiny figure. The Titan's aura immediately surged, and electricity crackled in his palms. Before the Titan could attack, Chinrue suddenly growled. The Titan's movements froze, and his huge body was actually sent flying by an invisible force. Boom! He crashed into a mound in the distance, and the ground shook violently as a human-shaped pit appeared in the mound. Apart from Samuel, everyone else was completely stunned by this scene. Just his aura alone had sent the Titan flying. This was a Titan that could easily suppress Samuel's Saint-Tier strength. Chapter 659. The Titan slowly got up and roared angrily. A bolt of lightning flew out of his hand and towards Chinrue. The Titan's long-range attack was different from the magic cast by mages. They were more like materializing the power of the elements and then throwing it like a javelin. This lightning contained scorching heat and high pressure, enough to melt metal in an instant. The Titan's throwing speed was quite amazing, several times more powerful than the previous blow against the Knight of Light. The lightning suddenly stopped. This was a javelin about 7 meters long, surrounded by dozens of powerful electric snakes. Not far from the javelin was a palm, and it was the power of this palm that stopped the lightning from going any further. Chinrue felt the manic electricity and suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. The javelin trembled slightly and disappeared with a bang. The Titan Giant's strongest lightning talon attack had been crushed by a single hand. Lorenz, whose legs had been destroyed by the aftermath of the lightning, could not believe his eyes. He finally understood why even a person as powerful as Samuel would kneel down. Richard was definitely a true saint and had probably reached the peak of the saint level. Such a top powerhouse hid his strength and did not hesitate to become a Knight of Light candidate. Even Samuel, the second son of the Long Huang Empire's family, was a follower of this person. There was definitely a terrible conspiracy. Chun-Rui did not give the Titan a second chance to release lightning. He appeared in front of the Titan in a flash and punched the Titan in the chest. Compared to the Titan's huge body, his fist could only be described as insignificant. However, it was precisely this tiny punch that exploded with terrifying power. A dent appeared in the Titan's metal chest armor, and a massive wave of power penetrated the armor and spread throughout the Titan's body, destroying every bit of resistance. The Titan let out a painful roar, and his huge body flew out again, leaving another pit on the ground. He could not stand up for a while. Lorenz smiled bitterly. Too strong. This kind of strength is probably comparable to White Cliff's strongest paladin, Chief Pari. With the intervention of such a powerhouse, it is impossible to complete the mission given by Eliza this time. I must find a way to escape and pass these important messages to Ms. Eliza. The strength of this Titan was close to the demon overlord. His strength and physique were A+, and his spirit was A+. Only his speed attribute was relatively low, which was B+. With Chun-Rui's strength, it was not difficult to kill the opponent, but he did not kill because in the race column of analytical eyes, it was impressively Titan Alchemy Life Form. The first time Chun-Rui came into contact with alchemy life forms was in the Lobe Mine in the Demon Realm's White Feather Estate. Then he experienced an unforgettable dream and became the master of the ancient alchemy civilization ruins and many alchemy life forms. Those lamp spirits had now become the strongest female imperial guards of the fallen angel palace, guarding the safety of Jia. In the memory of the ancient alchemy civilization obtained by Chun-Rui, there was no existence of alchemy life forms like the Titan. I don't know if it is related to the ancient alchemy civilization, or there is an inheritor of the ancient alchemy civilization like me in this storm island. Lorenz had already supported his body with his hands and secretly moved backward. Chun-Rui suddenly frowned and glanced at Lorenz. Lorenz suddenly felt that the sky had darkened. Before he could react, his whole body had been trampled into meat paste by a huge foot. Another Titan giant. This Titan was more burly than the one who was knocked down by Chun-Rui. There was an extra helmet on his head. His pale silver skin faintly glowed green, and his golden eyes were brighter. His strength was S, intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Judging from the tremor of the ground, more than one Titan was approaching this basin. Samuel, take them away. Chun-Rui yelled at Samuel. Aina, you lead the way and wait for me on the ship. Samuel had already reacted. He would only be a burden to Royal Highness if he stayed here. He quickly carried Joanna and retreated with Aina. The intermediate stage of the demon overlord Titan was about to attack Samuel and the others who were escaping. Chun-Rui's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and a dazzling white light ball flew out. The diameter of this light ball was 5 meters. It was an enlarged version of Aurora Shot. The Titan sensed the powerful destructive power contained in it, so he immediately gave up the intention of attacking Samuel and the others. He opened his palms and made a defensive posture. The moment the Titan came into contact with the Aurora Shot, his entire giant body trembled. There was a strenuous look on his face. He involuntarily took a step back, then another step. The heavy footsteps sounded like the beating of a giant drum. The rhythm was getting faster and faster. The light ball only gradually disappeared after he retreated for nearly 200 meters. The armor on the Titan's body was deformed due to the huge pressure. Silver liquid similar to blood overflowed from his mouth and nose. The physique and strength of this Titan were still above Chun-Rui's estimation. It seemed that the Titan did have physical strength comparable to the dragon's. Of course, Chun-Rui deliberately compressed the power of this Aurora Shot. Before figuring out the relationship between the Titans and the ancient alchemy civilization, he didn't want to cause excessive hatred from the Titans. The pale golden eyes of the repelled Titan glowed fiercely. Chun-Rui, felt that the surrounding airflow began to spin uncontrollably. It was full of manic and violent power. In the blink of an eye, he had been wrapped in a black storm. The momentum was terrifying. Obviously, this was a Titan with storm talent, also known as the Storm Titan. The storm continued to spin at a high speed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared inside. The sand and stones in this area were flying. It was almost impossible to see. After a long time, it gradually stopped. The Titan's golden eyes suddenly showed shock. He saw a figure walking out as if nothing had happened in the gradually subsiding sand and dust. The blue round shield around him gradually disappeared as if it was just a cool breeze just now. At this time, there were 4 more Titans in the basin. The first Titan who was knocked down also got up and surrounded Shinrue. There were a total of 3 demon overlords and 3 demon emperors. The strongest was a pale golden-skinned Titan who had reached the strength of S+. Even Shinrue didn't dare to underestimate him. Shinrue's mind moved, and a special spirit power was emitted. This spirit power contained the power of the spiritual imprint from the ancient alchemy civilization. With Shinrue's current realm, he could already control the breath of this imprint freely. The Titans felt the breath of the ancient alchemy civilization's spiritual imprint, and their movements paused. However, something unexpected happened to Shinrue. The Titans roared together, and their roars were full of anger. This was beyond Shinrue's expectation. He felt the unprecedented hatred and murderous intention from the Titan's emotions, from the analytical eyes. He was taken aback and quickly sent out a communication consciousness. "Please wait. I have no malicious intent." The Titans ignored his explanation. A ball of golden lightning appeared in the hands of the pale golden-skinned Titan, and he threw it at Shinrue. The power of this ball of lightning was far from comparable to that of the demon emperor-level Titan. Shinrue couldn't easily catch it with his bare hands like last time. A light blue defensive shield suddenly appeared in front of him. After the protective shield was upgraded to a defensive shield, its ability to absorb and defend was greatly strengthened, and it was more useful than before. As long as it did not collapse, it could be retracted and released repeatedly. It could also recover the defensive power slowly. The previous storm of the Storm Titan didn't even leave a crack on the defensive shield. At this moment, facing the golden lightning of the peak stage of the demon Overlord Titan, it once again showed a powerful defense. After the lightning dissipated, the nearby land and rocks had been melted into crystals by the high temperature of the lightning, but the defensive shield remained intact. There were only a few more cracks. The golden lightning came again. This time, Shinrue didn't take it head-on. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in another direction. Then he teleported again to avoid another Titan stomp. The 6-star evolved teleportation skill had no limit on the number of times, but if it was used continuously, it would consume a considerable amount of spirit power. Moreover, in the battle of the demon overlord level, or even higher, due to the distance and speed, pure teleportation was no longer of much use unless it was a higher level of teleportation, such as the one Saint Dragon once performed in the territory of the Tower of Destruction. The Titan's physique and strength were very powerful. Their close combat ability was enough to rival the giant dragon, and they also had an extremely firm will. Their only weakness was their movement speed. Shinrue used this to fully exert his speed advantage. While dodging and fighting in the lightning and storm, he secretly calculated the time when Samuel and the others left. Boom! A small hail was punched through by the Storm Titan's fist, but Shinrue had already moved behind the Titan before the fist arrived. He used the aura blade in his hand and slashed out horizontally. The Storm Titan only had time to lean sideways, barely avoiding the vital point. The armor on its back suddenly had a few meters long blade mark, and silver blood oozed out. The Storm Titan cried out in pain, and a hurricane spun at high speed around its body. Shinrue had already dodged 100 meters away. Before he could launch a second attack, he immediately sensed the golden lightning whistling from behind. A light flashed in Chinrue's hand, and a soft ripple appeared. When the golden lightning encountered this ripple, it was pulled away. Instead, it shot into the black hurricane 100 meters away. The golden light in the black hurricane flourished, and the lightning and thunder stopped abruptly. Only the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground could be heard. After the dust dispersed, the storm titan had fallen to the ground. Its body was constantly convulsing in the golden lightning arc. Although it was not dead, it obviously lost its combat power. The pale, golden-skinned titan was furious. As he was about to launch another attack, he saw Chun-Rue's figure soaring into the sky. Immediately afterward, all the titans felt their bodies become dozens of times heavier in an instant. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Gravity was more lethal to the heavier the enemy. This was also the only magic that Chinrue had. It was from the Earth Elemental King's elemental blessing, coupled with the S++ spirit power, made the titans fall to the ground. Perhaps they heard the call of their companions' roars. The same roars echoed one after another in the distance. It sounded like there were a lot of them. Chinrue couldn't help but shudder. Whether it was the demon realm or the human world, demon emperors and demon overlord powerhouses were very rare. Now that he plunged into the Titan's nest of the Island of Storms, the weakest Titan was also at the demon emperor level. He didn't know what more terrifying existence was there. Calculating the time, Samuel and the other two should have arrived at the Demandra's snare ship. Chinrue didn't want to continue fighting. He cast the flying light explosion skill, turned into light, and disappeared in the distant sky like lightning. If he flew in the direction of the whistling sound, he would be able to see that there was a special type of humanoid existence among the titans rushing over. These mysterious humanoid figures were floating in the air and were about 2 meters tall. The lower half of their bodies was a whirlwind-like air current that faintly emitted sparks. Chapter 660. Due to Chinrue's departure, the power of the gravity spell gradually weakened. The Titan with light golden skin was the first to stand up. At this time, there were more than 20 giant figures near the basin. There were also dozens of green humanoid figures, whose lower bodies were whirlwinds. The strange thing was that the Titans, who had always hated the otherworldlings, did not attack these green humanoid figures. Instead, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. A cyan silhouette slowly flew into the basin and sensed the residual gravity spell's aura. His eyes suddenly flashed like lightning, and he let out a sharp roar. His figure flashed and disappeared. The silhouettes behind him let out a long roar in response. They soared into the sky and quickly followed the green silhouette. As Chinrue just left the basin area and was about to fly toward the direction of the devil's snare ship, he suddenly heard a sharp, long whistle behind him. With his hearing, he could hear that one of the long whistles containing a powerful force was approaching quickly. The speed was so fast that it was not inferior to his sonic boom skill. Chinrue's mind moved, and he immediately cast Sonic Boom to change his direction. When he was at a rock mountain on the flying island, he suddenly slowed down and landed. He cast Breath Holding and Stealth to hide his figure. Soon, a cyan shadow appeared in his line of sight. Its speed was astonishingly fast. The cyan shadow seemed to have sensed something. It stopped flying at high speed and looked around vigilantly. Chinrue finally saw the whirlwind form of the person's lower body, and his heart involuntarily trembled. At the same time, the corresponding information was displayed in the analytical eyes. Race, Wind Elementals. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. S+, Physique S+, Strength S+, Spirit S+, Agility S+. Analysis. Wind Element, Wind Magic Immunity, Innate Speed. Danger Level High. It's actually a wind elemental. It turned out that on the Island of Storms, in addition to powerful creatures like the Titan Giants, there were also wind elementals. When Chen Rui thought of the environment of Storm Island, he seemed to have understood something. The wind elemental in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed to have a mysterious breath that surpassed the ordinary peak stage of the demon overlord. He had felt this kind of breath on the 3 elemental kings. The upgraded analytical eyes analysis data was more detailed, showing that his speed and spirit power had reached the level of S++. Then this wind elemental was likely to be one of the 3 light kings at this moment. Dozens of green figures in the air behind him came one after another. They were all wind elementals. When the previous wind elemental raised his hand, the rest of the wind elementals behind him stopped and kept a certain distance. They didn't dare to get too close. This action further confirmed Chen Rui's guess. Wind Elemental King. The wind elementals were the enemies of the earth elementals. They had the fastest speed talent among all the elementals, and they could also manipulate the extremely aggressive wind magic. The overall strength of the wind elementals in the human world surpassed any kind of elemental in the demon realm. In the demon realm, there was no demon overlord level elite elemental under the command of the 3rd kings of darkness. However, there were 4 demon overlord level wind elementals and 10 demon emperor level wind elementals by the wind elemental king's side. Chenrue once heard more mention that the level of the elite elementals had a lot to do with the origin fragment. Among the 3rd kings of darkness, the water elemental king Lambost, the only water elemental king who had the origin fragment of water, benefited from Chen Rui's gift. The dark elemental king Hegel risked his life for the origin fragment of darkness, and he was still trapped in the Tower of Destruction. The wind elemental king must have the origin fragment of wind in his hand. The wind elemental king's sensing ability was extremely keen. He actually noticed the abnormality and ordered the wind elementals to search around. Fortunately, Chen Rui's breath-holding and stealth skills were very amazing. In addition, he also had S++ spirit power, so he was not exposed. Chen Rui suddenly thought of the wind source power needed by Rala's elemental kingdom. His mind turned quickly. At this moment, there were heavy footsteps behind him. It turned out that the Titans were coming. To Chen Rui's surprise, the Titans were obviously on the same side as the wind elementals. Not only did they not have any conflict, but they also cooperated in the search. The 2 groups of people searched for a long time without any results. The wind elemental king looked puzzled, and he finally did not stay any longer. He greeted the Titans, and his figure continued to fly forward like lightning. The Titans followed behind with heavy steps. The Island of Storms was by no means a friendly place. If Chen Rui wanted to obtain the wind source power from the wind elemental king, perhaps he could only resort to force. The elemental king's strength level was limited to the peak stage of the demon overlord for some reason. But in fact, they all had the power of origin. Their combat power was far from comparable to ordinary peak stage of the demon overlord. Coupled with the wind elemental's super speed talent, Chenrue might not be able to win steadily without using the polar star transformation. Moreover, there were elite wind elementals and demon overlord level titans, including the wind elemental king. There were 7 peak stage of the demon overlord alone. If he attacked rashly, perhaps even escaping would be a problem. Chenrue himself didn't know what kind of power the polar star transformation could achieve, but the condition of consuming 10,000 faith crystals made him not think too much. Every faith crystal was extremely precious now. He must hold it in his hand and not squander it. There were priorities. After the 6-star evolution, the validity period of the star point was extended to 3 years. As long as there were enough faith crystals, Chenrue could return to the human world from the demon realm to obtain the wind source power next time. At present, Isabella's matter was the most urgent, and there was not much time left. He must first gather 1 million to return to the demon realm. Seeing that the Titan's figure was gradually disappearing, Chenrue sneaked silently in the opposite direction. He advanced cautiously all the way. After spending some time, he finally reached the shore where the Devil's Snare ship was located. After boarding the ship, Chenrue immediately gave the order to leave, and the Sandmen began to raise the sails and set sail quickly. "Captain!" "Aye." Samuel didn't dare to call Chenrue "Your Highness" directly because he was worried about Lucio and the others. After the Devil's Snare ship left the Island of Storms, he only managed to say this title after a long time. This time, not only did he fail the oath of allegiance that day, but in the end, Your Highness personally risked his life to rescue him and Joanna. The Silver Knight's heart was full of shame and guilt. "Okay, cut the crap." Chenrue patted Samuel's shoulder. "When you return to the Long Huang Empire this time, defeat Paul in front of everyone. Also, keep my matter a secret for the time being. Don't disclose it to anyone, including my father." "Yes, Your Highness." "Captain, I understand." Samuel didn't say anything more. He just silently kept his gratitude in his heart. "Those two ladies, what's going on?" Chenrue glanced at Joanna and Ina, who were talking intimately at the stern with a strange look. "Sir Silver Knight, it seems that your coordination ability in certain aspects is far beyond my imagination." "I didn't do anything," Samuel said innocently. "It's just that when we evacuated, Ina was bitten by a venomous snake in the woods to protect Joanna. Later, I helped Ina suck the poison out, and then, when we returned to the ship, Joanna pulled Ina aside to talk. She hasn't talked to me since." "The legendary poison, sucking to heal wounds?" Chenrue looked at the white gauze wrapped around Ina's thigh, and a look of realization appeared on his face. The Silver Knight had goosebumps when he saw that strange look in his eyes. Fortunately, His Highness didn't continue gossiping. "Although it's dangerous this time, you should have gained a lot. What you need to do now is to meditate on these gains and stabilize your new, small breakthrough. I was originally considering whether to use another external force to enhance your strength, but now it seems that it's not necessary." Samuel nodded with strong confidence in his eyes. "I will definitely defeat Paul. I'll return this to you." Chenrue handed something over, and Samuel took a look. It turned out to be the broken sword. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and he bowed deeply to Chenrue. Chenrue nodded slightly and smiled in return. Not far away, Lucio saw Samuel's respectful expression and was surprised, but he tactfully didn't ask much. With Chenrue around, the Devil's Snare ship sailed out of the stormy sea area smoothly. It didn't return to the port of Garden City, but sailed southwest to the sea area of Vegas Town. "Ina, are you really not going back to the Long Huang Empire with us?" Joanna looked at Ina in surprise. "We can be the best of friends, and I want to ask you to be my bridesmaid at my wedding in the future." Ina glanced at Samuel and smiled. "We are already good friends. I will definitely attend your wedding. He knows how to find me." Chenrue on the side could clearly see that the two ladies were not as harmonious as they seemed on the surface. Samuel was likely to suffer. As someone who had been through it, Chenrue patted Samuel's shoulder gloatingly. "Take care." The duel was imminent. Samuel took Joanna from Vegas Town to the Crimson Dragon City of the Long Huang Empire by water. Ina had left the mercenary group, saying that she wanted to fulfill her father's last wish to try to do business. Lucio, who had died once, changed his appearance and decided to follow Ina. Of course, the spearman also had some small calculations in his mind. Chenrue put away the Devil's Snare ship, used the method taught by the Earth Elemental King to store the Sandmen into the essence of Earth, cast the Stargate, and immediately returned to the church in Garden City. In the church in Garden City, Shura had completely stolen the faith power of Garden City. As a wounded recuperating, it didn't arouse any suspicion. Eliza's injury was almost healed, and she was preparing to set off for the Yangshao Kingdom. Paul accompanied and escorted her, so Chenrue naturally had to go together. Paul had received the dual notice from the Long Huang Empire. After escorting Eliza to the Yangshao kingdom this time, he would return directly to the Long Huang Empire to participate in the duel hosted by Emperor Rex. His opponent was the Silver Knight of the Empire and the second son of the Naturally family, Samuel. After the duel, Paul would go to White Cliff to participate in the selection of the Temple Knights. Chapter 661. Richard, what are you thinking about? You seem to be in a daze all the way here. Paul jumped off the horse and handed the reins to the attendant at the courier station. Looking at Chen Rui's dazed look, he asked. When Paul and Eliza arrived at King Yangshao City, Eliza's uncle, Cardinal Roger, happened to have gone to an inspection of the church in a city and had yet to return. The archbishop and a few bishops accompanied him, leaving only the Knight of Light, Roman, to stay in the Hall of Light. As the duel was near and it was hosted by Rex the Great himself, Paul did not dare to be negligent. He only rested for a night in the church of Yangshao's capital and immediately set off the next morning for the neighboring Long Huang Empire. With Paul's identity, the two successfully passed through the border fortress of the Long Huang Empire and rushed all the way to the nearest Dragon Fong city. The rich power of faith in the Brilliance Palace of Yangshao's capital made Chen Rui's heart itch. That night, he sneaked into the prayer hall and ate his fill. This time, the strategy of his main body going to the Island of Storms and his avatar staying in Garden City as a substitute successfully gave Chen Rui a flash of inspiration. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Due to the fusion of memories after entering the Long Huang Empire, Chen Rui's heart began to grow an indescribable emotion. It seemed to be homesickness. Sir, I'm just thinking that Samuel was clearly defeated by Sir last time, but this time he took the initiative to provoke a public duel. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chen Rui deliberately revealed a pondering look. It's very likely that his strength has already broken through or mastered some kind of secret technique. We can't underestimate him. Paul replied indifferently, Don't worry, I have absolute confidence. Sir, don't blame me for being talkative. Chen Rui frowned. My teacher once said that strategically you should look down on the enemy, and tactically you should pay attention to the enemy. Even if Sir's strength is above Samuel's, you must not lose your caution and be extremely careful. I know your loyalty. There are some things that I can't say, so I can only tell you. Don't worry needlessly. Paul was well aware of Eliza's terrifying means. The Island of Storms was an extremely terrifying place. Since Eliza was certain that Samuel and Joanna would not return alive, then even if Samuel's strength was much stronger than before, he would still die. The only pity was Joanna, but that woman's heart wasn't with him. In the future, as long as he grasped power and authority, even if Joanna died, there would be more and better women. But no buts. I will definitely win this battle. Paul naturally did not know that his followers' intention was to numb him. He smiled faintly and said, We've already passed through Sueluo Fortress and Dragonfong City is just ahead. In order to reach the imperial capital of Yerodisha as soon as possible, I've already asked my family to arrange for 2 griffins in advance. Do you have any experience riding a griffin? You should know that even a tamed griffin is not something an ordinary flying magical beast can compare to. I have a lot of experience in the air, but it's my first time riding a griffin. However, you should have confidence in my beast-taming skills. I'm an expert in this area. Of course, Chen Rui would not say that a griffin was nothing. He was a dragon knight and, in a dual sense, if he were to delve into it, it would involve a difficult problem related to posture, and it was the same for a knight riding a dragon. When the griffin saw the little thunderbird on Chen Rui's shoulder, it revealed a faint sense of uneasiness and hostility. Both were experts in the air, and the thunderbird's rank was higher than the griffin. Although the thunderbird was only a young one, it was enough to arouse the griffin's vigilance. Chen Rui's beast-taming skills immediately came into play, successfully resolving the abnormality of the griffin, and he rode the griffin into the air. The griffin's flying speed was not inferior to the wyvern's, but its endurance was slightly inferior. However, Paul's Norman family was quite powerful. They had arranged for replacement mounts along the way, allowing the two to fly at the highest speed. 5 days later, the two finally arrived at the capital city of the Long Huang Empire, Yerodisha. At this time, there were still 3 days before the duel. Yerodisha meant sparkling treasure in the dragon language. As everyone knew, as one of the two major empires in the human world, the Long Huang Empire had an extremely close relationship with dragons. They had the only Dragon Knight Legion in the human world. This was a real dragon. The Wyvern Dragon Knight in the demon realm could only be regarded as a knockoff compared to it. Yerodisha was one of the most famous cities in the human world. Not only was it the political and military center of the Dragon Soul Empire, but it was also the largest commercial center. It was magnificent and incomparably prosperous. The avenue was wide enough for 10 large carriages to run side by side. Both sides were crisscrossed with alleys, buildings, and pedestrians were bustling. Shops were no longer limited to a certain area, but could be seen everywhere. Along the way, they could also hear the music of bards coming from small squares or near landmark buildings. The 3 imperial capitals of the demon realm combined couldn't compare to the prosperity of this Dragon Soul Empire. Even though Qin had lived 2 lives, he was still dazzled by it. Paul was the eldest son and first heir of the Roman family. His father, Salvador Roman, was the deputy director of the Long Huang Empire's Academic Affairs Department. Unlike the House of Representatives owned by the Ryo Empire, the monarch of the Long Huang Empire was more exclusive, and the rule was more thorough. Under the emperor were 2 chambers and 3 departments, namely the Administration Council, the Military Council, the Legal Department, the Financial Department, and the Academic Affairs Department. The Administration Council dealt with state affairs. The Military Council dealt with the empire's military affairs. The Legal Department was the agency that executed and maintained the empire's laws. The Financial Department was in charge of economic projects such as commerce and agriculture, and the Academic Affairs Department was in charge of the college and education. The empire's power structure was clearly divided, and many places were indeed worthy of learning from the Demon Realm Empire. In terms of strength and heritage, the Roman family was originally a small family in the empire. Relying on the efforts of recent generations, their power gradually increased, and they gradually entered the upper echelons of the empire. After Paul became the disciple of humanity's most famous sword saint, Holy Knight Captain Pari of the Holy Mountain of Light, his influence further expanded. Recently, he set an engagement with the Philip family, and many butterfly effects came one after another. Due to his age, the former director of the Academic Affairs Department, Old Leon, submitted his resignation to Rex the Great several times. It was said that he finally received the approval of Rex the Great not long ago. The new director of the Academic Affairs Department would be chosen from the 3 deputy directors, and the most popular one was Paul's father, Salvador. It was said that when Salvador accompanied Rex the Great to inspect Star Dragon Academy last week, Rex the Great had personally revealed this intention. Although the official appointment letter had not been issued, many people in the Academic Affairs Department had already begun to curry favor with this future deputy director. Qin followed Paul to the Roman family's mansion, and just happened to see Salvador personally send a few people out of the door. When these people saw Paul, they all smiled and some even bowed to him. Paul recognized that the leader was the patriarch of the Lincoln family. The Lincoln family was once an old rival of the Roman family. In recent years, with the growth of the Roman family's power, the Lincoln family began to change their strategy and befriend the Roman family. Now that Paul's participation in the Temple Knight selection was imminent, and the wedding date was approaching, the patriarch of the Lincoln family had personally sent his second son, Diego, to the Roman family. He wanted to become Paul's follower, which symbolized that the Lincoln family had completely handed over the white flag to the Roman family. Naturally, Salvador would not refuse, and had already agreed on behalf of his son. Paul thought about it and did not express any objections. Although the appearance of this competitor was a bit unexpected, Qin did not take it to heart. his animal taming and mind language, were deeply valued by Eliza, and his loyalty to Paul had also been tested. Taking a step back after the duel, it was still a question whether this follower would stay with Paul. Seeing Chen Rui's calm look, Paul nodded approvingly. As a strong man, he would definitely have more than one follower in the future. However, there were also good and bad among followers. Compared with Diego, who had an impetuous look on his face, the ability and loyalty of Richard were obviously more trustworthy. There seemed to be no movement from the Philip family and the Tribbett family, and there was no news from Samuel or Joanna. Paul was even more certain in his heart. In the following days, he would either frequently attend various social events or take Chinrue and Diego around the capital to show off, allowing Chinrue to see the prosperity of Yerodisha. 3 days later, the date of the duel finally arrived. The location of the duel was the largest royal arena in the capital. Paul's reputation as the #1 genius swordsman was very resounding in Yerodisha. This time, the Dragon-Bright Emperor, Rex, personally hosted the duel. The upper-class nobles gathered together, plus the civilians watching the excitement. The huge arena was packed. Paul's appearance was very good. Today, he wore a dazzling sapphire armor with a silver silk cloak. His whole person looked dazzling and attracted many people's attention. When he walked into the field, it attracted the screams of the noble ladies and women. Gossip related to the duel also circulated in the crowd, such as the triangle relationship between Joanna, Samuel, and Paul, Samuel's defeat in the duel and the loss of his fiancée, etc. The duel had not yet begun, but the whole scene was already quite heated. Chinrue was Paul's group of friends and relatives. His position happened to be opposite the VIP seats. Although the distance was relatively far, with his eyesight he could clearly see the situation on the opposite VIP seats. In the middle of the VIP seats sat one of the 2 human emperors, Rex. Roland. Rex wore a pale golden robe, a crown on his head, and a scepter in his hand. He looked 35 or 36 years old. He was handsome and had a mustache. He was full of the charm of a mature man. Arthur's outline could be faintly seen on his facial features. As his eyebrows flickered, there was a supreme deterrent. When he saw Rex's face clearly, Chinrue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. There was a strange sense of intimacy in his heart. It originated from the fusion memory. In the memory, this emperor seemed to be a doting father. At least he used to be. There was a young man next to Rex. He had silver hair and golden eyes. His expression was casual. Judging from the position of sitting side by side with the emperor, this person's status should be very special. This young man faintly gave Chinrue a sense of danger. It was just like when he saw Raisin in the Bloody Empire that day. At that time, Chinrue was only at the level of Demon Emperor. Chinrue didn't know if the young man noticed the peeping and looked this way. Chinrue immediately retracted his gaze and shouted with Diego next to him to cheer for Paul. The young man looked for a while, and he didn't find anything unusual, so he turned his head again. Chinrue was secretly vigilant. Just in case, he didn't dare to look at the young man again. However, a special feeling in his heart became stronger, as if something was attracting him. His gaze moved to the side involuntarily and finally fell on a person on the lower left side of Rex. This was a woman with short, golden brown hair and blue eyes that were deep and beautiful. She was sitting next to a man. Unlike the other aristocratic women's revealing and sexy clothes, she was wrapped in a tight robe and a veil on her face. The moment he saw this woman, Chinrue felt his heart beating at an unprecedented frequency. With his will and strength at the moment, he couldn't suppress it. This was the throbbing belonging to Arthur. For the first time, it was so strong. Chapter 662. In Chinrue's mind, some memory fragments began to intertwine and emerge. Most of these fragments were incomplete and hazy, but they all had one common feature: eyes. The blue eyes were as beautiful as the ocean, and there was a touch of sadness in the gentleness in the depth. In a trance, all the fragments began to overlap and converged into a vague scene. A warm hand gently stroked the young man's face, and he slowly turned and left. The distant figure became more and more blurred in the young man's tears. This was the most profound picture left in Arthur's subconscious or obsession. Even Chen Rui's main consciousness, which had merged with the memory fragments, couldn't erase this strong obsession. Chen Rui took a deep breath and finally suppressed the strong emotional fluctuations. He frowned and asked Diego next to him, "Who is the woman sitting in the second row on the left of His Majesty?" "The second row on the left?" Diego squinted his eyes for a long time, but he couldn't see clearly at all. He refused to show weakness and deliberately said, "It turns out to be her." "Don't be delusional. A woman who can sit in that position is not someone a small character like you can covet." Shinrui thought, "I covet your sister. If I really reveal the identity of the Royal Highness, I'm afraid your sister will covet me." Without waiting for him to ask again, Paul in the field spoke. Paul first bowed to Rex the Great in the VIP seats, then exhaled and said, "Dear His Majesty Rex, your Royal Highnesses, lords and guests." Paul's powerful voice covered the entire arena, and the noisy arena gradually quieted down. "I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Everyone must be wondering why my opponent, Samuel Caint, hasn't appeared yet." Paul's words caused a burst of whispers. They were obviously guessing the reason. According to the time, the challenger, Samuel, should have appeared, but he was nowhere to be seen until now. The patriarch of the Caint family, Samuel's father, deputy director of the Empire's finance department, Carlo Caint, had begun to sweat. Samuel was the Silver Knight of the Empire, and the duel was personally presided over by Rex the Great. Cowardice and defeat were two completely different concepts. If Samuel still didn't appear, it would no longer be a matter of the outcome of the duel. The Caint family might not be able to bear the wrath of Rex the Great. Here, I want to announce to everyone a piece of news that I just got today. The channel of this news is very reliable, but because the content of the news is too shocking, I've been unsure. However, Samuel hasn't appeared until now, which is enough to prove the authenticity of this news. Paul glanced at Carlo, who was constantly wiping his sweat. Then he set his eyes on the patriarch of the Philip family and Joanna's father, Fret. He sneered, "The news is that Samuel knows that he is not my opponent, so he just used the duel as a guise to elope with my fiancée, Joanna, early in the morning." This was indeed explosive news. There was a sudden uproar in the arena stands, and there were more and more discussions. Many people knew that Samuel and Joanna were lovers, and they also knew that after Samuel was defeated in the duel last time, Joanna's father set a wedding date with the Roman family despite his daughter's opposition. Unexpectedly, this time Samuel was so bold that he ignored the duel personally presided over by Rex the Great and eloped with Joanna. The patriarch of the Philip family, Fret, was shocked. He looked at Paul with shock and anger. Joanna had gone to Garten City to relax and had not returned yet. Taking a step back, it was not impossible for her to elope with Samuel. But Fret did not expect that Paul, who had always been respectful to him, did not inform him in advance, but directly exposed this matter in front of His Majesty Rex and everyone else. This was tantamount to slapping the Philip family in the face. Not only that, this scandal was tantamount to directly damaging the face of the arbitrator, Rex the Great, and would bring extremely serious consequences to both the Philip family and the Crubit family. If he had not been persuaded by Eliza, Paul would certainly not have bitten the Philip family. Now that he had chosen his future path, he must prove his determination to the Church and the Saintess. If he could attack and suppress the two families at the same time this time, it would definitely be beneficial to the Roman family's ascension. As long as they formed a certain momentum, coupled with the secret support of the Church, even Rex the Great would have to be somewhat afraid. Many people in the VIP seats were also whispering. Rex the Great still looked expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the surrounding voices suddenly quieted down. Paul seemed to feel something and was slightly shocked. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he slowly turned his head. He saw two people appear in the field, a man and a woman. It was Samuel and Joanna. Paul could not believe his eyes. Weren't Samuel and Joanna supposed to die on Storm Island? Could this be Eliza's trick? That was even more impossible. It was not easy for Eliza to win him over. She had no motive to frame him at all. First of all, I want to apologize to His Majesty. Due to some special reasons, I came late. Samuel bowed to the VIP seats. The reason why I was delayed was that I went to a dangerous place and risked my life to save my most beloved woman. That place is called Storm Island. As soon as the sentence came out, the audience was in an uproar again. Storm Island. That was a dangerous place that even a saint-level expert did not dare to enter. Samuel actually did this for Joanna. Oh, right. Why was Joanna on Storm Island? What a joke. You think you can save people from Storm Island? Paul had quickly recovered from the shock. His mind was racing. It was you who seduced my fiancé. The two of you colluded to make up such a ridiculous lie. Joanna is no longer your fiancé. No matter the outcome of this duel, the engagement between the Philip family and the Lohman family will be annulled. The one who spoke was Fret, the patriarch of the Philip family. The power of the Philip family was above that of the Lohman family. He had forced his daughter to marry Paul because of the disfavor of the Cribbett family, Paul's potential, and the background of the church. Now that Paul had slapped the Philip family in the face in front of everyone and almost caused the Philip family to be destroyed, he was naturally not stupid enough to give the other side of his face to be slapped. This decision was expected by many, including Paul himself. However, when he heard Fred announce it in front of everyone, Paul's heart still clenched and gave birth to a strong resentment. The happiest ones were Joanna and Samuel. At this moment, Rex the Great's deep voice sounded from the VIP seats, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Since both parties have arrived, let the duel begin. Samuel nodded to Joanna. She was very clever and did not say a word. She just gave him a moving smile and turned to walk to the grandstand. Paul's face was already covered with haze, and his eyes were full of hostility. Joanna had always been cold to him and had never smiled at him like that. The fact that this adulterous couple could come back alive from Storm Island and appear in the arena in time was indeed a heavy blow to him. Since things had already come to this point, the only thing he could do now was to defeat Samuel in the duel. As the victor, he would insist that Samuel and Joanna had an affair and work together to frame him. Then he would rush to the Holy Mountain to become a Templar Knight and use the power of the Holy Mountain to protect the Roman family. Although many of his previous plans were forced to be aborted, it was the only way to salvage the situation and turn the tables. Paul let out a low roar. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He held a long sword tightly with both of his hands. This was a double-edged sword named Splendor. It was a gift from Paul's teacher, the paladin, Captain Pari. A double-edged sword was also known as a double-edged greatsword. The width and length of the blade was far longer than the average single-edged sword. There was a sheath clamping tenon between the blade and the hilt. Not only could it be used to connect the two, but it could also be used to increase the power of the sword. The edge of the sword was slightly raised, and there was a sharp blade at the end, like the fangs of a beast. Samuel slowly pulled out his long sword. Compared to Splendor, this excellent tier sword was just an ordinary one. The aura of the Silver Tier Knight did not have any special flow. Compared to Paul's aggressive aura, the Silver Tier Knight seemed to be calm. Rex the Great's gaze stopped on Samuel for a moment. His eyes lit up a little, and then he became calm again. The young man beside him suddenly yawned, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the duel. He was not interested in watching anymore. His action seemed a little rude in front of Rex the Great. However, Rex did not seem to mind it at all. The rest of the people also acted as if they did not see it. Paul's figure flashed, and he quickly approached Samuel. His double-edged sword swept across with a terrifying sound of wind. As long as there was space, The power of a double-edged sword was quite terrifying. The sturdy ground that was protected by the barrier had already begun to crack under the pressure of the blade. Samuel did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he focused on dodging. He adopted a strategy of guerrilla warfare. It seemed that he wanted to exhaust Paul's energy. Paul was unmoved. Instead, his attacks became even more ferocious. In fact, Paul did not show his true strength during the duel with Samuel last time. This time, Samuel's strength had obviously increased to a higher level. He had entered the saint tier, pseudo-saint tier, and was on par with him. However, Paul knew that Samuel's weakness was his lack of endurance. Endurance happened to be Paul's strength. Samuel was barely able to defend and dodge such a high-pressure attack. It would consume even more energy, and he would definitely be exhausted when the time came. Suddenly, Samuel's long sword drew an unimaginable arc. The back of the sword pressed against the spine of the double-edged sword at lightning speed. The blade of the sword moved along the body of the sword, aiming for Paul's throat. Such speed and strength were far beyond imagination. Paul was taken aback. He hurriedly tilted his head, and he felt a chill on his face. The blade had scratched his face, and there was an extra blood mark. Samuel did not give the opponent any more chances. The long sword in his hand was like a cunning viper. It bypassed the edge of the double-edged sword and frequently locked Paul's vital points. In the dim sword light, several cracks appeared on the sapphire armor on Paul's body. There was blood dripping on the ground. It was Paul's blood. Chinrue nodded secretly. Since receiving guidance, Samuel's combat skills and power utilization have indeed made great progress. In fact, the strength gap between the two sides was not very big. Paul's strength was only a step away from the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor, and Samuel had just advanced to the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor. However, the timing, location, and manpower were all on Samuel now. There was no suspense in this battle. Now he could plan the next step with peace of mind. Chapter 663. Flawless. The gemstones on Paul's two-handed sword shone brightly. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and his body was immediately surrounded by flames. The flames instantly turned into countless crisscrossing, translucent light shields. This move was taught to him by his teacher, Pari. It was equivalent to an absolute defense of the compressed power of the domain, and its effect was far above that of ordinary defensive spells. Paul himself didn't expect that he would be completely suppressed by his defeated opponent in this duel, and that he would be forced to use this move so soon. Samuel's continuous attacks couldn't break through the domain of flawless. He jumped and put some distance between him and Paul. A huge light mark appeared under his feet. The mark carried a strong aura of destruction, and he pointed his long sword at Paul. Dawn extinction. Paul secretly sneered. Samuel had also used this move in the duel last time, and he had easily broken it. He knew very well the characteristics of this move. This move also contained the power of the domain, and the attack range was very large. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy, and the attack range was relatively scattered, which happened to be restrained by the defensive characteristics of flawless. Now, although Samuel had shown that he was more powerful than him, as long as he could defend against this big move and counterattack when Samuel was exhausted, he could turn the situation around or even turn the tables. In an intense battle, opportunities were fleeting, and the time to judge or think was very short. Often, one could only make a choice, and it was more of an instinctive reaction. Samuel's sword had already exploded with an extremely sharp aura. Paul instantly made a decision. He didn't dodge, but fully activated the power of the domain and used flawless to take it head-on. The light in the field shone brightly, and the nearby protective barrier shook violently. The special high-strength defensive stone slabs couldn't withstand the huge pressure and shattered. Paul felt the strong impact of flawless, and the transparent light shields began to thin, even slightly distorted. However, he wasn't surprised but happy. Flawless was a bit like a spring. The thinner the shield, the stronger the defense. Dawn Extinction was indeed powerful, but with the strength of Flawless, it could definitely last until the end. Right at this moment, Paul suddenly felt the flow of his domain power change. With a chi sound, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Something sharp had already pierced through his armor, and the pain was so intense that it pierced his heart and spleen. Then sharp objects continuously broke through the shield at high speed. Paul felt as if he had been shot repeatedly. His whole body shook violently, and holes appeared on the surface of the Flawless shield. Although the holes gradually healed automatically, they were still unable to withstand the sharp impact. After the burst of light, Paul had already become a bloody man. The transparent shield had completely collapsed, and he staggered back. He had just stabilized his footing, and before he had time to react, he suddenly stopped breathing. A sharp blade had already been placed on his throat. A broken blade. At this moment, Paul finally came to a realization. It turned out that Dawn Extinction was completely different from before. The scattered attacks were condensed together, and its power was doubled. What was even more impossible to guard against was that Samuel deliberately shattered the long saber and mixed it with Dawn Extinction and shot it out. The broken blade, which contained the power of the domain, was extremely sharp and extremely lethal. Even Flawless could not withstand it. That saber must have been tampered with accordingly. No wonder he had not fought head-on with the Brilliant's greatsword before. All of this was prepared. Paul's second reaction was shock. He had already lost to Samuel in front of Joanna, in front of Rex the Great and all the upper-class nobles, and in front of all the spectators. Previously, the movements of the two were extremely fast, and many of the spectators could not see it clearly. When the scene froze, the stands all quieted down. The result of the duel was shocking. Paul, the number one genius that most people had thought highly of before the duel, had actually lost. Judging from the scene of him bathed in blood, it was still a crushing defeat. Samuel glanced at Paul indifferently. He did not say anything like a victor's declaration of victory. He just slowly put away the broken blade and turned around. Disregard. This was blatant disregard. Paul's heart surged with a strong sense of shame and indignation. He had the urge to sneak up on Samuel and cut him in half. However, this thought was fleeting. This was not the wilderness, but the royal arena. That arbitrator Rex the Great was one of the strongest saint-level beings in the human world. If he really dared to act rashly, it was unknown whether Samuel would die or not, but Paul and the Norman family would definitely be doomed. Samuel is the winner of this duel. Rex the Great's voice rang out. It was still calm and composed. Samuel bowed deeply to Rex the Great. At this time, a smiling man sitting below Rex the Great stood up and said, "Father once said that in order to achieve true success, hard work is more important than talent. I can imagine how much hard work our Silver Tier Knight has put in to achieve today's stunning victory. Sir Samuel, I'm very interested in the heroic deeds of Storm Island this time. I wonder if you can satisfy my curiosity. Perhaps you can also take out some spoils of war to let me broaden my horizons?" This man's words were beautiful, but in fact he was questioning the events of Storm Island. He was obviously up to no good when Samuel had just won. Only then did Chinrue know that this man was his second brother, Garfield. Arthur's Jinyao territory was currently ruled by Garfield's proxy. Garfield and Samuel's father, Carlo, had a long-standing grudge. They had framed and suppressed each other many times. The efforts of the second prince were inseparable from the current predicament of the Cavagot family. In the face of Garfield's attack, Samuel looked very calm. He bowed. "Your Highness, Garfield, I'm sorry, I went to Storm Island just to save my lover who was framed by a poisonous scheme. I'm not a hero. Moreover, if it weren't for a lucky escape, Joanna and I would have died in the hands of the Titans." Titans? The surrounding voices of discussion began to increase again. It was said that Titans could contend with giant dragons. Who would have thought that Samuel would actually encounter such a terrifying giant creature? As he said, Samuel took out a palm-sized piece of silver metal. "This is just something I picked up when I was running for my life. It's not a spoil of war. I wanted to keep it by my side to always be vigilant and give myself a higher goal to strive for. I don't know if it can satisfy your highness." The young man next to Rex the Great looked at the piece of metal from afar, and his silver eyes glowed. The armor piece of the silver-tempered scale armor is indeed Titan's craftsmanship. This little guy is very good. The young man's voice was not loud, but after Garfield heard it, he actually didn't dare to question it anymore and sat down. Rex the Great nodded slightly. "Samuel, I recognize your courage and strength. I now confer you as a Gold Knight of the Empire. The official conferment ceremony will be held in 3 days." Rex the Great paused, glanced at the young man on the side, and added, "I will also specially grant you the qualification to participate in the Dragon Valley Assembly in the second half of the year. If you can be recognized by the dragons, you will officially become a member of the Dragon Rider Legion." Samuel was overjoyed and quickly knelt on one knee to thank him. The conferment of Rex the Great caused a sensation in the entire royal arena. It was not too surprising that Samuel became a Gold Knight. After his strength reached the corresponding level, he was qualified to become a Gold Knight. Paul was a Gold Knight candidate, but he just skipped the level of a Gold Knight. Based on Samuel's performance in defeating Paul today, this kind of skipping was understandable. The most important thing was the qualification for the Dragon Valley Assembly. This kind of assembly was actually the strongest and highest status of the Empire's Dragon Knight selection competition. It was held every 50 years. There were only 10 places each time. The competition was extremely fierce. Even a Gold Knight would find it difficult to get this qualification. He didn't expect that Rex the Great would directly bestow one of the places to Samuel today. Many upper-class nobles began to speculate whether this was a sign of the reemergence of the Kvogt family. The patriarch of the Kvogt family, Carlo, showed an excited expression and bowed deeply to Rex the Great from afar. After Joanna's father, Fret, publicly announced that the marriage between Joanna and Paul was invalid, he was hesitating whether to accept Samuel, who had been rejected by him. After hearing this reward, he immediately made up his mind. The second prince, Garfield, still kept a smile on his face, but there was no trace of a smile in his stiff smile. Paul, who stood in the field, was more like an outsider at this time. The glory and reward received by Samuel was equivalent to another slap in his face. He was the first genius swordsman of the Empire and the disciple of Paladin head Pari. He was high-spirited and arrogant. He had always been shrouded in the aura of genius and winner. When had he ever suffered such a painful failure? It was not until Chen Rue walked into the field and held him that Paul regained consciousness. He felt as if his body had lost its strength, and he could only rely on support to stagger down. The news that Samuel defeated the first genius Paul and was conferred as a Gold Knight spread throughout Erodisha in a blink of an eye. It seemed to be a chain reaction. The result of the duel triggered the next series of events. The resignation of the old director of the Imperial Department of Academic Affairs, Leon, was approved by Rex the Great. His successor was the former director of the Department of Finance, Lucia. The deputy director of the Department of Academic Affairs, Salvador Norman, was transferred to the Department of Military Affairs. Karajan, the patriarch of the Tribet family, became the director of the Department of Finance. Many discerning people could see that this series of personnel changes was more like a long premeditated reshuffle, and the so-called duel was just the fuse. In recent years, the family forces related to the church had expanded more and more fiercely, which had long aroused the vigilance of Rex the Great. In any case, the supreme ruler of an empire was ultimately the emperor. The patriarch of the Norman family, Salvador, was originally the most popular candidate for the director of the Department of Academic Affairs, and even Rex the Great had verbally revealed the relevant intentions. But now he was transferred to the Department of Military Affairs. The position of the two academies was higher than that of the 3 departments. This kind of transfer seemed to be a promotion on the surface. But in fact, Salvador was only a nominal title in the Department of Military Affairs. He could not compare to the director of the Department of Academic Affairs, who had real power. The network of contacts and interests that had been worked hard for many years in the Department of Academic Affairs would gradually collapse. This incident had caused the Norman family to suffer a deeper blow than it seemed on the surface, and the family's business had been affected in all fields. The mansion that was originally crowded was now deserted, and no one came to visit. Even the follower of the Lincoln family, Diego, was nowhere to be seen. Only Chinrue, the loyal follower, still stayed and constantly encouraged the frustrated Paul. Looking at the sincere eyes of his follower, Paul was moved and finally made up his mind to cheer up and go to White Cliff to participate in the selection of the paladins of the temple. Poor Paul! He could not see the hidden horns and tails behind Richard's sincerity. Otherwise, he would have been moved to the point of bleeding. Chapter 664. In the evening, in a private room of the tavern, just an engagement. Chinrue smiled and raised his glass. Compared with the major personnel changes in the capital, the news of Samuel and Joanna's engagement seemed insignificant. Of course, for the two parties involved, this was the most important. After going through all kinds of hardships, the two of them were finally able to be together. Samuel quickly stood up and drank his glass. My family has its rules. After the engagement, the wedding can only be officially held after at least 3 months. Sit down, I said. Don't be so restrained. Chinrue waved his hand to Samuel. I hate those long-winded rules the most. Samuel sat down and smiled. If your highness returns to the palace now, then the marriage with Princess Rambus of the Rio Empire will definitely be restarted. Princess Rambus is known as the brightest pearl of the Rio Empire. This marriage was envied by many people at the beginning. I can be sure that your highness will experience more rules in the marriage than I do now. Princess Rambus? The brightest pearl? Chinrue frowned and shook his head indifferently. What's a princess? I even have a queen, and there are 2 of them. Who is Rambus? This is for you. Chinrue took out a long sword with a sheath and handed it over. Samuel respectfully took the saber. When it touched his hand, just the touch of the dark red scabbard gave him an extraordinary feeling. Under Chinrue's signal, Samuel gently pulled out the sword. He suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. The entire saber did not have any gorgeous accessories, nor did it have any dazzling light. When it was swung, it was silent, but the blade was extremely sharp. The light blue body of the saber had faint fish scale-like patterns, appearing simple and mysterious. The weight and length of the saber were extremely suitable for his hands. What surprised Samuel even more was the wonderful feeling of being one with life. It was as if it was a part of his body, and he could use his strength and moves at will. Just by waving it a few times, he had a feeling that he could not put down. I will soon follow Paul to White Cliff, so I can't attend your engagement or even your wedding. Chinrue shrugged. The quality of this flying centipede should be high in the legendary level. I made it myself. Consider it as an early gift for you. In addition to the increased attributes, it also has a feature that you should like. As long as you use a special method to activate the sigils on the sword can burst into fragments. As long as you use the corresponding power, the fragments can also be automatically retracted and reassembled. Flying Centipede sharpens, deepens wounds, increases waving speed by 50%, slowly recovers stamina by absorbing the enemy's power through damage. Special attribute: the sword has the characteristic of splitting and combining. It can be split into hundreds of fragments and retracted. The fragment state increases the splash damage by 30%. With Chinrue's current mechanical attainments, the probability of creating legendary-level equipment was already quite high, but it wasn't so easy to create quasi-artifact. In addition to his personal state, he must also have the corresponding inspiration, just like the last time in the iron tree spark house of the hill dwarf. However, for Samuel, The value of this sword was definitely not lower than the quasi-artifact. Samuel's eyes lit up. He stroked Flying Centipede as if he got a treasure. The attributes of this sword were too suitable for him, especially the characteristic of splitting and combining. It was simply tailor-made for the improved version of Dawn Extinction. By the way, it was indeed specially made by Royal Highness for me. Royal Highness must have spent a lot of effort to make it suitable for my new move. I can see that Royal Highness has spent a lot of effort. Wait, legendary level upper grade? Personally made? Samuel suddenly remembered that the full set of eternal black potions he had taken was also made by this third Royal Highness. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. Peak Saint Power! Potion Master. Also, he is at least a top mechanic master. If Third Royal Highness returns to the palace now, with this strength, it is very likely that he will directly become the first heir to the throne. Why, Your Royal Highness! Samuel suppressed the shock in his heart. Please forgive me for asking. Chinrue shook his head, patted Samuel, and interrupted his question. Everyone has their own pursuit and obsession. Just like how you went to the demon realm for Joanna and the Island of Storms, I also have my own goal. I can't answer you too much now. I only have one request. No matter what happens, don't reveal my identity to anyone at any time without my permission. If you want to take this as an order, then this is my only order. Samuel didn't ask again. He just nodded solemnly. Okay, I should go too. I hope that when we meet next time, you are already a dragon knight. Chinrue stood up, by the way that, and nothing. Take care. Chinrue wanted to ask who the veiled woman was, but he didn't ask in the end. The veiled woman and Arthur must have a deep bond. She even fused with a part of Arthur's consciousness to produce such a strong reaction. But so what? Arthur is Arthur, and he is him. This Long Huang Empire is Arthur's home, but not his. He was just a passerby who occasionally passed by. Even if he came here, he would eventually pass by. Just like what he often said to his beloved women. I'm Chinrue, Chinrue's Chin, Chinrue's Rue. At this moment, he suddenly missed them in the demon realm. Very much. Demon realm. Dark Moon Estate. The former sheriff and financial officer's residence. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the two purple moons in the sky, and the ruby-like pupils seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist. Hey, Athena, why are you in a daze? Come and eat quickly, or Paglio, and the others will snatch all the food. It was Oliphius who was slurring. She was stuffing a braised pork hoof in her mouth. In fact, judging from the large pile of food in front of the black dragon chick, the few dishes on Paglio and Lomont's side were just insignificant. Got it, Oliphius. Athena turned her head and smiled. Delia on the side was experienced. She understood Athena's thoughts and handed over a glass of wine. Do you miss him? Athena responded softly and took the wine. She was not a person who could hide her thoughts, especially in front of her good friends. Today was Delia's birthday, and a small party was held. Due to a series of large-scale activities such as Catherine's visit and follow-up cooperation, Jia and Princess Alice, as the Empress, were unable to leave the capital. Rala's training had reached a critical juncture, so she was unable to come. The rest of her friends had arrived. I'm sorry. Isabella, sitting across the table next to Crobolus, spoke. Chinrue had gone to the Dead Sea to look for the Dark Elemental King for several months, and there had been no news. This dangerous journey was for her. For these close friends, this matter was no longer a secret, including the relationship between Chinrue and Isabella. Only Lomont was a little embarrassed. After all, Isabella was his father's sister, although this was not a big deal in the demon realm, even though he was the one who caused this incident. Facing Athena and Kia, Ms. Intelligence was actually a little guilty. It was completely different from facing Jia. Except for Rala, she usually avoided meeting them as much as possible. She just stayed in the Rainbow Valley to recuperate and occasionally went to the capital to help Her Majesty Empress plan. On Delia's birthday this time, Isabella received an invitation from Lomont. Her close friend, Crobulus, also strongly urged her to go. Thinking that she might not have much time left, Miss Innie simply let it go. Unexpectedly, perhaps out of sympathy, Isabella saw more friendliness and tolerance in Athena's eyes. It was not a deliberate act, but a genuine kindness. This made the devil's snare flower, who had always been skillful, silent. She only spoke up at this moment. "You don't have to apologize." Athena shook her head and smiled. "If it were me or others, he would do the same. You should know him very well, so you should trust him even more. He will come back in time." Kia also nodded. In fact, the little succubus girl secretly whispered to Athena beforehand, proposing to join forces to give Isabella a show of strength. But when she really faced Isabella, the succubus maid suddenly remembered that she used to be tortured by soul shackles and waited for death every day. Her heart could no longer harden. It was not the first time that Isabella heard the last sentence. Her nose suddenly became a little sour. She turned her face away. "Thank you. Actually, I also miss the boss very much. I miss him very much." The black Miss Long on the side interrupted with a resentful look. She wiped her oily mouth with her hand. The large pile of food in front of her had disappeared, and there were only a few bones left. The one who reacted the fastest was the little succubus. She immediately showed vigilance. When did this foodie little female dragon hook up with my man? The bias of this guess was quite problematic. It was obvious that the first responsibility was blamed on Oliphius instead of a certain playboy. Athena and Oliphius had been to the battlefield together, so she knew the black dragon chick much better than Kia. She smiled indifferently. Isabella had recovered and asked, "You really want his salary, right? Is it almost time to pay the salary?" Oliphius nodded. She counted her fingers seriously and said, "The salary and all welfare benefits are converted to 52 black crystal coins, 10 purple crystal coins, and 13 white crystal coins a day. According to the settlement of half a year, he should pay me 30,000 black crystal coins." Speaking of 30,000 black crystal coins, the pupils of the black Miss Long turned into the shape of black crystal coins. She almost drooled. Wait a minute. Even if it is 53 black crystal coins a day, it should be less than 10,000 in half a year. Kia was now the person in charge of the Dark Moon Princess retail store. She was quite sensitive to the number of money. She immediately discovered the mistake of the black Miss Long. It should be 9,534 black crystal coins, according to the calculation of half a year and 183 days. Isabella quickly calculated the result. "Oliphius, how did you calculate the 30,000? The black Miss Long said righteously, "Didn't I round it up? 52 black crystal coins can be rounded up to 100. I reluctantly gave up the remaining fraction that is less than 4. Isabella, everyone, who taught you to round it up like this? And you also counted half a year as 300 days. Crobulus interjected. Although the dragon inscription jade Miss Long was very bad, she was not bad at mathematics, which was closely related to financial management. Seeing so many people pointing out the mistake, the black dragon chick said with grievance, "I'm not very good at math. But if I count according to your way, I seem to have missed out on the odd numbers. It should be 9,534 black crystal coins, 53 purple crystal coins, and 79 white crystal coins." Isabella, everyone. The black Miss Long suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. By the way, the boss also promised to pay me a special service fee for my personal bodyguard. That is extra. It should be a lot. Personal? And special service? What is it? The little demon girl's ears perked up again. When it came to special service, the succubus was the best among the sisters. So she immediately had some kind of sudden association. This is a secret between me and the boss. You can't tell other people. Oliphius shook her head firmly. Mom once taught me that a dragon must be trustworthy. This time, everyone's attention was shifted over. Their gazes were different. Does that guy really have an affair with Oliphius? My nephew slammed the table and said bitterly and jealously, "Animal!" The little demon girl rolled her eyes and used her trump card. "Oliphius, you tell me this secret, and I will give you 100 black crystal coins." Oliphius's eyes suddenly lit up, but she shook her head. Mom said that a dragon must be strong-willed. You can't easily waver in your position. Although somewhat unreliable, Oliphius was not a very scheming person. A dragon, it was hard not to have some kind of suspicion in these words. Athena's voice immediately sounded, 1,000 black crystal coins. Athena, you are such a good person. The black Miss Long was moved to tears, and she finally stabilized her position. But Mom also taught me 10,000 black crystal coins. This time it was Isabella. In an instant, the three women seemed to have formed a tacit alliance. Mom, still. Wait a minute. 10,000 black crystal coins? It's not white crystal coins or purple crystal coins. Oliphius held Isabella's hand with stars in her eyes. Mom. Sister, you really give it to me? Hearing the term mother, Isabella didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She broke free from the black dragon girl's greasy hand and said, "If you really think of me as your sister, you must tell me the whole secret." And then, the black Miss Long immediately said, "The boss said that the special service is that if someone blocks the way, I will help him beat them up. If there is magic fire thunder on the ground, I will step on it first. If there is a puddle, I will jump in to fill it." These words were greatly beyond everyone's expectations. Although these unequal treaties were suspected of exploiting labor and abusing child labor, there was no content as imagined. The two guys who were waiting to watch a good show were greatly disappointed. "That's it?" Isabella asked worriedly. "Of course not. I have a good memory." Oliphius said proudly. The boss also said that if I stay by Sister's side, if a man dares to approach Sister, I will beat that person into a pig's head. If Sister's yard door is locked, I will help the boss secretly open it from the inside. If the boss climbs over the wall to come in, I will pretend not to see it. If the boss wants to have sex with Sister, I will help him guard the door. Well, what is sex? Can it be eaten? Isabella, everyone. The sister that the black dragon girl mentioned was no one but Isabella. For a while, several eyes turned around. Ms. Intelligence didn't expect that she actually spent 10,000 black crystal coins to make a mistake, and her face was rarely red. Master Poison Dragon and his nephew on the side looked at each other, and they said indignantly, "Beast!" Chapter 665. 3 days later, Chinrue and Paul left the Dragon Brilliance Empire's capital, Eurydice. It was different from the high profile they had when they first arrived. This time it could be said to be light and simple. The two set off at night. However, Eurydice's nightlife was very rich. Along the way, many people saw Paul and inevitably talked about him. Even though the voices were low and their horses were fast, Paul's hearing was sharp enough to hear everything. His face turned gloomy, and he tightened his grip on the reins. The two of them passed through the checks in the inner and outer city. After leaving the city, Paul whipped his mount as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. It was only when they reached the suburbs that he gradually slowed down. "Sir Paul!" Chinrue showed a strenuous expression and urged his horse to catch up. Paul's breathing was a little heavy, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists. "Richard, am I a failure?" Life can't be smooth sailing. For losers, all kinds of setbacks and difficulties will become a part of our lives. However, as long as we don't give up hope, we can overcome any setbacks. A true winner will stand up from countless setbacks and failures. That's right. Being able to stand up is at least half the battle. If we fall, we will never succeed. Chinrue urged his horse to ride alongside Paul and smiled, At least half the battle is already won, sir. Paul adjusted his breathing, feeling his fighting spirit burning again. He nodded. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I am very fortunate to have a follower like you, a true friend who is also a mentor. I regret not listening to your advice. Don't worry this time. I will really stand up and become a paladin. When that time comes, we will return to Eurodisha with dignity, and I will help you fulfill your wish. I am very relieved, Chinrue said with a double meaning. I believe sir will not let me down. Paul didn't know the true meaning of this sentence, so he continued to gallop forward. This time he had returned to his normal speed. Chinrue looked back at the brightly lit, glittering treasure behind him and suppressed the inexplicable sadness in his heart. I should not come back after leaving this time. Whether it was home, father, or the pair of blue eyes, they were all just passers-by. He was Chinrue, and he did not belong here. Go. Chinrue turned around, shook the reins, and followed Paul's figure. This time, the two of them retraced their steps and headed for Dragon Fong City. Because in the Palace of Light of Dragon Tooth City, there was a single portal that led directly to White Cliff. Teleportation portals and teleportation arrays were similar in that they both used the principles of water magic. Furthermore, the number of teleportation was affected by mana and energy, so there was a corresponding limit. This single portal could only be entered and not exited. Furthermore, it was not open to the public and could only be used with special permission. Although Dragon Fong City was only a border city of the Long Huang Empire, its scale was far larger than Garten City and even larger than Yangshao Kingdom. The power of faith was extremely rich. In fact, there was no Palace of Light in Eurodisha, the capital of the Long Huang Empire. Chinrue had already guessed it from Rex the Great's action of shuffling the cards during the duel. The divine mandate of monarchs was a common method used by human monarchs to deify autocratic systems. It promoted that the monarch's power was bestowed by God and was naturally reasonable. Any disobedience or even rebellion was blasphemy to God. However, with the Palace of Light, a special institution that represented the highest divine authority, the seemingly harmonious monarchs and divine authority always had an irresolvable contradiction. This contradiction was particularly prominent in the two holy empires. Whether it was the Dragon Bright Emperor or the Blue Glory Emperor, on the one hand, they needed the name of God to consolidate their rule and strengthen their power. On the other hand, water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize a boat. At the same time, the monarchs were deeply afraid of the divine authority that could override the monarchs. They even saw it as the greatest threat and used various means to suppress it, either openly or secretly. The history of the human world was opened chapter by chapter in the development of this contradiction. The specific time when the Palace of Light appeared could no longer be determined, but it was worth noting that for countless years, regardless of the rise and fall of empires or kingdoms, the Palace of Light had always stood tall. The priest of the Palace of Light of Dragon Tooth City, Adola, was an acquaintance of Paul. Upon learning of his arrival, he personally went to the gate to welcome him. "Sir Adola!" Paul looked at the Palace of Light, which was 10 times more heavily guarded than before. It's already night time, but they're still in a state of vigilance. Did something big happen? Adola nodded and glanced at Chinrue. Paul smiled slightly. "Sir Adola, let me introduce you. This is my most loyal follower and also my most trusted friend, Richard. He's a Knight of Light candidate, and he'll be following me to White Cliff to participate in the selection of Knights of the Temple. There's no need to hide anything. Just say it." Chinrue's eyes revealed a touched look, but in his heart he was very disdainful of Paul's method of buying people's hearts. How could a ruthless character who was willing to kill the woman he loved for benefits really trust anyone other than himself? Richard's wealth and status were quite valuable to Paul's future plans, and he had shown rare loyalty at the moment, so Paul now had to seize this talent. Once Richard's value was exhausted, or there were higher benefits as a price, Paul would definitely abandon him without hesitation. Adola could not help but look at Chinrue again, nodded and said in a low voice, "The Black Death Apostles have appeared, and this time they're so brazen that it's outrageous. Their hands have already reached the capital of the Yangshao Kingdom, appearing at this sensitive period of the selection of knights of the temple. There must be a great conspiracy. Currently, White Cliff has activated emergency response measures. Not only have a large number of Knights of Light been dispatched, but Chief Judge Seuss has also personally led the referees to the capital of Yangshao to investigate and eliminate the Black Death Apostles. The palaces of the nearby kingdoms or empires are all in a state of full alert. The distance between Dragon Tooth City and the Yangshao Kingdom is not too far, so we're also fully prepared here." Black Death Apostles? This unfamiliar name stunned Chinrue. Judging from Adola's expression and words, the Black Death Apostles should be a force opposing the Church of Light. Moreover, their whereabouts were secretive and not known by ordinary people, and they were regarded as a great enemy by the Church. He did not expect the Church of Light, which covered almost all human faith in the surface world, to have such an opponent. The phenomenon of the weakening of faith was discovered in the capital of Yangshao Kingdom. The referees have already found out that the actual source should have started from Gudon Town, then Garden City, and then Yangshao Kingdom. Speaking of the Black Death Apostles, Adola stopped smiling and revealed a solemn expression. "By the way, weren't you and Miss Eliza assassinated in Garden City? Even Gudon Town's priest Mana died in the assassination. The Dagger Brotherhood and the Black Death Apostles must have a close relationship. Sir Seuss has already ordered the eradication of the Dagger Brotherhood. I believe it won't be long before the Dagger Brotherhood is uprooted. It's getting late now. Rest here for the night. I'll send you to the portal tomorrow morning." Paul nodded. "Thank you, Sir Adola." Chinrue and Paul were arranged to rest in the guest room, and Adola gave Paul a lot of gifts. Actually, this Lord Priest had heard the news of Paul's defeat in the capital at the first moment, but he did not mention it. Instead, he was very polite. If Paul could become a temple knight of the Holy Mountain this time, his rank would be higher than a city-level church leader like him. It was very likely that it would affect the personnel changes in the near future. Although Adola had his own background, no matter what, it was definitely not wrong to build a good relationship in advance. After Adola left, Chinrue asked curiously, "Sir Paul, what exactly is the Black Death Apostles?" The Black Death Apostles are followers of a secret church. This church advocates darkness and destruction, and their followers are extremely fanatical. 20,000 years ago, they massacred the living beings of 10 cities and sacrificed them to the evil god. At that time, it shocked the entire human world. Although the Church of Light and various countries worked together to eliminate them, they were not completely eliminated. Instead, they moved to the shadows and acted in an even more secretive manner. They are one of the enemies that the Church of Light fears the most and must eliminate. However, this church has disappeared in recent years. I don't know why. Massacring a city and sacrificing it? Chinrue had a faint sense of familiarity. He rolled his eyes and asked again, "Since this secret church has disappeared, what signs can we determine the identity of these heretics? Is it dark magic? Back then, Pastor Mana and I were ambushed by assassins using dark magic in a forest along the way." "It's not dark magic." Paul pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This is an internal secret of the church. I can tell you, but you must keep it a secret. The reason why the Black Death Apostles are the most feared enemies of the Church of Light is because they have the power to blaspheme faith. They can transform the faith of light into destructive and evil power." Chinrue felt his heart beating a little faster. When he heard Adola talk about the route of the Black Death Apostles from Gudon Town to Garden City and then to Yangshao Kingdom, he felt that something was wrong. Now he was finally sure the culprit was not some Black Death Apostles, but Shura. This was actually a plan that Chinrue came up with at the last minute. As the Avatar and the main body had a wonderful connection, Even if they were separated by a long distance, they could still transform faith crystals. When Chen Rui left Yangshao Kingdom with Paul, he left Shura, his avatar, behind. His target was the power of faith in the Palace of Light in the kingdom. He only took it back a few days ago after having a full meal. He did not expect the Church of Light to find out so quickly. Fortunately, Shura did not follow Qinrui all the time. Instead, they split up at Yangshao Kingdom. Otherwise, if the route of stealing faith was exactly the same as Richard's actions, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. What was even more fortunate was that there was an existence like the Black Death Apostles in the human world, who took the blame for Shura and Richard. Now that the unusual power of faith had been found out by the Church of Light, the investigation was very tight. Moreover, Qinrui was about to go to the lair of the Church of Light. It was better to keep Shura temporarily and not show his face. Tomorrow he would go to White Cliff. Qinrui secretly clenched his fists. The snow dowlet flower must be obtained in this operation. Chapter 666. Early the next morning, Adora sent the two to a large building. It was a one-way portal that led directly to the Holy Mountain. One could only enter but not exit, and only internal members who had reached a certain level could use it. It was now the period of the Temple Knight selection, and the Black Death Apostle incident had also happened. The control of the portal was quite strict. Even though Paul was a familiar face and had shown the qualification badge of the Temple Knight selection, he had also passed a strict routine check. After confirming Paul's identity, Qinrui's followers seemed insignificant. A simple registration was passed smoothly. Qinrui could see that this kind of one-way portal was very particular. In addition to the order in which the Sorcerer's Stone was placed, it also needed a special medium. If forced entry was used, it was very likely that they would be teleported to an unknown place. After the magic circle was ready, it emitted a blue light. The two figures began to distort and soon disappeared into thin air. After a wonderful feeling of being immersed in water, Qinrui and Paul appeared in a new place. This should be a fixed teleportation platform, and there were a large number of Knights of Light stationed around it. When they saw the two, they immediately went to greet them. After confirming their identity, Qinrui and Paul rode two prepared horses and galloped forward. The little Thunderbird was still on Qinrui's shoulder as a cover for his identity as a monster tamer. The road was wide and flat. There were many undulating mountains along the way, and most of the mountain rocks were white. Perhaps this was the origin of the name White Cliff. The most conspicuous was the tallest mountain in the distance. The towering mountain peak pierced through the clouds, looking like a crane in a flock of chickens. That is the holy mountain of White Cliff. Paul pointed at the towering mountain and said in high spirits, "As long as I can pass this election, I will be conferred the title of His Holiness the Pope under the snow dowlet tree on the snow peak platform of the holy mountain and become a Templar Knight revered by thousands." "You will." Qinrui looked at the holy mountain of light with shining eyes, like a weird uncle who saw a little lowly who wanted to see the goldfish. "I've really searched far and wide. Before I asked, I already got the news of Snow Dowlet. It's at the snow peak platform of the holy mountain. If I can become a Temple Knight, I will have the opportunity to be summoned by the three supreme angels. Maybe I can become a saint or even a saint." Paul shook the reins. "The official selection will be held in 2 days. Let's go to the Palace of Blue Thunder of Knights of Radiance now." Emissary? Saint? These two terms sound familiar? Qinrui remembered that in the Dark Moon Estate during the Dark Demon Battle, Nero mistook the Royal Star transformation for the Saint's armor of faith. In this way, the Saint is obviously the highest believer selected by the three supreme angels. After spending some time with Paul, Qinrui was no longer clueless about the Church of Light. There were 3 major factions in White Cliff, and the Pope and the 2 patriarchs were the representatives of the 3 factions. The 3 factions corresponded to the 3 supreme angels of the God of Light. Radiant Pontifendis was backed by Archangel Michael. As the highest leader of the Church of Light, he was also the most powerful faction in the Church of Light. His two most capable assistants were Cardinal Logue and Chief Inquisitor Seuss. Behind Patriarch Pusmer was Seraph Gabriel. Birmingham, one of the 3 cardinal bishops, belonged to this faction. Another patriarch, the Saint of Light, Eudora, was supported by Cherub Angel Raphael. One of the 3 cardinal bishops, Lagrin, belonged to this faction. There was no lack of open and secret fighting between the 3 factions, but they always maintained a delicate balance. It was like the 3 basic fulcrums that supported the church. Even if there were changes, the main body could always be stable. The names of these 3 angels reminded Chinrue of the religious legends of another world. Judging from the names Michael, Satan, and Lucifer, there were still many amazing coincidences in the 2 disjoint parallel worlds. What puzzled Chinrue was that the demon realm did not have a large faith organization like the Black Divinity Temple. Moreover, the demon god had hardly shown any miracles. Could it be that he was knocked out by the god of light? White Cliff's security was very tight. Every road was guarded by the Knights of Light. One must show his identity card to pass. However, White Cliff was now closed to the outside world. As a participant of the Divinity Temple's night selection, Paul brought Chinrue all the way unimpeded. At the foot of the Holy Mountain of Light was a large-scale city that was as famous as the Dragon Bright Empire's capital, Yerodisha, Holy Light City. The residents here were longer than ordinary people in terms of life expectancy and physical condition. They could participate in various activities organized by the church and meet those legendary big shots. Sometimes they could also witness some miracles that could only be encountered but not sought. For the believers who worshipped light, it was the greatest honor to be able to join the holy city and become the devout people closest to God. The number of people in Holy Light City was strictly limited. Every few years, a part of new residents would be recruited. Only the most devout believers could become residents of Holy Light City. Moreover, they had to pass layers of assessments. Even so, the believers still flocked to it. Holy Light City usually received a large number of foreign pilgrims every day, but it was much quieter now. The devout residents were abiding by the church's orders. During this time, they rarely went out to avoid disturbing the Divinity Temple's night selection. Whether it was the Pope, His Holiness, the 2 patriarchs, or the 3 grand cardinals and other core figures, they did not live in Holy Light City. Instead, they lived in the palaces of the Holy Mountain. Those high palaces seemed to be gods in the clouds, overlooking the humble people under their feet. Paul took Chinrue to the Tsonglei Palace on the mountainside of the Holy Mountain, the highest headquarters of the Knights of Light. Paul had studied in the Tsonglei Palace for many years, so he was very familiar with this place. He greeted many guards and knights along the way until he came to the main hall and saw the highest commander of the Knights of Light, the paladin, Captain Pari. Among the Knights of Light had the lowest rank. Above them were the Divinity Temple Knights, and the highest was the paladin. There was more than one paladin in the Holy Mountain, but Pari was the only one who could be called the paladin captain. Although the Knights of Light obeyed the command and transfer of the highest leader of the church, strictly speaking, they did not belong to any of the 3 major angel factions. As the paladin captain, Pari was nicknamed the Radiant Sword Saint. He had always abided by the Knight's creed of being loyal to the light and protecting justice. He treated people fairly and honestly, so he was deeply respected by the Knights. However, people who were too principled often offended people easily. In the eyes of many of the church's higher-ups, this Radiant Sword Saint was actually a stinky and hard stone. Pari was already more than 200 years old, but he looked like he was only in his 40s. He had a square face, a pair of spirited eyes, and a head full of short black hair without a trace of white. He looked energetic. "Teacher." Paul saluted respectfully. "I'm here. This is my follower, Richard." In the analytical eyes, Passari's comprehensive strength level was S+. Except for his physique, which was S, his other strength, spirit, and speed had all reached S+ level. He was analyzed as light attribute, magic swordsman, and the danger level was displayed as relatively high. Looking at the data alone, S+ was the peak stage of the demon overlord. But Chenrue felt that the strength of this radiant sword saint should still be above the pale, golden-skinned titan in the Storm Valley. He was not an opponent that could be easily defeated. The Holy Mountain was the base camp of the Church of Light, who knew how many peak powers of the human world were hidden there. In a sense, it far exceeded the two holy empires. In addition to this pari, Chenrue could sense that there were 10 demon overlord paladins in the Tsanlei Temple. The 3 magnates, Pope Fendis, Patriarch Pusmer, and Saintess Eudora, were also said to be top powerhouses. Not to mention, behind the church, there were truly terrifying super powerhouses, the 3 supreme angels. Although Paul knew very little about the 3 supreme angels, Chenrue remembered one thing. The remnant soul of the Saint Dragon Rodriguez encountered in the Tower of Destruction once mentioned the name Raphael. Rodriguez's strength at his peak should have been close to, or even reached pseudo-god, but he was still severely injured by Raphael. He was still full of fear. It could be seen that the strength of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel, should have reached pseudo-god. Facing a demon overlord powerhouse, Chenrue was now able to deal with it easily. Even if it was a kingdomized powerhouse who used the unknown polar transformation, he might still be able to fight back. However, facing a real pseudo-god powerhouse, he had no resistance at all. He would probably be annihilated before he could even open the Stargate. Therefore, he must be careful in this enemy's lair. Before getting the snow dowlet, he must not make any mistakes. Greetings to Sir Pari. Chenrue hurriedly saluted with just the right amount of excitement on his face. Pari did not pay attention to Chenrue. He nodded slightly and said to Paul, "The selection contest of the Temple Knights will officially begin the day after tomorrow. The residence of the participants is the Silver Villa in the Holy City. Someone will take you there later. You should prepare well in these 2 days. You know my temperament. Although I'm one of the main examiners, I won't take care of you just because you are my disciple." "I understand." Paul saluted again. "Please rest assured, teacher. I will not embarrass you." Pari nodded and let a Knight of Light lead the 2 to leave the Tsanlei Temple and come to the Silver Villa in the Holy City. Silver Mountain Villa was the largest hotel in the Holy City. When Paul arrived, there were already many contestants staying there. Paul only knew a small portion of the competitors here, and there were quite a few who had brought their followers. The role of followers was not to show off. For example, in this period, followers could go out and inquire about all kinds of information and news about the competitors. Chenrue wanted to inquire about the location of the snow-capped platform, so he immediately volunteered to complete the task of gathering information. Paul naturally agreed. When he was about to go out, someone suddenly knocked on the door. When he opened it, it turned out to be an old acquaintance, Eliza. "Future Temple Knight, I returned to White Cliff earlier than you." Eliza revealed a sweet smile. Paul had already promised Eliza to join the Saintess, so he naturally did not dare to neglect her. "What's the matter, Miss Eliza? Can't I come for nothing?" Eliza curled her lips unhappily. "Well, I know you need to calm down and prepare. I won't look for you. I'll just look for him." "Me." Chenrue pointed at his nose in surprise. He really did not expect Eliza to look for him. Paul was a little surprised. Looking at Chenrue's pleading eyes, he smiled slightly. "Richard still has an important task, but since it's Miss Eliza's request, Richard, you go and listen to Miss Eliza's instructions." Chapter 667. It was obvious that Eliza was here to look for Chenrue, not Paolo. Chenrue did not know what Eliza was trying to do with this insignificant follower of hers. He had originally wanted to gather information about the sacred mountain, especially the location of the snowy peak platform, but now he had no choice but to postpone it. Miss Eliza, what can I do for you? Chen Rui had seen Eliza's power in the assassination practice in Garden City last time, so he followed Eliza carefully all the way with a respectful expression toward the powerhouse. Why are you so reserved? Eliza giggled. Thank you for reminding me in Garden City. Otherwise I would have died long ago. Since you have come to White Cliff this time, I can repay you. Actually, I didn't do anything that time. Chen Rui smiled bitterly, pointing at the little thunderbird on his shoulder. Come to think of it, the real credit belongs to this little thunderbird. Then I'll repay it as well. Eliza's fingers danced in a strange rhythm, waving in front of the little thunderbird. She then slowly reached out, wanting to touch the little thunderbird, who knew that the little thunderbird would not be moved, staring at the hand that was reaching out, the feathers on its head standing up, showing a desperate look. Eliza retracted her hand and stuck out her tongue. What a difficult little guy to tame. It seems like my beast-taming skills are much worse than your soul whisper. It doesn't appreciate my kindness. Admittedly, the action of sticking out her tongue was very cute, but Chen Rui knew that this seemingly innocent girl was hiding a sinister side. In fact, Alice often used this expression, and it was truly cute. Thinking of a certain little loli that he had not seen in a long time, Chen Rui could not help but show a trace of warmth in his eyes. This expression was caught by Eliza, and she thought that her performance was a success. She was secretly pleased. Let's go, Richard. Since this is your first time at White Cliff, I'll show you around. Miss Eliza, I still have a very important mission to help Sir Paul find out. Here is a booklet that records the list and information of all the participants of the Temple Night selection. I wanted to give it to Paul, but I accidentally forgot just now. I wonder if you can pass it to him for me? Eliza took out a small booklet and waved it. It was obvious that she was giving him the credit. Chen Rui could only nod with a pleasantly surprised expression. Eliza brought Chen Rui around Holy Light City. In terms of prosperity, Holy Light City was inferior to Dragon Brilliance Empire's capital, Yerodisha. However, the unique charm and atmosphere of a religious city was something that Yerodisha did not possess. Buildings and cultural goods with the theme of light faith could be seen everywhere. Every corner of the city was filled with dense faith power. Even in ordinary places, the density of faith power was no less than the Hall of Faith in Garden City. This kind of faith power was very tempting to Chen Rui, but with the precedent of Yangshao's capital, he did not dare to easily let Shura devour this faith. At the very least, he could not act rashly before he obtained the snow dowlet. Hey, Richard, why are you in a daze again? Eliza stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. How are the people I just met? What do you mean, how are they? Chen Rui was startled. Eliza was very familiar with Holy Light City, introducing him to many people along the way. Eliza revealed a strange expression and pulled him to a corner, saying in a low voice, You don't like those people? There's one who looks quite similar to Paul. Ah. Chen Rui was stunned for a moment before he finally reacted. So Eliza's real intention was to pimp. Ugh. Eliza was actually introducing him to men. In that instant, Chen Rui felt worse than if he had swallowed a dead rat. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Back then, in order to deal with Eliza's suspicions, he had fabricated a poignant story about a chance encounter with a beautiful elf. In the story, a beautiful female elf died in the arms of Pig's Feet and gave the power of the soul whisper to Pig's Feet. Perhaps it was some kind of spiritual hint from his lover before she died. But Pig's Feet lost all hope and seemed to have lost interest in women. That was the end of the story. At that time, he had successfully muddled his way through. But now, Eliza had come up with a follow-up plot. She had even kindly introduced men to him. Most of them were muscular men. What made him even more speechless was that there was even a guy who looked like Paul Shaw. Holy shit, how dare you treat me as a submissive? No matter what, this bro is also an attacker. Apui, what kind of nonsense is this? From top to bottom, from front to back, left to right, all I like are girls. Then, from Eliza's point of view, the real reason for Chun Rue's loyalty to Paul should be because of the hidden gay love in his heart. If Isabella dared to have such doubts, Chinrue would have immediately pressed her down on the ground and had sex with her to prove his sexual orientation. However, now that Eliza was introducing a boyfriend like this, Chinrue did not know if it was a test, but no matter what, this kind of sex appeal definitely could not be sacrificed. Miss Eliza, I think you have misunderstood. Chinrue finally squeezed out a sentence. No misunderstanding. You don't have to explain. Eliza patted him considerately. I understand. Understand her ass. Chinrue almost wanted to jump up and scold her whole family for being gay. Miss Eliza, you really have misunderstood. I am not interested in men at all. Chinrue said hesitantly. Actually, after that time, I really don't have any special feelings for human women. But if it's possible, I want to find a woman from the elven race. The elven race? Eliza only then realized that she had made a mistake. The men and women of the elven race were all handsome and beautiful. Many high officials and nobles coveted the beauty of the elves, but the elves were not to be trifled with. Other than possessing great power, they also signed an alliance agreement with one of the two holy empires, the Ryo Empire. Any human who dared to capture the elves would be listed as an enemy of the Ryo Empire and would be jointly punished by the Jadeite Forest Sea and the Ryo Empire. The Ryo Empire was also known as the Magic Empire. It was the location of the Sorcerer Union, and it gathered the pinnacle of the human world, the most elite magic power. Every city had a mage tower and all kinds of magic devices, and with the support of the elves, its power was not inferior to the Long Huang Empire. I can't do anything about the elves. Eliza spread her hands. I do know a half-elf female, but that woman is sinister and vicious. She's not as easy to get along with as I am. Love was a wonderful thing that often could not be restricted by race. There are many examples of human and elf unions in history. However, compared to the elves who had a lifespan of thousands of years, the human lifespan was too short, so this kind of marriage was naturally extremely short. Chinrue now knew that the human world was not like the demon realm, which had a single reproductive race. Instead, there were a large number of hybrids. Half-elves were hybrids born from elves and other races, mainly humans in this case. The life of half-elves was twice as long as ordinary humans, but it was shorter than the real elves. Most of their appearance inherited the handsomeness and beauty of the elves, but there were differences in individual characteristics such as ears. However, half-elves were often not recognized by the real elves. Most of them lived in human society. Their handsome appearance was easily accepted by humans, but part of the elven bloodline would also be rejected. Moreover, because they could not receive the protection of the elves, they would sometimes attract unexpected disasters. As Eliza spoke, her eyes suddenly flashed, and the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. You're lucky, Richard. We just talked about this matter, and a half-elf immediately came. Chinrue noticed that Eliza used the word only, and from her tone and expression, there seemed to be strong hostility. Following her gaze, he saw a woman walking towards the small square in front. This woman had a graceful figure, fair skin, long blonde hair, and beautiful facial features. However, her whole person seemed cold, as if the words "strangers do not approach" were written on her. Sister Miranda. Eliza shouted loudly, holding Chinrue's arm intimately as they walked towards the woman. Miranda saw Eliza walking over with a man on her arm, and frowned. Eliza, what's the matter? Her voice was as cold as her appearance. Can't you greet me if there's nothing? My dear senior, we're both master's disciples. If you're so unreasonable, I'll be sad. Another disciple of the saintess? The relevant data displayed in the analytical eye made Chinrue's eyes slightly brighten. No wonder there was a sense of familiarity. So sad? A trace of mockery flashed past Miranda's green eyes, and her gaze fell on Chinrue, but a thunderbird perched on his shoulder. Who is he? You don't know him? Eliza's words had a double meaning. Oh, right, this should be the first time you've met. Let me introduce you. This is my new friend Richard, a Knight of Light candidate with great potential. Last time in Garden City, if it wasn't for Richard, I would have been killed by that insidious assassin. Richard, this is Miranda, my senior. She's also a beautiful half-elf. Due to the need of the role, Chinrue stared at Miranda's face intently, bowed, and stammered, Miss Miranda, your beauty is comparable to the bright moon in the sky. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Miranda showed a disgusted expression and threw a sentence at Eliza. She ignored Chinrue and turned to leave. Looking at the tall figure going away, Chinrue's heart was clear. Although the height and voice had changed, he was sure that Miranda was the female assassin who almost killed Eliza in Garden City last time. Right? The Avatar also received some special interest from this half-elf lady, the Saintess's faction killing each other? Is it for personal grudges? Or is it for a higher interest? The two parties involved in the assassination in Garden City should be aware of it, but they seem to be indifferent. She's gone. Why are you still staring at her? Eliza pinched Chinrue's arm and said unhappily. Chinrue smiled a few times. This Miss Miranda? Is she really a half-elf? And a half-elf with the body of light blessing. A murderous look mixed with jealousy in Eliza's eyes was fleeting, and she regained her smile. It seems that you are a little interested in her? Aye. Chinrue showed a bitter smile. I don't know if it's the power of the mind word, but I have some intimate feelings for Miss Miranda. But I'm just a substitute Knight of Light. How dare I have any delusions? Eliza smiled and said, Identity is not a problem. Your talent is very special. I can introduce you to my teacher, Her Holiness Eudora alone. As for Miranda, as long as you have the guts, I can also help you. Consider it as me repaying you for saving my life. Chinrue vaguely understood that Eliza must have some conspiracy to use him as a gun. His mind turned, and he showed a hopeful look. Really? Chapter 668. Seeing that he was tempted, Eliza smiled even more happily. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Chinrue looked hesitant, but I've said it before, as long as your special ability is recognized by Master, your identity is definitely not a problem. Eliza sighed. If you don't even have the guts, then forget it. It saves me the trouble of wasting my energy and getting nothing in the end. No, you just said she's sinister and ruthless? Eliza shook her head decisively. You must have misheard. Miranda is my senior. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about another treacherous enemy. I almost died in the hands of that enemy. I see. Chinrue hesitated for a moment, seeming to finally make up his mind. Miss Eliza, can you tell me something about the Sacred Mountain, including Miss Miranda's situation? Of course, Eliza said with a smile. I'm very happy to repay you for saving my life in such a way that satisfies both sides, my dear Lord Richard. Chinrue's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Chinrue and Eliza wandered around the city for a while before returning to the Silver Villa. The booklet he brought back made Paul quite satisfied, and he praised him greatly. Lord Paul, I have something to tell you. Seeing Chinrue's hesitation, Paul suddenly shivered. Richard, can we talk about this after the end of the Paladin selection? Chinrue was stunned. Why? I'm afraid it'll be too late by then. This matter is very important to me. Paul's expression was a little twisted, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Before you tell me about this, listen to me first. I know some experiences have a great impact on your life, and some things can be understood. We've gone through thick and thin together, just like brothers and sisters, but our relationship is limited to that. I'm really not suitable for you. Chinrue's expression became awkward again, finally understanding why Paul was shivering. It was exactly the same misunderstanding as Eliza. Damn it, it was all that damned elven story's fault. Chinrue resisted the urge to strangle Paul, and told him about his admiration for Miranda. As Paul listened, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chanrue, as if a heavy burden has been lifted from his shoulders. Lord Paul, what do you think I should do about this? Chanrue lowered his head. I know it's wishful thinking, but when I first saw Miss Miranda, I felt that she was completely different from other human women, and I couldn't help but be moved. I don't know what I should do. I don't know if I should do as Miss Eliza said. So I wanted to ask for your opinion. Eliza asked you to pursue Miranda. Paul frowned, as if he had already smelled a conspiracy. Yes, Miss Eliza said that to repay me for saving her life last time, she would introduce me to Her Holiness. Paul quickly weighed the pros and cons and did not remind Chanrue of anything. Instead, he nodded. Since it's Eliza's idea and you really have feelings for Miranda, then go ahead. I understand your feeling of love at first sight. Thank you, Lord. Chanrue revealed a happy expression. By the way, I want to know something related to the Holy Mountain, in case I make unnecessary mistakes. I wonder if Lord can tell me? No problem. Paul did not suspect anything and said, the 3 main peaks of the Holy Mountain had 3 shrines. Pope Fanda's Temple of Divine Seal, Patriarch Pusmer's Star Summit, and Saintess Eudora's Holy Sanctuary. Generally speaking, these 3 shrines represented the power of the entire Church of Light and were collectively known as the Temple of Light, but they were not the real Temple of Light. The real Temple of Light was located at the peak of the Holy Mountain. It was said to be a sacred place, connected to the will of God. Only the Pope and the 2 patriarchs were qualified to enter. The God of Light would issue decrees or show miracles through the Temple of Light. Sometimes he would even send his angels to descend. There was no doubt about this, because the residents of the Holy Light City had witnessed miracles more than once. The Snow Peak platform where the Snow Dowlet was located at the God Seal Peak, which was near the Temple of Divine Seal. The Snow Dowlet was also known as the Holy Flower. It was nurtured by the purest faith of light. It had a magical and powerful power of light. It was said that it could assimilate all evil forces. There were only 3 Snow Peak platforms in the entire Holy Mountain, and they were extremely rare. As one of the symbols of the Holy Mountain, the investiture ceremony of the Temple Knights was held under the Snow Dowlet. In fact, Chanrue had already gotten some relevant information from Eliza before. The reason why he did this to Paul was mainly to be cautious. What Paul said was similar to what Eliza said, and it was more comprehensive. Then it could be confirmed that the Snow Dowlet was at the Snow Peak platform on the east side of the God Seal Peak. In addition to the mysterious 3 supreme angels in the Holy Mountain of Light, he didn't know if there were other powerhouses beyond the demon overlord level hidden. The existing demon overlord powerhouses alone were not easy to deal with. There was probably only one chance to steal the Snow Dowlet, so he couldn't afford to fail. Thinking of this, Chanrue decided to calm down first and further familiarize himself with the environment and target location. After the selection of the Temple Knights that attracted most people's attention began, then he would officially launch the operation and succeed in one fell swoop. At this time, it was less than 2 days before the selection of the Temple Knights. Paul had been staying in seclusion to adjust his state while Chanrue inquired about the news as a follower. He talked to other followers and got to know each other, so he got a lot of information. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the selection of the Temple Knights finally began. There were more than 200 people participating in the selection of the Temple Knights this time. They were all elites from all over the human world. The selection of the Temple Knights was divided into 3 events: martial arts, riding battle, and team battle. Martial arts was a one-on-one battle, which was a contest of personal strength. Riding battle was a battle on the mount. In addition to one's own strength and combat skills, the requirements for horsemanship were quite high. The team battle was a test of the commanding ability. The contestants would command an equal number of Knights of Light to carry out a team battle to determine the winner. The original selection used a round-robin system, which dragged on for a long time. It usually took 2 to 3 months. Due to the appearance of the Black Death apostles, the three magnates of the church discussed and decided to adopt a single elimination system in the preliminary. This greatly reduced the time of the competition and added more uncertain factors. The martial arts competition was divided into 5 groups. These 5 groups would first be eliminated by drawing lots. The loser would lose the right to participate in the next round, and the winner would advance to the next round. It went up level by level until the final winner was decided. There were a total of 5 winners in the 5 groups. These 5 people would then go into a round-robin competition, which meant that each opponent would fight once, and the one with the most wins would be the final winner. The first batch of people who were eliminated in the martial arts competition would lose the right to participate, and the remaining half would participate in the next event, the writing battle. The 5 people who entered the martial arts competition could directly participate in the second round of the writing battle. The writing battle would eliminate another batch of people, and when it came to the team battle, more than 90% of the 200 people would be eliminated. Only 20 people would become the final winners, and the Pope would personally confer the title of Temple Knights. The competition was cruel. Some people might have the strength, but they were unlucky and met the strongest opponent in the first round and were eliminated. This phenomenon also existed, but luck was also a kind of strength. A loss was a loss, a win was a win. There was no process, only the result. In any case, the 20 people who could stay in the end would definitely be the undisputed true elites. There were 4 examiners this time, the 3 cardinal bishops and the paladin Captain Pari. Originally, head Inquisitor Seuss was also one of the examiners, but due to the emergency of the Black Death apostles, Seuss was leading the elites of the Inquisition to clean up the heretics, so he did not have time to participate in the selection. After drawing lots, the selection began. One by one, the names and the matchups were listed on 5 huge magic bulletin boards, and Paul was placed in the 5th group. The first stage of the knockout competition was held in various venues at the same time. There was a referee to decide the winner of each match, and there were also staff responsible for recording with magic devices. If there was a disagreement, they could appeal to the examiners. The strength of the contestants was mostly level B, and there were only a few level A. Naturally, Chenrue was not interested in this level of battle. Paul's luck was good. He defeated all the opponents in the 2 days, and in the next round he drew a blank, which meant that he could rest for half a day tomorrow morning. As long as he won 2 more rounds, he would be able to become the first in the group and advance directly. In the evening, Eliza came with a message. Saintess Eudora had summoned them. In addition to Paul, he also summoned Chenrue, a follower. Eliza brought Chenrue and Paul out of Holy Light City, all the way to the Holy Mountain of Light. The first impression of the Holy Mountain was the spacious and long stairs, all paved with expensive white lustrous stones. The simple style revealed a majestic atmosphere. What made Chenrue the most was the incomparably rich power of faith, even richer than in Holy Light City. However, this was obviously not the time to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth, so he could only resist the temptation and continue forward. Setting foot on the Holy Mountain for the first time, Chenrue was very curious and asked some questions from time, to which Eliza answered patiently. Little did he know that he was verifying the map that he had previously imagined from the intelligence reports with the actual terrain one by one. The stone steps in front were divided into 3, and Eliza smiled. The left path is to the Temple of Stars, the middle path is to the Temple of the Divine Seal, and the right path is to the Temple of Divine Grace. The Saintess doesn't like long-winded people, so I won't be able to answer your questions like this. Understood. Thank you, Mississippi. I know what to do. Although he knew that Eliza had ulterior motives for Chenrue, he couldn't help but feel unhappy when he heard that she was taking care of a small follower while neglecting him. Of course, this unhappiness was only hidden in his heart for now. As they approached the Temple of Divine Grace, Chenrue's feelings grew stronger and stronger. It was as though every breath he took was, in a special sense, the power of a kingdom. Chenrue subconsciously raised his head and saw a simple and unadorned hall in the distance. In front of the hall was a huge statue that was snow white with 6 pairs of wings on its back. The entire hall was emitting an incomparably rich power of faith, 100 times stronger than on the way up the mountain. Chapter 669. The extremely rich power of faith in the blessed palace almost made Chinrue unable to hold back. One must know that stealing a bite here was more than 1 or 2 days in an ordinary city. However, this was in a territory kingdom. Although the power of this kingdom seemed to be weaker than the kingdoms of King Octopus, Mirage, Lich King, and others that Chinrue had encountered before, and it seemed to be a powerhouse who was enlightened by a newly promoted kingdom. A kingdom was still a kingdom. With Chinrue's current strength, he was definitely not an opponent. Moreover, it was not the time to expose his true strength. Chinrue suppressed his thoughts and continued to walk forward. However, the closer he got to the location of the giant angel statue, the more he felt that something was wrong. The power of faith surrounding the angel statue was not emitted by the statue. On the contrary, the statue also faintly revealed a special devouring power that slowly absorbed the power of faith. Since the speed of absorption was not fast, and the power of faith that came from nowhere was endless, the statue was always wrapped in a high concentration of faith, like an invisible cocoon. Chinrue was puzzled. At this time he had walked the stone steps, and there was a huge square in front of him. The ground of the square was paved with smooth and square stone slabs, and the giant angel statue was standing in the middle of the square. The statue had handsome facial features and a solemn expression. It was holding a long sword in its right hand and a shield in its left hand. There were 12 wings on its back, and it exuded a faint sacred aura that made people have the urge to worship it. As he noticed the changes in the power of faith, this seemingly sacred aura seemed very strange to Chinrue. At the end of the square was a quaint hall with many small buildings behind it. It was one of the 3 main peaks of the holy mountain of light, the blessed palace. Chinrue followed Eliza and Paul into the square. When he passed by the giant angel statue, the data that suddenly emerged from the analytical eyes shocked him. Race, unable to determine. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to determine. Analysis, extremely dangerous. Ever since Chinrue entered the 6-star evolution stage, this was the first time that he had encountered an object that he could not judge. Furthermore, the object was this lifeless statue. With his current perception, even without analytical eyes, he could judge the opponent's level. However, his S++ level spirit power didn't detect this giant sculpture at all. He only sensed the abnormality of the faith power previously. If it weren't for the skill of analytical eyes, he definitely wouldn't know that the sculpture had such terrifying power. What was this angel sculpture? War machine? Or rather, the inside of it? Chinrue took a few deep breaths and quickly put away the shock in his eyes. He looked around in amazement and exclaimed softly. Eliza was not suspicious. The statue of the cherub was the symbol of Blessed Peak. Many people would be attracted by the statue's grandeur and holy aura when they first came here, exclaiming in admiration. It didn't take long for the group to pass through the square and enter the blessed palace. In the palace, Chinrue finally met one of the 3 magnates of Holy Mountain, the Patriarch and Saintess Eudora. The first impression that Eudora gave to Chinrue was ethereal, as if she was otherworldly. Her independent temperament exuded a faint ethereal power, making people involuntarily have a feeling of looking up to her. In fact, he really needed to look up to the saintess because Eudora's figure was extremely slender. Her height was even higher than Chinrue. She wore a snow-white robe, and her light blue long hair was slightly curled. Her blue eyes were covered with a layer of translucent white gauze. One could faintly see her beautiful face that seemed to be carved. For some reason, when Chinrue saw Eudora, he had a vague sense of familiarity. He didn't know if he had seen her before. He also didn't know if it was because of Arthur's consciousness or Chinrue's own memory. He couldn't remember for a while. However, his attention quickly shifted to the data of analytical eyes. Race, Human Comprehensive Strength Assessment, SS, S++, Physique, S+S, Strength, S+S, Spirit, SS, S++, Speed, S+S. Analysis, Light Attribute, Fire Attribute, Danger Level, Very Dangerous. This data was very strange. Although it was the first time that Chen Rui saw the level of SS, he could understand that it should be the level of a kingdomized powerhouse. S++ was the level between the peak stage of the demon overlord and kingdomized. Chen Rui's current spirit power was S++. The strange thing was that most powerhouses hid their strength. For example, Chen Rui's S+ level strength was hidden as C, and that analytical eyes should show CS+. However, Saintess Eudora was the opposite. On the surface, her strength seemed to be a kingdomized powerhouse, but in fact, she had not reached the true kingdomized level. What caused this situation? Is it the statue of the 12-winged angel outside? Or this temple? While Chen Rui was thinking, Eliza in front of him had already saluted Eudora. "Teacher, I have brought Paul and Richard." Chen Rui saluted together with Paul. The saintess looked at Paul, nodded, and praised. "You are worthy of being Pasari's genius disciple, the famous young talent of the Long Huang Empire. You are less than 30 years old, and you are about to break through the first small realm of pseudo-saint. In other words, you have the hope to break through in this selection. If this continues, you will enter the true saint level soon." This voice sounded distant and illusory at first, but it was gentle and moving when listened carefully. It made people feel intimate. Paul quickly said a few modest words, and Eudora said, "You don't have to be too modest. I am very optimistic about your potential. I believe that you will shine in the selection this time. If you can become a temple knight, are you willing to become the guardian knight of the Holy Peak?" Every temple had an exclusive guardian knight, and only temple knights were qualified to become guardian knights. Joining a temple naturally also represented the choice of side. Paul had already made a decision when he was in Garten City. He bowed and said, "Paul Lohman is willing to become a member of the Holy Peak." "I am very happy with the choice you have made." The saintess nodded slightly. "However, this choice will make your teacher unhappy." Pari had always been neutral among the 3 major temples and did not join any faction. If he knew that Paul, the heir he valued, had chosen the Holy Peak without his consent, he would definitely be very angry. Paul lowered his head. "I will explain to the teacher. In any case, I will stick to my choice. I have seen your determination, future guardian knight." The saintess waved her hand gently, and a small box slowly flew in front of Paul. "You give this to him for me. Maybe he will not be angry with you." Paul did not ask what it was, and respectfully took it with both hands. Eudora's gaze fell on Chen Rui. "Your name is Richard?" "Yes, your holiness." Chen Rui showed a terrified expression and lowered his head. "I heard from Elisa that you have the soul whisper that only the special elites of the elves have and can control any magical beast. You have also subdued a thunderbird." "Your holiness, to avoid offending you, I did not bring the thunderbird. My soul whisper, actually any magical beast, no, sorry." Chen Rui's tone was agitated, and he seemed a little incoherent, forming a sharp contrast with Paul's steadiness. "Don't be nervous." The saintess' voice was gentler. "If you really have the familiar ability like Elisa said, I will give you the best stage to display your ability if you are willing." "Your holiness, of course I am willing." Chen Rui quickly nodded. "There will be a new assessment for this year's cavalry battle. Richard, as a follower, you will also have the opportunity to fight. I look forward to your and Paul's performance at that time." Both Chen Rui and Paul were surprised. A follower also had to fight? However, both of them still bowed to show that they understood. The saintess' summon ended, and Elisa brought the 2 down from the holy mountain. looking back at the giant statue that should be the cherub Raphael. Chinrue quickly thought about it. Although he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Holy Mountain's power, it was enough to make him vigilant. The Holy Mountain contained a huge secret and power that was far beyond imagination. It seemed that some steps of the original plan had to be adjusted. No matter what, he had to get the snow dowlet. Elisa sent the two to the foot of the mountain and blinked her big eyes at Chinrue. "Richard, you must work hard." Saying that, she nodded to Paul and skipped up the mountain. Paul looked at Chinrue with a thoughtful look. "Richard, what are you thinking about?" Chinrue scratched his head. I was wondering why I didn't see Miss Miranda." Paul smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't Her Holiness say that? This time, there will be new content added to the cavalry battle, and you will also have to participate. Don't let your imagination run wild and focus on preparing. His Majesty is looking forward to our performance." Yes, for Lord Paul and for Miss Miranda. Chinrue was invigorated. He waved his fist and shouted in his heart, "For Madame Ini, the head of intelligence!" The first segment of the Temple Knight selection, the individual battle of martial skills, had finally ended. Paul fought his way through the fifth group and won first place in the group. He entered the finals, but he encountered strong opponents in the round-robin stage of the five-man finals and was defeated by two of them. In the end, he came in third place. As one of the 5 people who participated in the finals of the first segment, Paul obtained the qualification to directly participate in the second segment of the cavalry battle. Just as Saintess Eudora said, the content of the cavalry battle this time had changed. The original cavalry battle competition was each participant riding a horse to attack each other. Now, it was changed to the participants riding on a chariot of 5 horses and using special magic javelins to attack each other from a distance. Each person had 30 javelins, and the one who hit the most opponent would win. The participants could designate an assistant to control the horse. If there was no suitable assistant, the chief examiner would arrange for a Knight of Light as an assistant. Chinrue finally understood why the Saintess said that he, as a follower, could also be useful. Chapter 670. Half of the participants had been eliminated in the previous individual battle, so those who were qualified to participate in the second battle were not weaklings. After another round of screening, the remaining participants could be considered as the elites of this selection contest. Now, Chinrue and Paul were going to face such opponents. This type of battle was different from the individual battle in the first round. The participants could not leave the chariot to attack, or else they would be disqualified. Other than their own strength, riding and commanding the battle were both indispensable. The one who hit the opponent's chariot the most times within the time limit or when the javelins ran out would be the winner. If both parties failed to hit their opponent, they would be eliminated at the same time. Other than Paul, most of the participants chose the Knights of Light that were allocated for the competition. There were also a few participants who chose their own followers to drive the chariot. These followers should be good at horsemanship, and due to their mutual understanding, they had better teamwork. Paul's first opponent was a B-level warrior named Tam. He chose the Knights of Light to drive the chariot. If it was a one-on-one battle, the outcome would be decided in the blink of an eye. However, this type of long-range battle was completely different. First of all, the chariot was specially made. Like magnets of the same sex repelling each other, 2 chariots could maintain a distance of about 50 meters. Secondly, the magic javelins were also specially made. They would not cause harm to the participants, but they could greatly absorb the user's strength, greatly reducing the speed and power of the javelins. Although there was still a difference in strength, the gap was narrowed a lot, and the outcome was even more difficult to predict. Paul's battle began. In a huge ring-shaped field, both parties ran out from the opposite tunnel and began the long-range battle. Each chariot had 4 horses. For Chinrue, who had the analytical eyes, these high-quality pure-blooded horses were much easier to communicate with than the Thunderbirds. Soon, he completely mastered the control of the chariot. His opponent knew that Paul's strength had entered the saint level, so he did not plan to fight head-on. At the beginning, he commanded the chariot to turn around and run, distancing himself from Paul. Because time was limited, if both parties did not hit their targets, they would be eliminated at the same time. Of course, no one wanted to be eliminated, so one party would definitely make the first move. In a situation where one was anxious, it was easy to make mistakes. This way, his opponent would have the opportunity to counterattack and defeat the stronger opponent. Tom's battle experience and schemes were not bad, and his calculations were also very precise. However, just as the war chariot was speeding forward, he suddenly noticed something. His opponent was slowly closing the distance between them, and he could not help but frown. If he urged the horses to move at full speed like this, the horses would not be able to keep up in the end. It seemed that the other party did not have the patience to fight a protracted battle and wanted to end it quickly. He could use this psychological delay to his advantage. He immediately ordered, "Speed up! Keep your distance!" The Knight of Light urged his horse to move. But even though the chariot's speed was greatly increased, Paul was still quickly catching up, and the distance was shortened again. He was shocked and quickly shouted, "Faster! Faster! Quick!" The Knight of Light replied, "This is already the fastest." Ah, wait, how could they be so fast? Tom was shocked. He saw Paul's figure standing on the chariot with a magic javelin in his hand. He exclaimed, "Turn around immediately!" However, it was too late. Light flashed one after another, and Paul actually threw all 20 javelins in an instant. The golden javelins lined up in a continuous arc. In an instant, Tom felt as if his vision had slowed down, and in the blink of an eye, everything became 10 times faster. Before he could react, a series of explosions came from the chariot. All 20 javelins hit their targets, and not a single one missed. Tom was eliminated. The first reaction of Tom, who was defeated, was to complain and question the speed of Paul's horse. After a careful examination by the examiners, they unanimously ruled that the horses of both parties were the same, and there was no tampering. The reason why Paul's horse was able to move at such a high speed was due to the excellent beast-taming skills of the rider. This little episode of the complaint made the originally inconspicuous Chen-Rui quickly enter the attention of the contestants. Everyone knew that Paul had a follower who was proficient in beast-taming skills. In the following matches, Chen-Rui perfectly demonstrated the examiner's evaluation of his beast-taming skills, and he shone brilliantly. The most eye-catching battle occurred in the semifinals between Paul and Stanwell. Stanwell's strength was close to the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, and he was the champion of the first individual battle. He had easily defeated Paul in the final stage of the individual battle. However, in the cavalry battle, he encountered an unexpected result when he encountered his defeated opponent again. Due to the characteristics of the javelins, the difference in strength between the two parties was narrowed. After a dazzling round of long-range attacks, Paul and Stanwell each hit their opponents 7 times. On the surface, the results were equal, and Paul's 7th shot was before Stanwell, so he had the time advantage. However, Stanwell still had 5 javelins in his hand, and Paul had no javelins left. As long as Stanwell hit Paul once, Paul could be eliminated. Just when Stanwell, who thought he had the victory in his grasp, launched an attack, Paul's chariot suddenly made an incredible move. S-shaped dodging, braking, and even an unprecedented drift. In a series of incredible moves, all 5 of Stanwell's javelins missed. The final result was 7-7. Since Paul's shot was before Stanwell's, Stanwell was eliminated. This battle caused a sensation in the audience. Almost everyone was discussing the amazing moves of the chariot and Richard's wonderful beast-taming skills. There was not much suspense in the finals on the second day, because Paul's advantage was too obvious. He only needed to focus on attacking, and as for driving or commanding, that would be handled by his most capable follower, Richard. Just like that, Paul won first place in the second round of the cavalry battle. The top 3 would be seeded contestants, and would directly enter the third round of the team battle. After the elimination of the first 2 rounds, there were only a total of 48 participants in the third round. It would be a round-robin tournament, and Paul only needed to win once to become one of the final 20 winners. The title of Paladin of the Temple was almost set in stone. After Paul won first place in the cavalry battle, he immediately received olive branches from the Palace of Divine Seals and the Palace of Stars. If it was before he went to Garden City, perhaps Paul would still be hesitant about which faction to join. However, now that he had chosen the Palace of Saint Favored and met the Saintess, he would not be able to win the favor of either side if he were to change his mind. Thus, he did not hesitate and tactfully rejected each of them. In the afternoon, the Saintess summoned Paul and Chinrue again. This time, it was not Eliza who brought them up the mountain, but the half-elf Miranda. Because of the deceptive elf story, in order to avoid being called gay, Chinrue had to show considerable enthusiasm to Miranda. Fortunately, this half-elf lady seemed to be particularly disgusted with Richard, and she did not pay any attention to his attentiveness. Chinrue just cooperated and showed an awkward look. Paul saw it and thought that he was also rejected by Joanna in the same way. The hidden depression in his heart inexplicably eased a lot, and he comforted his frustrated follower. After passing the weird angel statue, they entered the palace of Saint Favored, and Chinrue saw the Saintess Eudora again. "Miranda, you can leave first," Eudora said faintly, and Miranda bowed and left. Although Chinrue bowed his head respectfully, he secretly glanced at the beautiful back of the leaving figure out of the corner of his eyes. He controlled his heartbeat a little fast. Eudora saw this scene, and a faint light flashed in her blue eyes. She said, "Paul, congratulations on winning the cavalry battle. Now you are only 1 step away from being a temple knight, but don't relax later. If possible, I hope you can win the final championship this time. This will also be the glory of the Palace of Saint Favored, and you may even get the attention and appreciation of a certain lord." The last sentence made Paul overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Your Holiness, I will do my best to win." Compared with the individual battle and the cavalry battle, the final team battle tested the command. As the commander, the contestant could not fight in person, so an opponent with strong individual strength, like Stanwell, could not perform well. Paul was still quite confident in his military strategy. Eudora nodded approvingly and asked, "Did you give that thing to your teacher last time? Did he say anything?" "I have handed it to the teacher as your Holiness instructed." The teacher seemed to be lost in thought and asked me if I had made a decision. I said yes. Paul lowered his head and took out a bottle. The teacher didn't say much about the thing, but he took out another thing and asked me to pass it to your Holiness. He also brought a sentence, saying, "We don't know each other anymore." Eudora pondered for a moment, waved her hand, and the bottle flew into her hand. "I got it. You can go back first. Richard, you stay." Paul was a little surprised that the Saintess asked Chinrue to stay alone, but he didn't dare to ask more. He bowed and left. After Paul left, Eudora walked slowly to Chinrue. "Richard, is this your real name?" Chinrue didn't know why Eudora asked him to stay alone. He thought quickly and replied, "Your Holiness, to be honest, this is not my real name. It's just one of the many names I have used. I was born in a big family in a kingdom. I was forced to leave because I failed in some fights. I once swore that before I get back what belongs to me, I am just an ordinary wanderer." "So you chose Paul and want to use his power to get back everything?" "Yes." Chinrue knew that Eudora must have investigated his background, and Richard was a blank before Gudon Town, so he deliberately said that Richard was just one of the aliases he used. "I see. Strictly speaking, you are a person of unknown origin, but from what you said just now, both your emotions and heartbeat are very stable. There are only 2 possibilities. First, you are telling the truth. Second, you have an extremely terrifying mind and strength that can deceive my senses." As Eudora spoke, her burning eyes fell on Chinrue's face. Chinrue secretly thought that it was a close call. Fortunately, he used his spiritual power to deliberately control his emotions just now. He immediately put on a surprised look and then smiled bitterly. If I can, I would rather be the second one. Eudora smiled behind the veil. As long as you join the Hall of Holy Favor and help me do one thing, I will satisfy any 3 of your requirements. Whether you want to be a strong person, have power, or something else, it will not be a dream. Chapter 671. Chinrue was very surprised. Only then did he know that the new rules of the cavalry battle were actually changed by the Saintess to deliberately test him. Her purpose was exactly for the phoenix egg. Also, Miranda was Eudora's disciple, and this Highness Saintess threw her out as a bargaining chip without thinking. This was definitely the trick of an ambitious person. Then, once Richard really hatched successfully, only his sister, the Light God, would know whether Highness Saintess would fulfill her promise or kill him. As soon as the door was opened, Chinrue felt a burst of heat coming to his face. At this time, the refreshing chill of the white ball effectively offset the heat, but he felt very comfortable instead. The 2 turned left and right and walked through one passage after another. Chinrue saw clearly that he and Eudora only turned 3 times. These were all illusions created by the magic circle. In addition to the magic circle, there were also ancient runes. There was another person in the palace, Eliza. Eliza's clothes at the moment were very revealing. Except for some strange accessories on her body, it was almost a bikini. Her figure was much more mature than her appearance. Although her chest was not as plump as Celine's, it was still plump. Her figure was graceful, her skin was white, and there were faint beads of sweat. She was full of a different kind of temptation. In the analytical eyes, the egg's data appeared. The feeling of burning. Eudora took a deep breath. Very good. The mind language that you have is more sensitive than I expected. Eudora and Eliza couldn't feel the phoenix egg's intimacy toward Chinrue. Because the necklace had the effect of shielding spirit fluctuations, coupled with Chinrue's own S++ level spirit power and breath-holding skill. Even Eudora couldn't detect the abnormality in his spirit power. However, just the phoenix egg's unusual movement made the 2 extremely shocked. Comprehensive strength assessment, unknown. Understood, Your Highness. You fool! Eliza yelled. How many people want to be the teacher's follower, but they can't get it? You are actually hesitating at this time? What the teacher gave you is more than 100 times better than what Paul can give you. As a matter of fact, Chinrue had indeed been strongly affected just now. That kind of painful expression was just to cover up the shock in his heart. In this magical world, phoenixes also existed. Chinrue had only occasionally heard of this name from Rala and Paglio. This was an ancient creature that had almost disappeared without a trace. It was even more ancient than the giant dragon clan. As one of the top creatures in the past, it possessed tyrannical and mysterious strength. Due to the passage of time, many of the records were incomplete. There were only 2 attributes that were known. The first was that it was immune to all flames, and it could be resurrected in flames. This small palace was arranged like a volcanic environment, emitting terrifying heat. If it weren't for the protection of the white ball's cold air, Richard's demon king level strength would definitely not be able to withstand it. I'm willing to serve Your Highness. Chinrue bowed deeply and extended his hand to the blood oath of light without hesitation. Your Highness, to tell you the truth, I once promised Sir Paul to sign a follower's contract after he becomes a temple knight. Chinrue hesitated for a while. Chinrue put on the necklace without hesitation and tried to use analytical eyes to communicate with the phoenix egg. Gradually, the phoenix egg that didn't respond at all seemed to feel some kind of friendly power hidden in him, and it began to emit a faint fluctuation. The Saintess' generous promise surprised Chinrue, including the previous action of letting Paul leave and leaving him alone. As the saying goes, don't get up early without benefits. Richard is just a weakling with a beast-taming skill. Is there anything that this saintess can rely on? Eudora glanced at Chenrue. Richard, your mind language and beast-taming skill have shown amazing effects in the horse battle competition. This has made me more determined to rely on your strength. You have seen it. It is a demonic beast's egg. It is very important to me. Analysis, sleeping state can be hatched. Of course I know, and I can't refuse the trust of your highness. Chenrue said sincerely, I only have one request. After I make the blood oath of light, I want to accompany Sir Paul until the end of the Temple Knight selection contest. Eudora walked down slowly and looked at him a few times. She nodded with satisfaction. What you see next, including what I want you to do, you can't reveal anything to anyone, including Paul. Otherwise, everything you expect will be in vain, including your life. You're wrong. I'm very satisfied with your ability. Eudora had returned to normal and shook her head gracefully. Do you know? The change in the event of the horse battle is actually my intervention. The purpose is to test your ability. To my relief, your performance has exceeded my expectations. I said that I will give you the best stage to show your ability. As long as you can successfully hatch this egg, then I will fulfill my previous promise and satisfy any 3 of your conditions, including Miranda. Thinking of this, Chenrue nodded with surprise. Yes, Your Highness. Eliza sat on the ground in the center of the palace. Her body was steaming with white mist. Her hands were pointing at something in the distance, emitting a strong mental wave. This thing was like a bird's nest. In the nest, there was a coconut-sized round object wrapped in white mist. Race, phoenix egg, no problem. I am willing to join the Hall of Holy Favor and serve your highness. Chenrue seemed to have received a pie from the sky. He looked extremely excited. Although he didn't know what the saintess wanted him to do, he knew very well that the so-called any 3 conditions couldn't be unlimited. For example, Snow Dowlet. With his identity, if he really put forward this condition, he was afraid that he would be controlled immediately. Teacher. Eliza stood up and saluted. The sigil has been doubled in the past few days, but it's still the same as before. It's almost impossible to feel any fluctuations. Chenrue took the necklace. This was actually a legendary grade accessory. The wearer's spirit power increased by 30%, shielded spirit fluctuations, increased spirit resistance, and reduced fire element damage by 50%. It seemed that Her Highness Saintess was really generous. Chenrue retracted his spirit power, wiped the sweat on his head, and showed a tired look. Your Highness, my mind language can barely sense its life and existence. It seems that I have to disappoint Your Highness's expectations. Ancient runes were known as the language of the gods. It was said that one could peek into the mystery of the gods with it. The person behind the Hall of Holy Favor was Angel Raphael. It was not surprising that ancient runes appeared here, but the nearby runes were very esoteric. Some sentences and combinations were even Rala had never seen before. Chenrue's heart moved. He activated deep analysis and began to analyze and record quickly. Eliza, how is it? Chenrue reacted very quickly. He immediately showed a spirited expression. Any 3 conditions? Even Eliza felt this special fluctuation. Eudora's eyes suddenly glowed, and the clothes on her body fluttered slightly. She seemed to be suppressing the excitement in her heart. The phoenix egg that had been silent actually had such an obvious reaction. After walking for a while, after passing a tunnel with various hidden traps, a door appeared in front of her. Eudora's mind moved, and the door slowly opened. It's just a little bit. As soon as my spirit power touched it, my soul seemed to be burned by the boundless flame. It's really terrifying. Although this was a blatant threat, the saint's friendly voice seemed to have a magic power that made people almost unable to have any thoughts of disgust. Chenrue's analytical eyes could identify that Eliza's necklace, arm ring, bracelet, and anklet were a set of equipment that could greatly improve spirit power and sensitivity. Saint Eudora actually has a phoenix egg here. Yes, the premise is that you have to complete something. Chenrue glanced at the demonic beast egg, and his heart suddenly beat violently. This detail was immediately noticed by Eudora. Her eyes flashed. As she was about to speak, she saw Chenrue covering his heart with a painful expression. It took him a long time to recover a little. Fire immunity and rebirth. Just these two attributes alone were already monstrous enough. Phoenix was no stranger to the Chinese on Earth. It was the king of all birds. The male was the phoenix and the female was the phoenix. They were collectively known as phoenix. The appearance of phoenix represented auspiciousness and was also a kind of national totem. Chenrue felt a familiar breath in this fluctuation as if it had some resonance with his spirit power. At the same time, analytical eyes transmitted a familiar emotion. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This breath, the power of nirvana. However, Richard wasn't someone to be trifled with. At that time, even his sister, the god of light, wouldn't know who would cry and who would laugh. No problem. Eudora's voice was full of praise. I appreciate this quality of finishing what you started, and I'm glad to have a follower like you. From now on, you are the highest level holy light guardian knight of the holy blessed palace. You have the privilege to enter and exit the holy blessed peak freely. Of course, to enter this fire palace, you must first get my consent. Otherwise, there will be many traps along the way. Even a saint powerhouse will die if he rushes in. Take this. Don't let go. Eudora waved her hand, and a white ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in front of Chenrue. Follow me. Remember, don't leave 5 meters away from me. Your spirit power can feel it. Eudora's eyes lit up. Chenrue held the white ball, and he felt a refreshing chill coming from the ball. He shivered and followed Eudora to the back of the hall. Wear this. It should be able to enhance your resistance. Eudora took out a necklace and handed it to Chenrue. Now, adjust your strength and try to sense it with your mind language. Your Holiness, what demonic beast's egg is this? Chenrue looked like he was still in shock. Since this is the case, make a blood oath of light according to this contract. The saintess moved her mind, and a contract appeared in front of Chenrue. Chenrue was no stranger to the blood oath of light. Samuel used this contract power to become Chenrue's servant back then. Chapter 672. The light of the contract flickered for a while and gradually disappeared, indicating that the contract was completed. Light blood oath. Master-slave contract. Although the master couldn't kill the servant, with the power of the contract, the servant was loyal to the master and would never betray him. It was a high-level contract commonly used in the human world. But for Chenrue, it was just a spiritual link that could be easily removed by spending aura. Eudora's eyes were a little confused. Simon, is this your real name? This kind of contract power gives me a strange feeling. Have you signed a contract with others before? Chenrue was slightly surprised. His contract power was created by the spiritual link. He remembered that Shura once mentioned that the rules of this kind of contract power were very special. He didn't expect that Eudora would feel it. He thought quickly and explained, I once signed an equality contract with Pastor Mana of Gudon Town. Later, Pastor Mana was unfortunately assassinated, so the contract was terminated. Your Holiness's feeling should have something to do with my special talent. Because of this, I can get the power of the spirit language of the elves. Eudora's real strength should not have reached the real level of kingship. The reason why she had the strength of SS level was probably because of the power of the Saint-Blessed Palace, just like the title of Star Sealing Platform or the buff of Armor of Faith. It seemed that the real demigod powerhouse was likely to sense the uniqueness of the spiritual link contract. He should be careful in the future. Eudora thought for a while and nodded. Simon's talent was special. What's more, the master-slave contract had been successfully signed. She wasn't afraid of any changes in the other party. In case she needed to sign the same contract with other more valuable people in the future, she could kill this servant directly. In fact, from the moment Shenrue accepted the contract, the Saintess put down her hidden killing intent. The phoenix egg was one of her most important secrets. If Simon's animal taming skill couldn't succeed, he would definitely be killed. Shenrue only faintly noticed this kind of killing intent. Even if he didn't feel it, he could guess a little. This Saintess, Her Holiness, was by no means a vase or a compassionate Virgin Mary-type figure, but an ambitious person. Eudora took out a small bottle, which was the one brought by Paul. Shenrue remembered Passari's original words, "We don't know each other." Eudora opened the bottle, and a dazzling red light came out. A pure and rich fire power spread out. The entire palace was reflected red, and the feeling of heat suddenly became 100 times stronger. The cold air of the white ball had been exerted to the extreme. A faint mist appeared around Shenrue's body, but it evaporated in an instant. If it weren't for the legendary grade necklace given by Eudora that greatly reduced the erosion of the fire power, Richard wouldn't have been able to support it now. Eudora's fingers moved slightly, and a liquid flame was slowly pulled out of the bottle. It turned into a circle and surrounded the phoenix egg. Eudora's fingers began to change quickly. Shenrue could clearly see that it was activating and adjusting the ancient runes near the nest. Gradually, the liquid flame turned into symbols and solidified. The heat was also greatly reduced. Only the phoenix egg had a hint of redness. This is the power of the source of fire. You must be careful. Don't touch it, because the power contained in the power of the source of fire is very terrifying. It will turn you into ashes in an instant. All you have to do is use mind language to communicate with the life in the demonic beast egg. Induce it to absorb the power of the source of fire. Hatch and break the shell as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Shenrue bowed and accepted the order. He lowered his head, but his eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. This was too unexpected, but it was an unexpected surprise. So Passari's bottle actually contained the power of the source of fire. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. The most exciting team battle of the Paladins will begin tomorrow. In the finals, His Majesty Vadis, His Majesty Pusmer, and I will all be present. With Paul's previous results, he will directly enter the second round of the finals. Richard, when Paul is not competing, Elisa will bring you into the Temple of Fire. Elisa, if Richard needs any materials or equipment, you must cooperate fully. Report to me at any time. You can leave now. I still need to set up the magic array. Elisa and Shenrue excused themselves, putting on a cloak along the way to hide her revealing figure. She smiled at Shenrue. Congratulations, Radiant Paladin Simon. Oh, I'll just call you Richard. By the way, I should remind you that the Paladins are split into 3 ranks: White, Silver, and Radiant. Radiant is the highest rank. It seems like Master values you more than I expected. However, even if Paul becomes the champion of the Paladins, he'll only be a Silver Paladin at most, his status lower than yours. Shenrue was taken aback. That would embarrass Paul, and Richard would not be able to face Paul. Judging from the hostility between Elisa and Miranda, the Saintess seemed to be using divisive methods, allowing the disciples to compete. From another perspective, the more conflict there was, the less of a threat they posed, and the easier it would be to control them. Don't worry, just look for me if you need anything in the future. Elisa looked at his shocked expression and smiled even more happily. With your current status as a Radiant Paladin, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pursue Miranda. I can't help you too much with this. Shenrue's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Thank you so much, Miss Elisa. Why are you helping me like this? Words simply cannot express my gratitude to you. Call me Elisa. Elisa smiled sweetly. I like you, but don't misunderstand, it's a simple liking. It started in Garten City. You're more pleasing to the eye than those who have designs on me, and I hope to become your most trusted friend. You already are, Miss Elisa. No, Elisa. Chen Rue cooperated, revealing a sincere expression. After bidding farewell to Elisa, Chen Rue returned to Sacred Light City. He walked to his room in Silver Villa, bumping into Paul at the door. What did the saintess tell you? Paul asked directly. Chen Rue showed hesitation. Please forgive me, sir. Her Holiness specifically instructed me not to tell anyone. Paul nodded and said nothing. He walked out, but there was a bit more haze in his eyes. Richard has been in the limelight recently, and he even attracted the attention of Her Holiness, the Holy Maiden. She left me alone to instruct me on important matters, and I, as the master of the followers, seemed to have neglected him. Chen Rue felt Paul's suspicion, but he didn't bother to think about it at all. Paul's strength was just a pawn, and his value was about to be exhausted soon. This trip to see the Holy Maiden was an unexpected gain for Chen Rue. It was not referring to the white ball and legendary great equipment in his hands, but the power of Fire Source. Initially, he thought he had to find the Fire Elemental King somewhere to get the power of Fire Source, but it actually appeared in Pasari's hands, and he even gave it to Eudora. The power of Fire Source was an important part of Rala's establishment of the Elemental Kingdom, so it must be obtained. As for the Phoenix Egg, Chen Rue had the idea of packing it up and taking it away. Although the storage warehouse of the super system can't store living things, the space equipment can store this kind of incomplete life. This was the case with the Manticore Egg previously. The two can be regarded as complementary. The little Thunderbird had to be given up because the Stargate could only be used by Chen Rue himself, unless the little Thunderbird could return to the egg. In the following days, Chen Rue would go to the Blessed Palace every day and communicate with the Phoenix Egg using mind language, according to the Holy Maiden's instructions. Of course, Elisa would lead the way and assist each time. In his spare time, Chen Rue would also pursue the half-elf lady Miranda. Miranda was very disgusted with Chen Rue, and she didn't show any affection, which saved Chen Rue a lot of effort. Elisa had a very good relationship with Chen Rue during this time. She helped him with ideas to pursue Miranda and took him to wander around. If Chen Rue didn't know her temperament, he would really think that she was a warm-hearted little sister. With the help of this warm-hearted little sister, in addition to pestering the half-elf lady shamelessly, Chen Rue also had a clearer understanding of the terrain of the Holy Mountain while wandering. Unfortunately, he still couldn't enter the hinterland of the other two temples. There was also an amazing discovery. According to Chen Rue's observation and calculation these days, there should be a huge and complicated magic circle under the Blessed Palace Square. This magic circle could absorb and graft the power of faith, transferring the power of faith from a certain place to the statue of the cherub Raphael. To put it bluntly, it was similar to Shura stealing faith. The difference was that Lucian was doing it openly. In comparison, the sneaky Shura was nothing. This discovery was very thought-provoking. If Raphael was one of the supreme angels under the God of Light, then what was this stealing? Besides Raphael, were Michael and Gabriel the same? Why did the servants of the God of Light do this? Chen Rue faintly felt that he seemed to have uncovered a corner of a big secret. But now Isabella didn't have much time left, so it was not the time to satisfy this curiosity. Others might not be able to feel it, but Chen Rue, who had a star region of faith, could clearly sense the flow of the power of faith. The source of the power of faith absorbed by the statue of Raphael should be from a certain supreme place in the Holy Mountain, probably the Temple of Light at the peak of the Holy Mountain. The Temple of Light was a forbidden place in the Holy Mountain. It was said that it was a holy place where the gods sent down their decrees and showed miracles. Only the Pope and the two patriarchs were qualified to enter. It should be the place with the highest concentration of light faith in the entire Holy Mountain and the entire human world. If Shura could go there and steal, even if it was just a small part, the time to obtain millions of faith crystals would be greatly accelerated. Snow, Dell, let flower. Power of faith. Power of fire plus phoenix egg. Chinrue counted the goals this time, and his eyes flashed. The final of the team battle of the Temple Knights would be held in the arena of Holy Light City. Eudora once said that the 3 giants of the Holy Mountain would attend the final. At that time, the attention of the entire Holy Mountain would shift to the arena of Holy Light City. That was the best time to launch. Chapter 673. The last round of the Temple Knight selection competition. The team battle finally began. The competition of the team battle was far more intense than the previous 2 rounds. As the commander of the team battle, the contestants could not participate in the battle themselves. They could only order the soldiers under their command to fight in a formation. In this way, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was almost non-existent, and both sides were back on the same starting line. The weapons used in battle were all specially made, automatically teleporting out of the arena after being hit in a vital spot. Either the opponent's soldiers were eliminated, or the opponent admitted defeat. Paul skipped the first round as the champion of the cavalry battle, directly entering the second round of 24. He was undefeated in the round-robin stage, becoming one of the semi-finalists. The semi-finalists were eliminated by drawing lots, and Paul once again drew his old rival, Stanwell. He tried his best, but lost by a small margin. Stanwell and another Zophalin entered the finals. Even though this was an excellent result, and he had achieved his goal as a paladin, Paul still felt depressed. This was because the Pope and the 2 patriarchs would be present to watch the finals. Her Holiness the Saintess had even said that if she became the champion, she might attract the attention of the Supreme Angel and obtain unimaginable benefits. But now all of this was gone. Paul looked at the sparse figures in the square and sighed. The finals of the championship and runner-up were about to begin. He was supposed to show off his strength to everyone on that stage, but now he could only be a spectator like many of the losers. He was in such a bad mood that he didn't even want to go to the arena. "Paul!" A familiar voice rang out from behind him, carrying an alluring sweetness. Paul didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. He frowned. "What are you doing here, Elisa? Aren't you with Richard all day?" "What, jealous?" She giggled. "Come with me, this isn't a good place to talk." Paul's frown deepened. "Where's Richard?" I gave him a bouquet of rare ice blue roses and told him to give it to the half-elf. He spent a lot of effort during this period of time, but unfortunately in the eyes of the half-elf he's just a toad. Hearing the news of Chun Rue's setback, Paul felt much better. "Why are you looking for me?" Irisa looked around and saw that there was no one around. She stopped and said, "There are 2 things that are of utmost importance to you. I can tell you the first one for free. There's a price to pay for the second thing?" Paul looked doubtful. "Why don't you tell me the first thing first?" "You don't know yet, but your follower Richard has long since become a holy knight of the blessed shrine. He was left alone by the saintess for the first time." Paul was shocked. His eyes were filled with surprise, gloom, anger, and other emotions. The Knight of Holy Light was the highest of the 3 classes of guardian knights. They had special authority and status, and were appointed directly by the Patriarch. An ordinary guardian knight might not even be able to reach this level in their entire lives. Paul had abandoned his teacher, Passari's Hall of Thunder, to join the blessed shrine. Even if he became the champion of the Holy Knights, he would only be a second-class Silver Knight at best. Now that he had no hope of winning, he could only become the lowest White Light Knight. In the eyes of the outside world, this was already a very high honor. However, this meant that he, a dignified saint-level expert, would have to lower his head and bow to his former follower. How could the proud and arrogant Paul accept this? Richard was just a lowly beastmaster. What methods did he use to attract the saintess's attention? Thinking about how Richard had hidden things from him, Paul felt intense hatred surge in his heart. Could it be that this fellow had been using him to enter the sacred mountain, using this as a springboard to step on his head and rise? At this thought, His hatred turned into cold, killing intent. Paul's misunderstanding was actually half right. Chanrue had really used him to enter the sacred mountain. Feeling the killing intent in Paul's heart, Irisa's smile grew wider. What are you thinking about? How are you going to greet Richard in the future? Humph. Paul's face darkened as his sore spot was poked. Miss Eliza, is this the second thing you want to do? This form of address was enough to show Paul's extreme dissatisfaction, but Irisa maintained her smile. If you don't want to live in his shadow for the rest of your life, we can talk about the second matter. Oh, you want to deal with him? Haven't you been close to him recently? Paul thought he had heard wrong, but he suddenly remembered that Irisa and Joanna had once been close friends, and yet she had turned her back on her and sent Joanna to the Isle of Storms. Looking at Irisa's smiling face, Paul couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He gradually calmed down. He's being valued by the Saintess now. If anything happens to him and she investigates, Master values Richard's special value. If that value is gone or transferred, there's no reason for her to continue valuing him. Irisa's smile grew a little more sinister. Once my plan succeeds, neither Miranda nor Richard will be a threat, and Master won't blame me either. All I need now is a helper. What do I get in return? Paul didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. A silver knight, full support for the Loman family. I'll even help you become a radiant knight in the future. That's all. That's not enough? I should be the one helping you get rid of a threat like Richard without taking any responsibility. Of course, I'll also need to get rid of Miranda. This is a win-win situation. Irisa looked at Paul indifferently. Besides, everything I've promised is within my capabilities. Do you think I'd be sincere if I promised you more? Paul thought about it for a moment before finally nodding. When do we make our move? A strange light flashed in Irisa's eyes. Now. The two of them didn't know that behind them a hidden figure was silently leaving. Holy mountain, blessed palaces, small garden. This was actually a very large garden, planted with all sorts of flowers and plants. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and there were quite a few trees as well. What are you doing here again? Miranda stood at the entrance of the garden, staring coldly at Chanrue. Chinrue's hands were behind his back, holding a large bouquet of blue roses. This is for you. Chinrue handed over the blue roses he had hidden behind his back. Ice blue roses? Miranda was slightly surprised. Where did you get them? Chinrue followed the lines Irisa had taught him. I spent a lot of effort to buy them. They're said to be very rare and can be grown directly. Don't you like flowers? That's right, but no matter what the flowers are, they're annoying, Miranda interrupted Chinrue coldly. Sorry to disturb you, Miss Miranda. Chinrue revealed a depressed expression. No matter what, the flowers aren't wrong. The one who's wrong is me. I know you like them, so before you leave, please accept these ice blue roses, because I really don't know how to take care of them, and you don't want them to wither like this. Miranda's coldness decreased, and she finally nodded. Ice blue roses were extremely rare flowers, and their fragrance and pollen were very beneficial to her cultivation. The gnome took the flowers from Chinrue and took a whiff of the fragrance. Suddenly, she frowned and carefully looked at them. She picked out a few blue grasses from the roses, and her expression changed. Sleeping fragrance grass! Sleeping fragrance grass was even rarer than ice blue roses, but it had the ability to quickly make people lose their strength after smelling its fragrance. It also had an additional attribute, which was that it had a certain aphrodisiac effect. Despicable! Miranda immediately reacted. With an angry shout, the sleeping fragrance grass turned to ashes. At the same time, Chinrue was sent flying by a huge force. Before he landed, he was caught by a figure. That figure was Irisa. Miranda, what are you doing? I'm going to kill this shameless bastard. Miranda was incomparably furious. She had never imagined that Richard would be so bold and despicable as to actually use bewitching vanilla on her. In a moment of carelessness, she had breathed in the fragrance of the herb, and her strength was already showing signs of weakening. Richard is my good friend. It's fine if you don't accept his advances, but you actually dare to harm him. Irisa put down the heavily injured and pale good friend and spread out her hand, wrapping Chinrue in a ball of white light as she pounced towards Miranda. Before Miranda could even open her mouth, Eliza had already closed in on her like a bolt of lightning. She had no choice but to accept the challenge. The two graceful figures began to exchange blows so quickly that it was almost impossible to see their movements clearly. The residual petals and leaves that were affected by the force of the collision were sent flying everywhere. Bam! Miranda's figure was sent flying backward as she staggered backward. Due to the effects of the sleeping fragrance grass, the half-elf did not want to continue fighting. She quickly chanted a spell, white light appearing in her hands as she tried to cast the light of extinction to repel Irisa. However, she suddenly felt a sense of danger in her heart, and she abruptly cut off her spell. She bounced off and dodged a fatal slash from behind, but she was still struck by the aftershock. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, a ghastly red mark spreading across her back. Miranda revealed a pained expression, but it was mostly due to the spiritual backlash from forcefully cutting off her spell. Before she could even stabilize herself, she heard a whistling sound in front of her. Unable to avoid it, she raised her arms to block it. Asterisk crack. Asterisk amidst the sound of bones breaking. Her entire body was sent flying by a huge force, smashing through countless flowers and trees along the way before finally falling onto the largest ancient tree. The ancient tree trembled, and countless leaves fell from it. The half-elf's body slowly slid down, leaning against the ground. This time her injuries were so severe that she could no longer stand up. Looking at Irisa and Paul, who had launched a sneak attack on her, Miranda finally understood what had happened. Ice blue rose, sleeping fragrance grass, sneak attack. This was clearly a premeditated attack. The mastermind of the plot was none other than Irisa. As for Richard, he was just being used. So what if he has the body of light? Can he be immune to this? Irisa waved the giant hammer in her hand, her sneer revealing undisguised pride. How does this compare to the all you used last time? You didn't expect me to return it to you so soon, did you? Don't even think of asking for help. Master has already gone down the mountain to watch the finals of the Paladins of the Church of Light. I've already sent away the surrounding knights and attendants. Miranda desperately tried to gather the remaining strength to escape or make a near-death counterattack, but the effect of the rosemary grass had already been fully exerted. Her heavily injured body could not muster up a trace of strength, but instead produced a strange dry heat. The effects of the sleeping fragrance grass will take some time to wear off. Paul, go watch her first. Don't kill her for now, I'll need her later. Paul nodded and walked over, the two-handed sword in his hand glowing with a cold light. Irisa leapt up and arrived in front of Richard, dispelling the white light to reveal a barely breathing Richard lying there. Irisa picked up Chinrue. Richard, how are you? Chinrue barely opened his eyelids. What happened just now? That bitch Miranda wanted to kill you. She's already escaped. The white light not only kept Richard alive, it also served to isolate him. Miss Miranda. Chinrue's eyes seemed even dimmer, his voice growing weaker. Why did she do this? She's not worth it. Irisa gently stroked Chinrue's face, a faint brilliance appearing in her hands. You still have me. We're the best of friends. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. The power of the brilliance made Chinrue feel very comfortable, his eyes gradually becoming serene. Thank you, Irisa. I'm afraid I can't make it. Don't worry. With me here, I will do my best to heal you. Irisa's voice grew gentler. I am your most trusted friend, your closest person. Most trusted friend. Chinrue muttered. Closest person, Irisa. Are you really going to die? Am I really going to die? You can't hold on anymore? You can't die like this. I can't. I can't die like this. Irisa's eyes shone with a strange light, guiding him step by step. You must first pass the soul whisper to the person closest to you. Pass the soul whisper to the person closest to you. Who's the person closest to you? Irisa. Irisa's lips curled into a smile. She had a special soul power that could control the thoughts of the other party to a certain extent. However, this soul power was not omnipotent, unless the other party was willing. Otherwise, the stronger the will of the other party, the stronger the resistance. Once she failed, she herself would suffer a terrible backlash, so she could not use it easily. In Garten City, after Irisa heard the story of the inheritance of the soul whisper and confirmed it, she began to plan all this. She wanted to make Chinrue her servant and seize the power of the soul whisper from him. Unexpectedly, Chinrue chose Paul in the end. However, Irisa still did not give up and began a series of plans. After Chinrue showed that he could communicate with the phoenix egg, she became more determined and finally set up this trap. Now it was nearing the end of the great success. This time, not only could he get the soul whisper, but he could also get rid of his mortal enemy Miranda, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if he was seen through by Eudora with a soul whisper, he could still be put in an important position. Pass the soul whisper to Irisa. Irisa's voice became gentler, full of temptation. Pass it to Irisa. A red light gradually appeared in Chinrue's eyes. Chapter 674. Seeing that success was at hand, Eliza's heart surged with ecstasy. As long as she obtained the power of the soul whisper and set up a scene where Miranda refused Eudora's love and killed Richard, she and Paul rushed over and killed her. This plan that she had been planning for a long time would be a success. Eliza was very clear about her teacher's character. What Eudora valued was not Richard as a person, but the strange ability to communicate with the phoenix egg. As long as she had the power of the soul whisper, Eliza believed that she would be much stronger than Richard. With this value and a way to get out of the situation, she would not have to worry about punishment, even if Miranda was involved. Richard's pupils had already turned red, and Elisa knew that this was a sign that he was about to inherit the soul whisper. She hurriedly focused her mind and stared at those eyes, feeling a strange spiritual force wrap around her. It was extremely comfortable, and in a trance, she had become the master of the blessed church, trampling her former mentor beneath her feet. She then defeated the other 2 churches and became the supreme ruler of the sacred mountain, looking down on all life like a god. Even though her subconscious told her that this should be a dream, the incomparable satisfaction made her unwilling to wake up from the dream, and she became even more addicted. A voice rang out, "Why do you want to kill Richard?" "I want to obtain Richard's soul whisper." Eliza could not help but answer, "Why do you want to kill Miranda?" "She and I have an unresolvable hatred. I killed her sister in a mission, and Master also tacitly allowed us to fight within the rules. The winner takes all. Why does Eudora need that magical beast egg?" "It's a phoenix egg. Master is a fire and light cultivator, and wants to hatch the phoenix and use a secret technique to devour it. That way, there's hope for her to advance into a true kingdom. Even Miranda can't enter the Church of Fire. How do you know this secret?" "Because I have the ability to confuse the mind, and I can't say." Eliza seemed to be struggling. "Answer." My mother is Master's sister." The answer was a little surprising. Her uncle was a cardinal, and her aunt was the saintess of the patriarch. Did this mean that she knew more secrets? "Have you seen Raphael?" "What secrets do the 3 angels have?" "Raphael. Angel." Eliza's breathing became heavier. "Answer." Eliza was shaken, and a pained expression appeared on her face. Her whole body trembled, and she suddenly screamed. On the other side, Paul was holding his sword with both hands, staring at the heavily injured Miranda under the ancient tree. Looking at the half-elf's skin that was gradually turning crimson, Paul let out a wretched smile. Is the effect of the rosemary taking effect? If you crawl over and lick my boots, maybe I can give you a taste of a man before you die. Miranda desperately tried to suppress the lust in her heart. Due to the loss of her strength and the aggravation of her injuries, her willpower had also become weak. Even the strength that she had left to fight for her life was gradually disappearing. She knew Eliza very well. Under such circumstances, there was no way that Eliza would give her a way out. In fact, she would torture her even more viciously. The only thing she could do was to end her life before her remaining strength completely dissipated. At this moment, Paul and Miranda heard Eliza's screams at the same time. Her screams were filled with fear and agony. Usually, this would definitely attract the attention of the guardian knights. However, the nearby guardian knights were all sent away by Eliza. Paul turned his head, only to see Eliza clutching her head and screaming in the distance. Richard seemed to have disappeared. An indescribable sense of danger suddenly rose in Paul's heart. The great sword in his hands flashed with light, and he slashed forward with all his might without even turning his head. The radiant great sword suddenly stopped, its light extinguished in an instant, like a candle that had been lightly blown out. Paul looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. This figure had easily blocked his full-powered strike with just 2 fingers. This familiar figure. Richard. Paul almost moaned. How is this possible? My dear Lord Paul, Richard revealed an evil smile. Everything is born out of the impossible. Come to think of it, I should thank you for taking care of me along the way. Paul tried his best to pull back the radiant greatsword that was caught between the 2 fingers of the other party, but it was like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar, unable to budge at all. Even his teacher, the first paladin, the radiant sword Saint Pari, was no match for this terrifying strength. A pinnacle sage powerhouse. Paul's hair stood on end, and he cried out in shock, Who exactly are you? This powerhouse at the pinnacle of the human world actually did not hesitate to hide his identity as a follower along the way. Then this person's goal. The more Paul thought about it, the more terrified he became. He heard the other party's calm voice. My time is tight, and I have no time to waste with an ant like you. I'll only say one thing. You were tricked, and you could have escaped death. Unfortunately, you wanted to kill me, so you can only die. These were the last words Paul heard in his life. In the next second, a finger touched his forehead, and with a bang his consciousness began to dissipate, along with his ambitions, desires, and body in Miranda's somewhat blurry eyes. Paul's body scattered like gravel, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Miranda's consciousness was not completely blurred, and there was a hint of self-mockery in her eyes. It turned out that everyone had been wrong. The toad that she had always looked down on was actually a real dragon. Do you need help, Miss Assassin of Garden City? The other party squatted down and smiled at her. It's you. Miranda suddenly thought of something, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. In Garden City, she had disguised herself and attempted to assassinate Eliza. In the end, when she was escaping, she encountered an unfathomable and mysterious person. The other party did not make things difficult for her, but took away her first kiss. As soon as she thought about it, Miranda saw a finger pointing at her forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, Wait a minute. As expected, the finger paused. Instead of begging for mercy, the half-elf asked, What happened to Eliza? She wanted to control me, but was countered by my illusions. Later, because of some kind of spiritual suggestion, she completely collapsed. If there are no accidents, she will never wake up again in this life. Eliza looked innocent and cute, but her heart was gloomy and vicious. This time, she had brought it on herself, and it could be said that she deserved it. All right, you're going to die anyway. Before you die, answer 2 questions of mine. Think of it as my reward for avenging your sister. First, what secrets does the angel Raphael have? Second, what exactly is in the Temple of Light at the peak of the Holy Mountain? Miranda shook her head. I have never seen Lord Raphael. I only know that the last time the three supreme angels descended was more than 300 years ago. As for the Temple of Light, only the Pope and the two patriarchs can enter it. There are holy beasts guarding the way. So my understanding of the place is no different from that of others. I can see that you are not lying. Unfortunately, the information is a little lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, the finger was already pressed on Miranda's forehead. Miranda was waiting for death with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt a coolness on her forehead. The medicinal effects of the rosemary grass were quickly fading, and the burning desire that made her whole body gradually dissipated. The half-elf opened her eyes in surprise and saw that the figure in front of her had disappeared. A voice sounded in her ear. To reward you for your honesty, have a good sleep. Half-elf girl with very soft lips. A strong drowsiness hit her, and the half-elf's beautiful eyes began to gradually blur. At the same time, a hidden figure was silently advancing on the road to the Divine Seal Peak. Out of caution, he did not move very fast. Although he was already very familiar with the road to the Blessed Peak, it was the first time he had entered the hinterlands of the Divine Seal Peak. This figure was naturally Chinrue. The one who was previously in the Blessed Peak was Shura. Shura's mission was to act with Eliza, and the mission of his real body was naturally the most important target of this plan. Snow Dowlet! The location of Snow Dowlet was on the Snow Peak platform near the Divine Seal Peak. There were no dangers along the way to the Divine Seal Peak, but when he arrived at the Divine Seal Peak, Chinrue was slightly surprised. The layout of the Divine Seal Peak was completely different from the Blessed Peak. The Blessed Peak had a statue of Raphael standing in the square, and behind it was a palace building. The main peak of the Divine Seal Peak was a giant statue. All the buildings were under the statue's gaze. Compared to it, the statue of Raphael could only be considered a small toy. Just like the Blessed Peak, the power of faith here was also in an abnormal state of being devoured. It could be seen that the three major shrines were all like this. Then the so-called three supreme angels, the most loyal and powerful slaves of the God of Light, in turn stole the power of faith of their master. What kind of trick were they playing? Chinrue thought of the feedback from Shura. The last time the three supreme angels came was more than 300 years ago, which happened to be the time of the war between the demon realm and humans. Could it be these mysteries all contained amazing secrets? But the most important thing now was Snow Dowlet. Other things could be dealt with later. Chinrue's eyes fell on a small mountain on the lower left of the main peak of the Divine Seal Peak. According to the information he had inquired, that was the Snow Peak platform. Chinrue took a deep breath and continued to sneak forward while the stealth skill still had 20 minutes left. The Snow Peak platform was a spacious small square with a simple and elegant style. There were several relief columns. Chinrue didn't have the time to appreciate these. His attention was firmly attracted by the three white trees in front of him. There were no other plants here, only these three trees. The three trees were about 5 meters tall. They were close together, like three friends whispering together. There was a faint mist around the tree trunk. Between the green leaves, a small number of fist-sized white flowers grew. These flowers were crystal clear, as if they were carved gems, flashing with a little dazzling light. Chinrue felt the rich light power coming from the three trees, and he suddenly became excited. Snow Dowlet! Sacred flower. With it, I can let Isabella lift the curse of light annihilation seal, get rid of the clutches of death. At this moment, Chinrue's figure running toward the Snow Dowlet tree suddenly stopped, as if he sensed the existence of danger. The corresponding prompt had appeared in analytical eyes. Race, light elemental. Comprehensive strength assessment, S+. Physique, S+. Strength, S+. Spirit, S+. Speed, S+. Analysis, Light attribute, light magic immunity, enhancement talent, resurrection talent. Danger level high.